Chapter 51, Battle, Lox vs Air, Cap, Roger. Lox, I will stop your atrocities. Roger pulled out his long knife from his waist. He looked at Lox with a firm look. Want to stop me? Lox sneered disdainfully. Just because of you he's worthy. Then he waved his hand. Young people, kill me. Let these Navy members take a good look at our strength. The big axe in my hand has been unbearable for a long time. Fix them and enter Emerald City. The captains of Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji and other strangers screamed. He took the lead in rushing towards the naval camp. Presumptuous. Cylinder Kong was now completely angered by Lox's unscrupulousness. Immediately ordered an attack. More than a dozen lieutenant generals faced the attack directly. Jabba and a group of cadres from the Roger pirates also followed closely. On the battlefield, like two torrents of steel, they collided fiercely again. Soldiers versus will be against the opponent. The two sides fought cruelly. And the top strong people who can truly determine the direction of war. But haven't taken action yet. Corrosive Bone Kong looked at the situation opposite with a serious expression. I began to think quickly in my mind. At the moment, the opposite is except rocks. The most threatening ones are Whitebeard and Yu. On the other hand, they are here. Warring States period, Cap, Zephyr, Roger, Rayleigh. Without exception. They are all strong men at the level of generals. Such a gorgeous camp. It should be easy to deal with the Lox and the other two. Only. At the beginning of the war, the Golden Lion and Big Mom who flew directly to Emerald City. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket don't bother to ignore it even if you are empty. Although there are 5 old stars holding swords in Emerald City who are in charge. There are also a large number of CP0's dog legs. But if 1 or 2 people of the dragon are killed accidentally, the last person to take the blame. Don't think about it. It must be him. It is also important to protect the dragon people in Emerald City now. Open black lens bracket steel bone close black lens bracket Kong immediately turned his head and looked at the He and Zephyr, and ordered in a deep voice. Xiaohei, you, Yi, and Zephyr will quickly stop the 2 guys, Golden Lion and Big Katakana middle. Mom. You must not let them do anything wrong in the Emerald City. Let's leave the battle here to us. But the teacher. Lieutenant General Crane looked at Yu standing alone in the back row with some restlessness. He said in a deep voice, that boy's growth rate is too terrifying. Cap alone I'm afraid he can't handle him. Everyone suddenly fell into silence. Even Cap himself. It is rare that there is no refutation. Crane's worries are not redundant. Because even Cap now. They are also a little unconfident. Who would have thought? Yu can actually be in just 4 months. Break through its strength to such a terrifying level. Who knows this kid? Is there any amazing secret hidden? Cap, who also practiced for 4 months. Suddenly I felt like I had been practicing loneliness. Don't worry, beautiful lady. Roger suddenly smiled and pointed at Rayleigh beside him and said. My deputy captain can definitely hold that kid. When Rayleigh heard this, he suddenly felt a black line. Sazy, are you so polite? Okay, let's change the strategy for the time being and hand that kid to Roger's people first. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket sky stares at rocks in the distance. The eyes are exposed. Gritting his teeth and saying. This opportunity is really rare at the moment. The 2 major combat forces, Golden Lion and Big Mom, are absent, and we must not miss it. We have to seize the opportunity and get rid of rocks. Then he looked at the Warring States period. Continue. In the Warring States period, I will leave the Whitebeard to you to deal with. Roger and Cap, you 2 join me in siege and kill rocks. In order to put Lox to death. Cylinder Sora even joined forces with Roger, who is a pirate. From this we can see that. He is in his heart. How afraid of Lox. But this is a wise move. Want to kill rocks. The 3 of them joined forces is the only opportunity. Cylinder Huo will naturally not give up. This is the best choice right now. The Warring States period focused on the key points. Zephyr and he were not hesitating either. The two rushed to Emerald City to chase the Golden Lion and Big Katakana Middle. Mom. Your enemy is me. Take off your cloak in the Warring States period. Loosen your tie. He directly blocked the Whitebeard's face. For more novels, 62,231, join. Goolalala. Whitebeard laughed heartily. Warring States period, let's decide the last unfinished battle. The Kong Yunchi in his hand immediately slashed head-on. Click. The white halo that enveloped the blade burst into a violent shock wave of destruction. Sweeping out. Here you can't let it go. Quote. The Warring States period looked gloomy and shouted loudly. A golden light suddenly emerged behind him. The big Buddha form is directly turned on. Buzz. A jade plate-shaped shock wave appeared at the front of the golden giant palm. He pushed up against the attack of Whitebeard. Shock wave versus shock wave. Rumble. A terrifying loud bang exploded. The area where the two are located. The ground suddenly shattered inch by inch. Sand and dust soared into the sky. A huge deep pit collapsed directly under the feet of the two. The whole island was fought with the two. A violent tremor began to tremble. Mr. Carp, I didn't expect that we would have the day to join forces. Roger was like a hustle-headed person who was overly excited. Without waiting for the empty order of cylinder. Then he trotted all the way towards Locks. But this time, we can finally know how big the gap is between that man who is called the strongest in the world, and us. Locks, please give me some advice. Open black lens bracket God's avoidance close black lens bracket. The crackling black thunder suddenly flashed on the big quick knife ace. The crescent moon-shaped slash wrapped around the ordinary color domineering broke through the air. It is no less than the flying slash of the Golden Lion. It is wrapped in a fierce power that seems to destroy everything. In the blink of an eye. It had already attacked Locks. However. Bang. The sword energy exploded with a bang. A surging wave of air. Sweeping in all directions. Locks. He even punched casually. Then he blocked Roger's slash directly. It's not bad. I feel the breath of a beast on you. Locks praised with a grin. But somehow. Those present. But no one thinks this is praise. And at this time. The momentum of rocks. It finally broke out completely at this moment. Boom. A terrifying aura that was so powerful that it made people feel trembling from the soul swept across. Locks. It stands tall in front of everyone like a demon god. Shocked the whole audience. The terrifying pressure that raging out. I don't know how many times stronger than what I have shown in the past. So strong. Roger, Carp and others all changed their color. The slash that was comparable to the world's #1 just now. What happened to be so understated by the other party? Locks, strength. I don't know how many times stronger than the legendary ones. It's definitely not something that one person can match. This man. It is worthy of being hailed as the strongest in the world. Hateful. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. Although Kong's heart was extremely shocked. But then he realized. Turn out to be. Locks, this old ominous pussy. In the past battles with him. He didn't use all his strength at all. It was clearly deliberately playing with him. For cylinder empty. It's simply a great shame. Now I wish I could just swallow rocks alive. That insidious guy, Locks, has been hiding his strength all the time. The Warring States period was shocked and sweated in a cold sweat. I instantly realized the seriousness of the situation. Fortunately, the teacher adjusted his strategy just now. Join Carp and Roger to deal with rocks. Otherwise. The consequences are unimaginable. Goolalala. The hearty laughter from the Whitebeard suddenly came. What's wrong with the Warring States period? I was shocked by Captain Rox's real strength. You don't think about it. If it weren't for his strength, would I and Ski and others choose to join him obediently? Although there are talking and laughing on the subject. But the Kong Yunch in Whitebeard's hand did not stop at all. The white halo appeared again with the knife head. He slashed towards the Warring States period. No matter how strong he is, he will definitely not be the opponent of those three people. The Warring States period was full of eyes. It's like an angry Bodhi. A white shock wave in the shape of a jade plate appeared at the front of the giant palm. He pushed up against the attack of Whitebeard. Rumble. The earth shattered inch by inch in this terrifying collision. The fluctuations of tremor. A hurricane-like wave was directly caused around. Shock wave versus shock wave. Every time the two of them make a move, they are all scenes of landslides and tsunamis. The picture is as if it were a natural disaster. And on the other side, Cylinder, Sora couldn't help but take action. Roar. Cylinder, a terrifying wave broke out from Sora's body. The body grew rapidly. 6 arms grew from behind at the same time. Animal system, monkey fruit, phantom beast species, 8-armed demon ape form, is displayed again. Locks, today is your death date. Open black lens bracket steel bone close black lens bracket wave 8 giant arms wrapped around, armed color domineering. He attacked Locks frantically. The power contained in every arm. All or enough to break the mountains. However, Locks still remained calm. Only. Blasts of green light were already surging on his body. Obviously, it activated the ability of burning fruit. Hey, old guy, are you just so anxious to die? As the words fell, Locks disappeared from the spot in an instant. When it appears again, he has already arrived above the demon ape sky. Blessed with the increase of 50 times the power and the ordinary color domineering, a punch was violently hammered. So fast. Open black lens bracket demon ape close black lens bracket Kong was shocked. Unexpectedly, Locks was so fast. He quickly mobilized his physical strength. Huge body, the shape is twisted. 8 arms wrapped around the ordinary color domineering and met. Boom. The thunderous explosion almost tore everyone's eardrums. Demon ape, although Kong defended against Locks' attack. But the huge figure hit the ground heavily. A deep pit collapsed. The entire island trembled. What the hell is going on in that scene? Cylinder Bone Marshal Kong was actually knocked away. That's the legendary Phantom Beast Sprout that is even rarer than natural. The naval camp suddenly became a flea. Ahem, don't be distracted, the enemy is the world's strongest Rocks pirates. And at this time, Demon Ape Kong had already stood up again. His face was extremely ugly. Only one blow. The gap between him and Locks. Then the judgment is made immediately. But he couldn't figure it out. The power of Locks. Why is it even more powerful than him, the Phantom Beast Sprout known for his power? Now 8 arms. It's still causing a slight pain. Don't be too presumptuous, Locks. Cap's fists wrap around the ultimate, armed color domineering. It looks like thunder. He pounced on Locks. It's a pity that you can practice armed color domineering to this level. It's a pity that you can stay in the Navy and be a dog for the Tianlong people. Locks burst into laughter. The liquid black thunder once again wrapped around the right arm. He punched him in the air. Rumble. The two of them have not yet formally contacted their fists. The collision between armed color domineering and armed color domineering has exploded. Extreme versus extreme. Two extremely powerful domineering collided violently. A terrifying pressure burst out that even the sky was torn apart. But it only lasted for a few seconds. Cap's figure flew backwards from midair. If you only have this ability, you should surrender obediently. Locks fell back to the ground. He looked down on the heroes with sharp eyes. The whole audience was shocked. Rocks is currently fully fired. Even if one fights 3. Still not at all disadvantages. HMPHROX, today is your end. Cylinder, Sora, Roger, and Cap looked at each other. Then they worked together to launch a new round of attacks on Locks. Since then, the preliminary tests between the two sides have officially ended. The epic level Battle of Gods is announced to be fully launched. Attacking side. There are nearly 50,000 pirates led by Locks. Defensive side. It is a super coalition composed of 3 forces, including Naval Headquarters, CP0 Organization, and Roger Pirates. This battle. No matter who wins and who loses in the end. The turbulent, old era. All will be rewritten. Don't be afraid, Emerald City, there are countless treasures waiting for us in the city. Kill all the navy that is in trouble. The pirates were led by the captains of Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji and others and cadres. He rushed forward fiercely without fear of death. Stop them and never let the pirates enter Emerald City. Protecting the Tianlong people is our job. Stay shooting, don't stop. The navy did not retreat at all. More than a dozen lieutenant generals. And the cadres of the Roger pirates such as Jabba fought bravely. The battle instantly entered a white-hot stage. However, not everyone's pirates want Locks to win. Silver Axe et al. While dealing with their respective enemies. I have been paying close attention to the battle over Locks. After seeing him being targeted by the 3-cylinder airmen, I couldn't help but feel ecstasy in my heart. Cylinder, how strong is Core and Carp? They naturally know it very well. The new guy named Roger. It looks no less beautiful either. Now the 3 of them joined forces. Perhaps it can really defeat Rocks, who has the strongest name. But even if they lose, it may not be a bad thing for Silver Axe and others. Maybe Locks was at the end of his strength by then. If Locks can be taken down. Hiss. 3.9 Silver Axe and other 2-5 boys were immediately excited. Wealth. Fame. Beauty. At that time, what you want is what you want. In this world, no one is willing to surrender to others. Especially Locks has always been strong. Some disobedient under his command. Then you will kill. So everyone in the Rocks pirates. They all just succumb to Locks' terrifying strength. And not really loyal to him. Plus there is a demonstration between Golden Lion and Big Mom. It would be strange if you don't have any rebellious thoughts in your heart. If you are not greedy for the treasures in Emerald City. I'm afraid I've started to act long ago. On the battlefield, the only one who was fighting hard was the Whitebeard. Although he didn't want Locks to win. But he believed in Yi Yu's previous words. Ignore everything else at the moment. Focus on Golden Body and fought together in the Warring States period. Yi Yu looked around. His eyes gradually became hot. That's right. He could no longer contain the fighting spirit in his heart. At present, God's Valley. Almost all the top powerhouses in the entire old era are gathered. If you don't have a good fight, wouldn't that be a big loss? Brother Yi Yu, can you give me some face? Before Roger decides the winner, stay where he is right. Quote. Just then, Silbaz Riley, who had never taken action, stepped in front of Yi Yu. Although there was a kind smile on his face. But in Rayleigh's heart. But he dared not relax at all. It can even be said. Even facing Cap. Rayleigh is not as nervous as he is now. It's really the scene where Yi Yu just instantly killed 3 CP0s. Too shocking. Is Pluto Rayleigh in his heyday? The horns of the Night Feathers swept into a curve. Nodded quite satisfied. It's a good opponent. Then let's start, but my hands that I've been waiting for are starting to itch. Chapter 52 The sword intent appears, and there is no sword flow and the gods avoid it. Boom boom boom. The explosions roared one after another. Locks vs. Cylinder, Arc, Cap, Roger. Whitebeard vs. Warring States period. Silver Axe, John, Wang Ji and other captains vs. more than a dozen lieutenant generals. And cadres of the Roger pirates such as Jabba. In addition, the collision between nearly 50,000 pirates and elite troops from the Navy headquarters. The entire coast was almost ruined. The shouts of killing are shocking. It seems that the negotiation failed. Rayleigh shrugged helplessly. Then draw the knife and unsheathed. That guy Roger, he really arranged a chore for me. Brother Yi Yu, although I don't want to be an enemy of you, there is nothing I can do. This is the order given by the captain. However, Rayleigh hasn't finished speaking yet. Yi Yu's figure across the opposite side actually spans dozens of meters. It appeared in front of him in an instant. The speed is so fast. It makes people feel too late to react. Rayleigh's face changed drastically. There was an incredible look in my eyes. He exclaimed. How is this speed possible? Too scary. The speed was like a moment of movement. Even if Rayleigh had already activated seeing and hearing, domineering spirit in advance. But I still couldn't react. Such a terrifying speed. Is it really something that humans can achieve? However, it is impossible to let Rayleigh think. Yi Yu on the opposite side swung his punch. It seems like an ordinary blow. But it made Rayleigh's face horrified again. What? This isn't this corpse killer move. Rayleigh's pupils shrank violently. He quickly put the western knife in his hand in front of him. Next second. Boom. Although Rayleigh successfully blocked Yi Yu's attack. 0-4 but the whole person. But it was pushed back dozens of meters away. 2 gullies were plowed out on the ground with both feet. This moment. Rayleigh realized that. How powerful is the boy in front of him? Cold sweat on the forehead. It couldn't stop flowing down. The two of them instantly caught the attention of others. Hey, Rayleigh, are you okay? The giggling expression on Roger's face had long disappeared. Instead, it was an extremely solemn expression. Roger was shocked. Even if there were any predictions. After all, he underestimated Yi Yu's true strength. This kid. It's really terrible. Jabba, don't worry about those little guys, go and help Riley, he can't handle that kid alone. Roger immediately held the double axe in the distance. Jabba, who was attacking frantically around the circular barrier created by the black charcoal cicada maple, shouted. Spark Jabba. The third character of Roger Pirates. He is only a little inferior to the Deputy Captain Rayleigh. In the original work, Jabba is a powerful man who can fight Kazuki Odin for 3 days and 3 nights without a chance to win or lose. The ordinary lieutenant general is no match for him at all. Strength must not be underestimated. No problem, then leave it to me. Jabba said confidently. Before leaving, Jabba raised his middle finger toward the black charcoal cicada maple hiding in the circular barrier. Son of a bitch. Isn't it just because the turtle shell is hard enough? If you have the ability, you will never come out in your life. Otherwise, I will have to chop you up. Jabba was really about to be madly angry by the black charcoal cicada maple. No matter how he mocks him. The other party just refused to come out of the circular barrier. Willing to be a turtle. And even if Jabba is entangled in the weapon, armed color domineeringness. But it cannot break through the defense. The axe in his hand was cracking so quickly. But he didn't even hurt a single hair. This fight was fought. That's so breathless. Now is just right. Jabba can finally vent his anger in his heart by changing himself. He ha 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 ha. Lox laughed. The expression on his face was extremely proud. It's useless. Even if the two of them join forces, they are definitely not Yi Yu's opponent. Be the only one who has personally experienced the full-on firepower mode of the Night Feather. Lox's tone was extremely confident. Even Rayleigh and Jabba are all with similar strength to those of the Navy. In Lox's eyes, they still have no chance of winning. Because the longer the fight is, Yi Yu will become stronger. Although such a theory is a bit outrageous. But it was experienced by Rox himself. A rebellious look scanned the three of them, including Carbon Kong, Cap and Roger, who looked extremely ugly. Lox smiled sinisterly. After all, you're Navy. Ah no, I should say that I am. All of use. In fact, I didn't really realize how perverted that kid's talent was. Quote. Not to mention the terrifying talent that even I feel ashamed of. I dare to say that just being self-disciplined is the case. Looking at the entire new world, no one can surpass Yi Yu. Lox's face was full of praise and appreciation for Yi Yu. Anyone can see it. This rebellious overlord. It's true. Recognize Yi Yu. That kid clearly has a monster-like terrifying talent, but not only did he not satisfy in pride, but he still put in several times or even dozens of times more effort than ordinary people on weekdays. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket empty, I'll ask you. The smile on Rox's face became more and more evil, and he said word by word. Being an enemy of such a person you are afraid, no, afraid. The answer is naturally self-evident. Let me ask. People who are better than you work harder than you. Is this really a comparison? Locks, no matter what the price you pay today. The face turned ashen, cylinder, empty. Gritting his teeth and saying, you, and that kid, are all destined to die here. Misevaluation of Yi's combat power. It's undoubtedly like a slap in the face. The faces of the Navy's senior officials were swollen. But what really scared the cylinder, Sora really? But it was Locke's attitude towards Yi. The maritime overlord who is known for his cruelty and cunning. He actually fully recognized the boy. What does this mean? Can't stay. Absolutely not to stay. That little devil must die here today. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket I know what you are planning. Locke seemed to see through the other party's thoughts. He mocked with disdain. But compared to the battle over there, I think you should care more about your life now. If you think that the group of CP0 gangsters who are hidden in the dark can only attack sneak attacks can help the Navy turn the situation around, that would be a big mistake. Todai you all have to die here. Locke returned the original words with unparalleled domineeringness. Although the 5 old stars holding the sword never showed up from beginning to end. But Locke already sensed his existence with other CP0 members. And as the words fell, a green halo surged around Locke again. The violent force burst out. Punched hard under your feet. A big pit burst out from the ground. Earth and rocks flew up. Locke's figure turned into a phantom and rushed out. In the blink of an eye. He already appeared in front of cylinder Kong. Open black lens bracket 50 times the force katakana middle dot armor breaking fist close black lens bracket. The fist wrapped around ordinary color domineering was smashed down. There is no time to defend. Steel boned the huge demon ape body. Then he was blown away from afar. Teacher. Cap suddenly had red eyes. Don't even think about it. He lifted his fist and rushed towards Locke. Roger followed closely behind. A series of liquid black thunders were wrapped around the great quick knife, Ace. The battle between heaven and earth broke out again. And on the other side of the battlefield. The battle between Yi, Riley and Jabba has also begun. Little devil, looking at the entire new world, there are only a handful of enemies that can allow me and Deputy Captain Riley to join forces to deal with. Jabba held 2 axes in his hand and attacked left and right. The axe is full of shadows. The sharp slash was like a fine net. It's dazzling. But Yi walked by as calmly as if he was strolling in the garden. The hands are like 2 sharp blades. At super fast speed. Wave dark red slashes. Tornado iron crush. Dang dang dang. The crisp sounds of gold and iron clashing sounded one after another. Jabba instantly changed from attack to defense. It was completely shrouded under Yi's attack. Thisho, is this possible? Jabba was shocked while holding the axe to resist. He had never seen such a weird boxing technique. Yi clearly had no weapons in his hand. But every slash. But they are all as powerful as the slashes swung by swordsmen of the swordsman level. Both speed and power are impeccable. In the blink of an eye. Jabba had already added several blood marks to his body. Don't underestimate the enemy, this kid is outrageous. Rayleigh rushed over. A western knife wrapped around 110, ordinary color domineering, in his hand cut a slash across the air. The power is extremely amazing. It's really a bit troublesome to deal with a swordsman at the level of Grand Sword Master. Yi's eyes flashed red. Immediately turned around and retreated. He hit Riley. I sensed an extremely amazing momentum. It makes people feel chilling. This momentum. Only after stepping into the level of Great Sword Master. The great way, sword intent, can only be understood by swordsmen. It can be said to be the final mystery of the sword path. However, the sword intent that everyone can understand is different. Possible cutting iron. Open black lens bracket flame close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket current close black lens bracket. Ghost energy and so on. Except for a few talented swordsmen. The rest. Almost all of them need to pass countless life and death battles. Only then can you successfully awaken sword intent. And Yu is integrating the strengths of hundreds of schools. After creating your own kendo move, his sword achievement has already stepped into the threshold of great sword master. But because he improved too quickly. So I have never awakened my own unique sword intent. Now that Riley's sword intent is felt. Yu's heart. An inexplicable force was surging. Only. It seems like something is missing that can completely release it. It's hard to grasp. Is it because I lack a good knife? Thinking about this. The power that emerged in Yu's heart seemed to respond to his thoughts. He suddenly became erect. He really guessed it. A good knife for the swordsman. It is equivalent to the second life. Not only can we achieve each other. It can also help users burst out with stronger strength. Beyond yourself. It seems that if you want to fully awaken sword intent, you have to find an opportunity to get a good knife. In the flash of lightning. Yu had already made plans in his heart. And facing the slash that Rayleigh struck again. Yu no longer dodges this time. Use the hand as the knife. Ordinary color domineering, the unique liquid black thunder wraps up along the arms. Open black lens bracket number sword flow divine avoidance close black lens bracket. Roger, Nani. A confused look b.jpg. Chapter 53, Maximum Human. Battlefield imbalance. What it was Roger's trick. Riley and Jabba were shocked. The flying slash towards us. Isn't it the famous skill created by their Captain Roger? But this blow. But it was sent out from Yu's hand. The same status. The same pressure. The same power. Even the trajectory of the arms waving was exactly the same. Only. Yu used it with bare hands and empty fists. What's the fucking situation? How could this kid do this trick? Could it be? Rayleigh's mind moved. Suddenly, I thought of something incredible. His eyes were so fierce that he widened. His face was filled with horror. Could it be? This kid just saw Roger using it once. He just learned it. But. This kind of thing. Is it really something that humans can do? If this is true. Then this guy's talent is too horrifying, right? No. It should be said that it is too perverted. This is simply a monster. Rayleigh, be careful. Just when Rayleigh was briefly stunned. But suddenly, Jabba's scream came from his ears. Damn it, I was actually distracted at this time. Rayleigh suddenly came to his senses, and his face changed drastically. Although it was only a few seconds. But the dark red flying slash. But it had already penetrated the western sword that Rayleigh was blocking his body. Fly straight to the front door. I've suffered. Riley complained in his heart. If it's on weekdays. He has experienced many battles and naturally cannot make such a low-level mistake in the battle. But the scene just now was so shocking. If Rayleigh hadn't seen it with his own eyes. I definitely won't believe it. Someone can actually see his captain using his original divine avoidance skill. Then it was replicated 100%. At the time of lightning flashing danger. Rayleigh looked horrified and fell backwards. He barely avoided Yu's slash. Only. Riley was still surrounded by the surging waves of air. Flying backwards dozens of meters away. And above his right cheek. A long and narrow wound ran across the eye socket. The bones can be seen deep. Blood kept gushing outward. Fortunately, though. It did not hurt the eyeball. Otherwise, Rayleigh might have to be a disabled person in the second half of his life. But this scar is engraved with shame. But it will accompany Riley's life. As a matter of course, you can automatically avoid the opponent's weapons and directly hit the body. Yu nodded with great satisfaction. This move is surprisingly useful. Roger's move Divine Avoidance can be said to be quite unsolvable. Not only is it powerful, and it is also extremely deceptive. I haven't seen this move. Often, they will be killed in seconds after a meeting. Because this move cannot be defended with weapons at all. In the original work. This is how Kazuki Oden was, in seconds, by Roger. But, if you meet a player as fierce as Rocks, that's a different matter. Really. Roger no longer cared about besieging Locks. The eyes were full of eagerness. He actually ran over directly. Cylinder Core and Capo looked at each other quickly. From each other's sight, I saw the immense solemnity. This amazing scene. It happened again after all. It's only been 4 months. Yi Yu's strength. It has actually made it to this level by leaps and bounds. This kid. Is it really human? The most important thing is, because of mistakenly underestimating the strength of Locks and Yi Yu. Cylinder, the tactics formulated before. It has been completely unbalanced. Just dealing with Locks. Now at least 3 Zhanwang level strong men need to join forces. And Yi Yu showed his strength. Except for Rayleigh and Jabba. At least one more powerful man from general level is required. Only then can you suppress it steadily. And the white beard. In the Warring States period, it was already a little stretched to deal with the white beard. Maintaining that golden body Buddha form for a long time is extremely physically exhausting. If you can't think of a business trip. Beachy also had to send a powerful helper to the Warring States period. This way. The Navy's high-end combat power is obviously not enough. XX. If not resolved as soon as possible. I'm afraid the entire battle situation will be affected. And now. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket empty can only give all hope. All of them are entrusted to the 5 old stars of the sword holding the sword and CP0. What? The 5 old stars who watched the battle far away in Emerald City. The pupils were shrinking rapidly. He exclaimed. The rumor is truly. Now. The 5 old stars holding the sword have already realized the severity of the situation. A cunning light flashed in his pupils. He spoke in a deep voice. Suspend the siege of the Golden Lion first and tell him the world ZF can achieve his wish. Yes. Behind, a masked CP0 member disappeared immediately. Not long. Emerald City, the fierce battle over the sky came to an abrupt end. Zephyr, go there to help he fight big katakana middle. Mom. A CP0 appeared in front of Zephyr on the moon step. He shouted coldly with an extremely tough attitude. We CP0 will take over here. But the Golden Lion. Zephyr Zhongwei wants to say something else. But it was interrupted ruthlessly. This is the order of the 5 elders. CP0 scolded without mercy. Then he ignored Zephyr. Although the other party is a Navy general. But in the eyes of CP0 and the 5 old stars. The generals are just the watchdogs of their world. Naturally, call it. It will be gone if it is lingered. Golden Lion, we know your ambitions. CP0 looks at Ski on the opposite side. Said straightforwardly. The reason why you came here directly before the war started is probably because you want to use the help of our world's ZF to get rid of Rocks as a leader, right? As long as you agree to join forces with us, the world will not only not hold you responsible. Whether the plan is successful or not, we will give you rich treasures. How about it? This proposal is a win-win choice for you and us. Nani. Zephyr, who had just fallen to the ground, listened to it. He was stunned. What's going on in this knee? He ha 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 ha. The Golden Lion burst into laughter proudly. Suddenly. The 2 swords with sharp edges in the hand pointed directly at CP0. Word by word. You want me to betray Captain Rocks? No, I have to add more money. And now on the battlefield. The cadres of the Roger pirates present. I haven't come back to my senses from the shock of the previous scene. That move just now. Isn't it the original skill of their Captain Roger? How come that kid makes him look good? What the hell is going on? Besides, Deputy Captain Riley actually was defeated by that kid. Is this true or false? The cadres of the Roger pirates stared wide. His face was filled with incredible expressions. Now, even Roger himself. My heart was also filled with infinite shock. That kid was in such a short time. It perfectly reproduces his gods of void. And no matter the power. Still skillful. Nothing inferior to him at all. But humans. Can you really achieve such a terrifying tolerance? Oh Roger, don't worry, I'm fine. Rayleigh covered his right eye. A sad smile was barely squeezed out on his face. Sighing. After all, we underestimate that kid's talent. Yes. Roger deeply agrees with this. If I give him a few more years, I'm afraid I'll surpass Locks directly. He couldn't understand Riley's strength. If it weren't for Rayleigh's combat experience just now, it was extremely rich. Go back and dodge in time. I'm afraid the right half of the head will be cut off directly in that blow. It's really a escapist from death. And this opportunity. It was because Yi Yu used God's Avoid empty-handedly to Rayleigh. If Yi Yu had a sword in his hand. I'm afraid Rayleigh will definitely die. I'm afraid it won't take that long. Rayleigh's face was full of shock. Degree said in a deep voice. It's really hard to imagine that a newcomer who has been in the industry for less than a year can grow to such a terrifying level. According to common sense. No matter how talented you are. The growth of strength. It is also necessary to follow a gradual process. And Yi Yu's appearance. But it completely shattered everyone's perception. They knew it for the first time. Human talents can actually reach such a terrifying height. No matter how difficult the skills are. Just read it once. Yi Yu can be replicated perfectly. Such a person. It can no longer be simply described as genius. This is just a maximum level human. Beyond Locks. Roger was also shocked. Staring at Yi Yu in the distance. Murmur. It's really scary to think about it. Really, we can no longer stay out of this war. If it's not bad, it's very likely that even we will be wiped out. After saying that, Roger stood up. He stared at Yi Yu for a moment. Then draw the knife inside. He rushed towards Locks again. He ha 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 ha. Locks, crazy laughter resounded throughout the coast again. Roger, you're back just right. Quote. The warm-up time is over, now I'm going to take it seriously. Chapter 54 Locks shows his power, the Gate of Totem. Boom. The momentum on Rocks began to climb upwards wildly. A green halo covers the whole body. Purging fruit 100 times the power increase, firepower is fully activated. Terrifying pressure. It soared into the sky like a awakened beast. Shocked the whole audience. In the thick clouds. A whirlpool-shaped superstorm suddenly stirred up. Those present. They were all shocked by this pressure. But what really scares them? Even if one fights three. However, Rocks was still not at all inferior. You must know. Whether it is Cylinder empty, Still Cap, or Roger. Without exception. They are all one of the top strong men on this sea. But what happened when the three of them joined forces to siege Locks? He was actually beaten by others. Dare you believe this? Oh my god, is this Captain Rox's real strength? It's too strong, right? Yes, that pressure alone makes people breathless. One person can easily suppress three top strong men, the captain's strength is simply terrifying. The members of the Rocks pirates immediately cheered and thrilled. But the Navy was not that happy. How can his power be improved? Roger's face changed drastically. The eyes were inexplicably shocked. First, Yi Yu. Now it's Rocks. These two guys in front of you. Why are they getting stronger and stronger as they fight? It's as terrifying as a monster. This is the stock fluctuation, purging fruit. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket soon was shocked. The voice trembled. Rocks is actually the ability of Devil Fruit. As the commander of the Navy headquarters. Cylinder Kong Nature has seen the complete Devil Fruit illustration. The green halo in front of me was so green that it made people feel panicked. 110 exploded before combining with Locks. That terrifying power far exceeds the phantom beast sprout. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket empty can be easily identified. Only. This news is for everyone present. Not too shocking. You must know. Lox has been shown to the world for a long time. It's all his superb physical skills. And the most powerful three-color domineering aura. Just this. He successfully ascended the throne of Sea Overlord. Almost everyone. All of them are taken for granted. Lox is not a capable person. But a physical skills powerful person. But who would have thought? Lox, this old yin bee. He actually secretly hid such a trick. It was not until this moment of life and death that it was taken out. It's so silly. If it weren't for Carbon, Kong followed Lieutenant General He's advice. Coerce Roger pirates to come and help. I'm afraid the battle has collapsed now. It's Yin. Lox, you are so stupid. Everyone is careful. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Sokka said in a horror. The devil fruit that Lox possesses is called braining fruit, which can increase the user's power within a certain range. Open black lens bracket strengthen fruit close black lens bracket. Cap's eyes were filled with pain. He actually smiled. I just said that if I only compare to the fist, how could I lose? Luffy may have inherited his strange brain circuit. Monkey's focus. Always not on the same channel as others. Roger had a sudden enlightenment. He nodded without stopping by pinching his chin. Learned. I really learned this time. It's still the high-level Taoism of Senior Lox. Even Yu. I had to give Lox a thumbs up. This is AEDJ, which is really beautiful. Have you seen it or not? This is what makes people be careful to sail the ship for thousands of years. And the captains who were ulterior motives such as Silver Axe and Wang Ji. They were all shocked and sweated. Fortunately, he didn't take the blame in advance. Otherwise, the grave grass would probably be more than 1 meter high now. But Lox's bee is too dark, right? We followed him through life and death for so many years. No one knew that he was the capable person of devil fruit. However, when Silver Axe and others accidentally noticed the dull expressions on Whitebeard and Yiyu's faces, I suddenly felt resentful. Damn it. Whitebeard knew that we wouldn't say anything. After all, that was the first member to join. It is still the top 3 combat powers. But Yiyu couldn't do it. This grandson has just joined for less than a year. Why can even a newcomer know such a secret? We elders. But they are all kept in the dark. For a moment. Silver Axe, John and others' jealousy and resentment towards Yiyu reached its peak. At the same time, they also held a deep grudge against Rox. Hee ha 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 ha. Lox grinned. I didn't expect you to recognize me at first sight, but it doesn't matter if you know me now. Because. The smile on Rox's face became more and more ferocious. Extend a finger. Point to the sky. Then he continued slowly. After destroying the God's Valley, my next goal is to raise the Holy Land Marichoa, who is holding the pigs and dragons. Asshole. Open black lens bracket corrosive close black lens bracket Kun's eyes are extremely fierce. Gritting his teeth and saying, Lox, today even if God dies, I will never let you succeed. Quote. The words fell. Cylinder air directly opens the strongest human and beast form in animal system. A terrifying aura erupted. He rushed straight towards Lox. Hee ha 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 ha. Lox sneered with disdain. You said the same thing last time. If you can really do it, just let it come over. In endless ridicule. Lox calmly avoided the attack of Cylinder Kong. When the figures intertwined, his right fist suddenly burst out. With the dual blessing of 100x power increase and ordinary color domineering. Cylinder, the sky was directly bombarded by the air. Heavily smashed into the ruins in the distance. Even the 8-armed demon ape belongs to the power-type phantom beast. But with such a powerful force, there is only one who loses. What, the dignified Navy Marshal is actually weaker than that boy Yu. Lox ignored it. Arrogant attitude. But it completely angered Carp. It's simply unforgivable. Cap's eyes wide open. He roared with gritted teeth. Teacher Kong, it's not something that trash like you can slander. An astonishing power burst out. Cap's whole person rushed out like a cannonball. Iron fist wrapped around dark red liquid lightning. He smashed straight towards Locke's head. It's not bad. Loxon smiled. He actually met with a fist that was also wrapped around armed color domineering. Boom. Two fists collided. A terrifying force came down the arm. Cap's figure flew backwards uncontrollably. After rolling backwards for several consecutive times. Only then did he barely stop his body. And the opposite Locks. Then he stood there with a smile and no movement. The gap between the two is self-evident. I've been doing it for a long time, this is it. Locks smiled contemptuously. Very domineering. Then he punched a dead corner behind him without looking back. Successfully blocked Roger's silent knife. Roger, you are really a scum among the pirates. The powerful ordinary color domineering aura lingers on it. He punched him in the air. Roger, who was blocking the knife, was immediately pushed out from afar. Mr. Cap, it's not the time to fight alone with him. Roger reminded in a deep voice. New. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Koku and Carp looked at each other. The power of Locks. Far beyond their expectations. Come on, keep pressing head on. Locks laughed wildly. He raised his hand to hook the three of them. If you don't show some real skills, you will be beaten to death by me. Provocative. Chaluo's provocation. Cylinder, after all, Kong, Cap, and Roger are also people who are shitting and facing outward. No hesitation immediately. From three different directions. At the same time, an attack on Locks was launched. Don't fight for steamed buns and try your best. Just fuck him. The three regrouped. Integrated offense and defense. Advance and retreat are well-founded. It changed the previous situation of being passively beaten. It formed a close kick situation. Only. Even so. Locks faces the attack of three people. Still seemingly at ease. The most important thing is. In Locks' hands. In fact, there is a bigger, trump card, that has not been revealed. So my heart is true. Meanwhile on the other side. Open black lens bracket Arcade City close black lens bracket. In front of a magnificent palace. Lieutenant General Crane and 6 CP0 members surrounded Big Mom in the middle. The ground stained with blood was covered with dead bodies. Except for the bodies of several CP0 members. The remaining hundreds. All of them were the bodies of the guards guarding the palace. The vast majority of them. They were all taken away by Big Katakana Middle. Mom using the soul spell. The death was extremely miserable. And the members of CP0. Although it has an absolute advantage in terms of number of people. But with the strength of these people. But it did not cause any substantial damage to Big Katakana Middle. Mom at all. No way. Big Katakana Middle. Mom's skin is really too hard. You must know. Big Katakana Middle. Mom can rely on his own defense at the age of 5. Cut the blade of the giant warrior. The physical strength can be imagined. And now. She covered her body with a layer of high-end and armed domineering spirit. It's simply, real steel balloon. Even Lieutenant General Crane. Now there is nothing to do with Big Katakana Middle. Mom. Can't even break the defense. How can I fight this? Momo. Big Katakana Middle. Mom left hand grenade cloud. Right-handed sword. The blazing flames lingered over her head and on the blade. The whole person looks like. As terrifying as the Hellfire Demon. Big Katakana Middle. Mom opens his eyes. Pointing to the palace carved with dragon totems on the front door. A strange gaze with a greedy look said. So many of you are trying to stay here to prevent me from entering, which means there is indeed something amazing hidden inside. I'm more interested in what's here than the treasures you just promised. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Chapter 55 Darkness Dark Fruit, the fatal mistake Roger made. Obviously. Big Katakana Middle. Mom is not interested in the proposal of the World ZF. Even if the other party has explained it. Golden Lion has agreed to cooperate with the World ZF. But so what? For Big Katakana Middle. Mom. The greatest happiness of being a pirate. It is a reckless plunder. Boom. Big Katakana Middle. Mom rushed towards the palace like a tank. Damn it, stop her. You must never let her break into the totem temple. CP0 members have taken action to stop them. But under the terrifying offensive of Big Katakana Middle. Mom's thunder and fire. But it was quickly broken up. Fortunately, the General Zephyr arrived in time. Open black lens bracket armed Katakana Middle. Broken steel close black lens bracket. Zephyr punched out with a righteous fist. It is no less than Cap's ultimate, armed color domineering, wrapped around it. He directly knocked Big Katakana Middle. Mom backward for more than 10 meters. So it's you, Black Wrist, Zephyr. Big Katakana Middle. Mom smiled fiercely with a ferocious expression. Although your armed domineering aura can hurt me, you still can't beat my ability. Zeus and Prometheus, let them be handed over to you first. No problem, Mom. As for orders, Mom. Thundercloud, Zeus and Little Son Prometheus immediately rushed towards the crane and Zephyr. In an instant, a terrifying lightning poured out. The scorching flames rose. As the three strongest homies created by Big Mom with his soul. Zeus has the ability to control the weather. Prometheus has the ability to control flames. But because they are not the ability of the natural system. So, even if Zephyr and Crane attacks are attached with armed color domineeringness, the attacks remain invalid for them. Unless they can find their respective weaknesses. Otherwise, I'm afraid only Brooks' yellow fruit ability can damage their body. Muma Momo'll the treasures inside are my. Big Katakana Middle. Mom holding a big knife. It directly killed the block of CP0. He rushed into the depths of the totem temple. And at this moment on the battlefield on the other side. The battle between Lox and the three-cylinder arc has entered a white-hot stage. Rox with full firepower. He once again showed everyone his terrifying strength. Perfect physical skills. Apply to the extreme, three-color domineering aura. And the Pangjuang fruit that continuously provides him with strength increase. The three were perfectly integrated by Lox. It's natural. Extremely terrifying power burst out. One person actually suppressed Cylinder Kong, Cap and Roger so much that he couldn't raise his head. Hee ha 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 ha. It's time to finish it. Cylinder is empty, let's take you first. See, Cylinder Kong punches again. A treacherous look flashed in Rock's eyes. A windmill-shaped spiral black mist suddenly appeared in the palm of his palm. In the moment of contact with the empty fist of Cylinder. Then absorb all the power contained on it. This is the moment the fist and palm contact. Open black lens bracket corrosive close black lens bracket face changes drastically. His eyes were filled with horror and incredible expressions. The power of the devil fruit in his body. It was actually restrained. The next moment. The strongest human and beast form. And the 6 arms that were born from behind actually disappeared. Cylinder, the air changed back to its original state. And his body. It is also under the influence of an attraction that cannot be competed with. Flying straight towards rocks. Bang. The heavy punch wrapped around ordinary domineering aura and 100x power augmentation hit Cylinder Sora's face. Blood splattered. Open black lens bracket Cylinder close black lens bracket the sky flew backwards directly. Hit hard into the ruins in the distance. It arouses smoke and dust to the sky. Life and death are unknown. Teacher. Cap exclaimed and rushed straight towards the ruins. What's going on with that black vortex? Roger keenly captured that brief moment. Immediately, I stepped out in horror. Staring at Lox, he didn't dare to act rashly. The scene just now was so weird and shocking. So much so. Everyone's eyes were attracted by the battlefield. But except Yi Yu. But the others didn't know what the black fog was. That's open black lens bracket dark fruit close black lens bracket. Yi Yu's pupils shrink rapidly. I was extremely shocked. This guy Locks is indeed like Blackbeard, a double fruit abilities. Recalling the past, Locks was on a deserted island. The past that he told him about the kingdom of God. A strange idea suddenly appeared in Yi Yu's mind. The black-bearded guy. Is it possible that it is Locks' son? Analyze from the age. This possibility is still extremely high. And, even if it's not the biological son, Blackbeard should also belong to the same lineage as Locks in terms of blood. Think of this. Yi Yu suddenly felt that the two of them looked a little similar. Kindness. They are all the same ugly. He ha 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 ha. Locks didn't explain anything. Instead, he burst into laughter unscrupulously. Today, no one can stop me. Those who follow me will be born. The one who goes against me will die. Quote. The domineering roar instantly rang throughout the coast. In an instant, the huge battlefield became strangely quiet. Regardless of the navy. Still a pirate. All shrouded in the terrifying deterrence of Locks. Shivering. This is the majesty of the only overlord of the old era. Young people, kill yourself. Your names are about to follow me and will be recorded in history forever. Locks laughed wildly. He knows it well. For the group of outlaws under his command, life and death. It is simply insignificant in the face of fame and wealth. Roar. Long live Captain Locks. The members of the Rocks Pirates immediately cheered and thrilled. They all became extremely excited. And even more crazy. The greed and vanity in their hearts. He was completely inspired by Locks. They rushed towards the navy with a scream. The momentum is extremely strong. Silver Axe, John and others looked at each other. From each other's eyes, I saw a look of fear. At the moment, they can only continue fighting with their teeth. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket accidentally dropped the line. The originally balanced situation on the battlefield. It was completely broken by Locks with his own strength. Open black lens bracket Rocks Pirates close black lens bracket mortality is like a rainbow. The naval camp retreated step by step. If nothing unexpected happens. Victorious Libra. It will eventually tilt towards the Rocks side. Now even Yi Yu has to admire Locks' methods. The maritime overlord deserves it. Whether it is your own strength. It's still a way to play with people's hearts. And grasp of the timing. No one can match. Yi Yu learned a lot from him. Only. Yi Yu, as a time traveler, knew very well in his heart. This battle. Locks will lose. Roger, how about it? I can give you a chance now. A cunning light flashed in Rock's eyes. He said in a deep voice. If you are willing to join me now, I promise to leave it alone and do not have any previous events. How about it? Point 0. Do you think I'll believe your nonsense? Roger frowned deeply. The expression on his face was extremely complicated. He really regrets it now. Why did my head get hot at that time? Just came over to trek into this muddy water. Although his original intention was to ask for 2 subordinates. But compared to dealing with Locks, the difficulty of robbing the execution ground is obviously much lower. The man standing at the peak of the sea in front of me. Regardless of strength. Or means. They all crushed him in all aspects. Roger suddenly agreed with what Riley had said before. He is indeed a little overestimated. But now. It's too late to say anything. That's a pity. Locks didn't expect much. I glanced at Yi Yu's location sideways. He immediately smiled and said. But it seems that your 2 men are probably going to get on the road ahead of you. What? Roger was shocked. But before he can move. Jaban's shrill scream came from the distance. Ah! The battle on Yi Yu's side ended at some point. Jabba collapsed to the ground powerlessly. The left arm was cut off with shoulder length. Blood kept gushing out of the wound. Yi Yu stepped on Jabba's moon Hungarian chamber expressionlessly. From time to time, the sound of bone cracks was heard. It seems that I have already vented more and had less ventilated. Not far from death. Even if you survive by chance, the combat effectiveness will inevitably be greatly reduced. It fell directly to the forefront. If Rayleigh hadn't been restrained. I'm afraid Jabba is gone. Jabba. Roger's eyes were bloody and his eyes were cracked. Jabba is the same as Riley. Not only is his most capable helper, he is also his most trusted partner. Even if you fight for your life, Roger would never let him die here either. However, how could Rox give him a chance to rescue the two? Immediately blocked the front with a proud look on my face. He smiled and said, I have said that the fatal mistake you have made is that you have not realized how terrifying that boy Yiyu's talent is. Chapter 56 The 5 old stars appear, the golden lion turns against the water. Although Yiyu is not a capable person of devil fruit, he wants to kill him. Lox smiled calmly. Said very seriously. Even if you join forces with Cylinder, Kong and Carp, you may not be able to do it. Roger, that's all your journey today HMM. Suddenly. Lox's face changed suddenly. It seemed like I noticed something. Turning back suddenly. What a strong ghost. Almost at the same time. A red light flashed in Yiyu's dark eyes. Domineering and hearing, crazy warning. In an instant. A huge blue-purple sword energy broke through the air from Emerald City. With the momentum of opening the sky. Sword intent runs across the sky. Attack Yiyu. Not only that. There seemed to be a strange aura attached to this blue-purple sword energy. It seems that countless evil ghosts are hiding in it. Wherever you pass. Those who were approaching around could faintly hear the shrill wailing and screaming. Inspiring great chaos. Cold is generated throughout the body. Rayleigh, don't want him to die, just give me the knife. Yiyu said nothing. While kicking Jabba at Riley. He directly snatched the western knife from his hand. Open black lens bracket ship 0 katakana middle dot and destroyed / close black lens bracket. Yiyu's aura began to soar wildly. The long sword in his hand slashed down sharply. It means, 110, when competing with the person who strikes. And the sword intent in his heart. It sprouted quietly without realizing it. Boom. The huge black chopping wave broke out from the air. Carrying the power of destroying the world. It collided with the blue-purple sword energy. 0 style katakana middle dot and destruction / as Yiyu General Thunder Bagua. Open black lens bracket buffs gun katakana middle dot Weo close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket chasing close black lens bracket. After the sword skills such as lion katakana middle dot Chi Valley are perfectly integrated. The new move created. The power contained in it. Extremely amazing. Even Roger's God's avoidance cannot be compared with it. Two extremely powerful sword energy. After a brief stalemate in midair for a few seconds. It exploded with a bang. A huge deep pit was instantly blown out on the coast. The entire island trembled. The ground was covered with cracks. It extends outward like a spider web. The terrifying aftermath followed. Even a stream of wind blades rolled up. He directly strangled hundreds of Navy and pirates nearby. Heavy casualties. When did Brother Yiyu's sword technique become so powerful? The white beard, who was fighting against the warring states period, couldn't help but feel a little tongue-in-law. This is the first time Yiyu has revealed his sword. Even on Rock's face. They were all surprised and incredible. Is this kid hiding very deeply? That boy is / Roger and Rayleigh became more and more frightened as they looked at them. The power contained in Yiyu's attack just now. It's actually a little better than them. Physical skills, general level. Sword doubt, great sword master. The most important thing is. He is only 18 years old. Is this guy really a human? And when Yiyu landed again. A group of people came slowly from Emerald City. The leader. Wearing a white Taoist robe. Bald head. Wearing glasses. He held a long and narrow sword in his hand. Be powerful without anger. It is the only sword holder among the 5 old stars. The / just now. It was done by others. I didn't expect you to take my ghost /. The 5 old stars holding the sword looked at Yi Yu with shocked eyes. He never expected it. Yi Yu could actually take the attack so calmly. It seems that the black-haired boy in front of him. It is far more powerful and trickier than he expected. That time Yi Yu saw the other person's appearance clearly. The pupils contracted sharply. The handsome face showed a look of surprise. Because the appearance of the 5 old stars in front of you. It's exactly the same as the one that was when the plot of later generations officially began. You must know. There is a total of 36 years between them. 5 old stars, are they all monsters that won't age? It's at this moment. Lox narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, he spoke with a gloomy face. Ski, why are you mingling with them? I can understand that you have betrayed me. Only then did everyone see clearly. A familiar figure stood at the end of the pedestrian. Ha ha ha. The golden lion pretended to shake his head and said. Captain Lox, don't get me wrong. I really didn't betray you. Only. The world ZF gives so much. A gloating look suddenly appeared on the golden lion's face. Spread your hands. He said with a wicked smile. And they just need me to be out of the matter, and I have no reason to refuse. Hee hee, Captain Lox, if you didn't draw your sword at you, it shouldn't betray you, right? Besides. The golden lion suddenly looked at Yi Yu. I continued with some regrets. There's no way, I really can't help you this time. I've given you a chance before. Although I couldn't bear to let Yi Yu down with his amazing talent. But today. If Lox doesn't die. The one who died in the future was his golden lion. Pirates are already full of betrayal. There is no reason for the golden lion to give up his life because of Yi Yu. The words are over. The golden lion flew directly into the sky. He acts like he is watching the show and eating melons outside. It's just his words. But it has caused a great sensation among the pirates. What the hell is going on? Yes, how could Boss Ski suddenly rebel against Captain Rox at this time? The members of the Rox pirates immediately looked at each other. A look of confusion. However, few people noticed it. In fact, just as Lox questioned the golden lion, several CP0 members in white suits. They appeared in front of Silver Axe and Wang Ji and other team captains and cadres at the first time. Same conversation. Same conditions. Almost except for Whitebeard and a few cadres. Everyone else agreed. As for Yi Yu, he has been on the World ZF's list of kills. Even if he wants to agree, the World ZF will not agree. Is this your choice? Lox looked at Silver Axe, Wang Ji, John and others walking towards the opposite side with expressionless face. He said coldly. It seems you all think I will lose this battle. Very good, I hope you won't regret your choice today. Silver Axe doesn't think he was the first to speak. Captain Lox, don't blame us for being ruthless. If you want to blame, you blame you for being too partial to that boy Yi Yu. That's right. Wang Ji also stood up. No matter what we say, we are always a veteran who has passed away from birth and death. But you promoted a new person to be on par with us. I don't agree. Yes, we don't agree. Other rebellious cadres also started to shout. In fact, even if Yi Yu is not there, these people will still betray Lox. Because of them. I don't want Lox to become the king of the world, at all. Now the World ZF is offering such a generous price. How could these Urwuzi refuse? The World ZF's method is still as dirty as ever. Lox was too lazy to take a look at the trash more. He said to the 5 old stars holding the sword with a gloomy face. It's so light that it's broken down and divided the cadres under my command 0 inches. I have to say that your strategies and methods are indeed higher than mine. Dirty. The 5 old stars holding the sword sneered disdainfully. Isn't this the exclusive synonym for you pirates? Aren't greed and betrayal the best skills of your pirates? I just made some use of it. Besides, all I want is the word, victory. For 5 old stars and the World ZF. Victory is the only purpose. Otherwise, there will be no organization like CP0 that hides in the dark to do dirty work. Just as the two of them were talking, Cap had already walked back with the blood-covered cylinder on his head. He was seriously injured by Locke's blow. If it is not the physical condition of a person far exceeds that of ordinary people. I'm afraid it's already GG led now. Come on, let's go ahead, except for those who signed an agreement with the World ZF, no other pirates left and kill them all. The 5 old stars holding the sword said coldly. I want people all over the world to take a good look at what will happen if they dare to provoke the world. In order to successfully destroy Locks. The world has paid a lot of money. Come to win over those strong team captains and cadres. But ordinary pirates are not so lucky. All that awaits them is death. I will deal with this little devil myself, and I will leave Locks and Whitebeard to you. The 5 old stars holding the sword seemed to remember something. Pointing to the opposite side, Locks, whose face was extremely gloomy, continued. If I read it right just now, what Locks used to hurt you should be the ability of natural system, dark fruit. Although it's a bit incredible, Locks should be the first person in 800 years to have 2 devil fruits at the same time. And the ability of this dark fruit is very complicated. It can not only restrain other devil fruit abilities and make its abilities invalid. It can also suck everything in contact with the darkness and compress and crush it with infinite power. If you want to deal with him, it is best for non-fruit abilities to take action. I have to say. The 5 old stars holding the sword have extremely sharp insights. He told the biggest secret hidden in Locks directly. These words suddenly caused an uproar. Cylinder, the Navy senior executives such as Kong and Carp were directly shocked and sweated. Roger 3.9, Rayleigh and others widened their eyes. I was shocked. And the members of the Rocks Pirates, including Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Silver Axe. Then they all looked shocked. Nani. Too scary. Is Rocks actually a dual fruit abilities? Didn't it mean that if you eat the second devil fruit you will immediately explode and die? Now. No matter how enemies are. Everyone has a feeling that their cognition has been subverted. Rocks today. One after another, they showed them one amazing trump card after another. All staff obey orders. The cylinder empty came to my senses. He quickly took out his phone and issued an order. Without the leadership of the team leader and cadres. The other pirates suddenly became like headless flies. The Navy took the opportunity to counterattack. Under the leadership of more than a dozen lieutenant generals, the momentum was unstoppable. Turn around and start the battle. Since the war started, the 2 sides have started a desperate battle of up to 3.5 hours. Open black lens bracket Rocks Pirates close black lens bracket before this. Always occupy an advantageous position. However, at this moment, the huge advantage is because of the appearance of the 5 old stars holding the sword. And the collective betrayal of a group of 2 or 5 boys, such as the Golden Lion and the Silver Axe. There was a reversal. The whole battle situation suddenly took a sharp turn. The defeat of Rocks Pirates. It seems inevitable. Chapter 57 The King of the World or Eternal Legend. We were surrounded, and a large number of Navy surrounded us from behind. What should I do? Without the captain and cadres, we are no match for those lieutenant generals at all. Let's find a way, I don't want to die here. Don't kill me, I surrender. On the entire battlefield. The pirates were filled with wailings, screams, and begging for mercy. The betrayal of the Golden Lion, the Silver Axe, John and others. It directly defeated their last psychological defense line. Now. The pirates had already lost all their fighting spirit. Each of them looked pale. His eyes were full of despair. Many pirates even threw down their weapons. Choose to surrender on your knees. But waiting for them. But it is still the ruthless blade of the Navy. No living mouth. Kill them all. The world's strongest pirate group that was terrifying in the past. It fell apart in the blink of an eye. It collapsed like a building capsized. Now in the hearts of the pirates. Only despair remains. Deep despair. Bastard, hurry up and cheer me up. Did you guys forget their identities? We are the world's strongest Rocks Pirates. You must never let the Navy's trick succeed so easily. A critical moment. The Whitebeard stood up without hesitation. Rough and domineering voice. With the blessing of shock fruit. Resounding across the coast like thunder. Boom. A punch lingering with a white halo hits it in the air. A terrifying shock wave swept out like a flood. Several lieutenant generals coming towards him. And thousands of elite naval forces flew backwards. The Navy's offensive suddenly stopped. 04 No one dared to rashly step into the area where the Whitebeard was located. Captain Whitebeard. The pirates were as if they saw a savior. A panic in my heart. Finally, it was effectively alleviated. To be honest, Whitebeard actually doesn't want Locks to win this battle. But he took the blame for Jin Lion and others. The behavior of the Rawuzi, who openly betrayed. Feeling extremely despised. He has a white beard. The one who hates the most is his fucking traitor. Naturally, I don't want to join these people. Whitebeast, can't you see the current form clearly? Open black lens bracket golden body close black lens bracket the Warring States period was breathing heavily. He shouted loudly. Locks is already at the end of his journey. You shouldn't think that you can defeat us all by just the power of you and Locks, right? Don't look at what the Warring States period said was very tough. But I was afraid of the white beard. But it is no worse than Locks. Shocking fruit can cause vibrations in the sky, the earth, the atmosphere and the ocean at will. A casual blow. It can cause strong earthquakes and tsunamis. Destructive power and attack range. It can be said that it is the most powerful of all three types of devil fruit. Its power. Even the recognized strongest natural system cannot be compared with it. Inside the Navy. This power. It is even called the power to destroy the world. If Whitebeard is really forced to get angry. If he has the firepower on. So. Even if the world ZF can win in the end. It is bound to pay an extremely tragic price. This is what the Warring States period least wants to see. And. Needless to say. God of God is definitely gone. So. The Warring States period turned its eyes. Come on the plan. The golden light on his body suddenly disappeared. Restored his original body shape. Raise your hand and point around the white beard. The group of faces were horrified. Pirate seeking asylum. He said with a sly look. Whitebeast, if you choose to stop now, I promise that you and your subordinates will leave here safely. I have to say. The Warring States period is worthy of being a famous wise general in the naval camp. For the Whitebeard's temperament. Very accurate in grasping. If the Warring States period had only agreed to let Whitebeard go. So. Not only will the other party directly reject it. Instead, it will completely anger the man. Because. Whitebeard has never been a person who is afraid of death. But now. But it's different. Although now. The Whitebeard is not like that of later generations. Treat all the members of your ship as sons. But between each other. There are still some emotional bonds. So. For the Whitebeard, who has always cherished his feelings the most. The Warring States period used the lives of these crew members to threaten him. It really hits the weak point. Boss Whitebeard, promise him, we don't want to die. Yes, the defeat is now decided, so you can only wait for death if you stay here. Please. I want to go home. Facing the crew members who were panicked like a broken dog. A hint of unbearable expression flashed in the Whitebeard's eyes. However. Just when Whitebeard felt it was difficult to make a decision. Locks, who had been in silence before. But suddenly he spoke. Take them away, Newgate. Captain. The Whitebeard turned his head in surprise. In his impression. This is definitely not something that a cold-blooded and ruthless person like Locks can say. However. But he saw. On Rock's face. He actually smiled rarely. That's right. That man. He was actually laughing. The defeat is now decided. Everyone was watching Rox's next move. Just as everyone thought. Locks will inevitably be furious because of his failure. This is called, brutal, by the whole world. Cunning. Crazy. Cold-blooded. Malice, man. But in full view of everyone. Smiling strangely. It was like the knot that had been entangled for many years had finally been opened. Rox had a relieved smile on his face. That's right. He was defeated today. And it was defeated, but so what can this happen? This ending is now. Not that long ago. Is it already in Rox's expectations? Or dominate the world become the king of the world? Or be buried in the sea become the eternal legend? Rox started from the day the Pirates was founded. I have never given up on such pursuits. Money and power in the eyes of everyone. Goal and direction. Fame and prestige. For him Lox. It's just a fanatical game. And he Lox. Regardless of life and death. All are destined to be in this game. The most shining protagonist. Born as a king. Die to the point. He ha 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 ha. Lox laughed loudly. You and Newgate, take everyone out of here. You no longer need to stay here. The Navy and the World ZF's goal is me. Today, I'm going to make a complete break with them. Lox knew very well. The defeat is now decided. No matter what the price the world and the Navy pays. I will never let him go. There are also traitors such as Golden Lion, Silver Axe, and John. It is absolutely impossible to watch him leave the island alive. Otherwise. After this group of 2-5 boys got the treasure. I've left here long ago. The reason why he didn't leave. It's just that I want to confirm with my own eyes that Rox can only be at ease if I feel at ease. Their little thoughts. How could Rox not see it? You, with your talent, I believe that in the future, you will definitely be able to stand on a higher stage than me. His eyes turned to Yu. Lox showed a look of praise and expectation on his face. He shouted. I hope you can inherit my will, lead everyone, and bring this sea. Make a big flip. This statement comes out. Whether it is the Navy or the pirate. Those present. All of them changed color. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, John and others even showed jealous and resentful expressions. Because. Lox, words. Nothing different from. Take the captain directly. Entrusted to Yu. Even after the betrayal of the captains of the Golden Lion and Silver Axe. Rox Pirates is destined to decline. But the name of the former, the world's strongest pirate group. On the sea. But he still has an unimaginable terrifying appeal. And he used terrifying talent that is like a monster. Beyond Lox. It's definitely just a matter of time. At that time, just Yu shook his arms and shouted. A huge super fleet can be organized at any time. At this point. Those present. There is no doubt at all. Stop dreaming. The 5 old stars holding the sword sneered disapprovingly. Word by word. Neither you and him today can leave. Who said I'm leaving? Just then. Yu's magnetic voice suddenly rang. Everyone was stunned. They all turned around and looked. Yu walked to Rox with a calm expression. He said with disgust. Stop making decisions for me privately, whoever wants to inherit your will. Joke. Fish and fish fruit has not been obtained yet. How could Yu leave? Besides. With his step. If you really want to escape. Here is one counting one. No one can stop him. And that's it. Yu really wants to learn about the strength of the 5 old stars holding the sword at 110. Look at him. Is it like the legend? It's a hidden little boss. You boy want to die with me. Rox, face was full of touching and unexpected expressions. Seeing Yu suddenly felt a chill. He quickly moved a few steps to the side. I said, I don't care about the winner or loser of this battle. Yu looked at the 5 old stars holding the sword with a cold look. Word by word. I just care whether I can fight to the fullest. Leave that old guy to me, the others you deal with it yourself. He ha 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 ha. Not only did Rox not get angry. Instead, he laughed. You kid is still as direct as ever. But this time the opponent you chose is very strong, maybe even stronger than me. At the end of the day. Lox's eyes were full of solemnity. For some reason. He is on the 5 old stars holding the sword. I actually sensed an ancient and mysterious aura, full of the vicissitudes of time and the sense of heaviness. Quite strange. Just to my wish. Yi Yu turned his head and looked at the white beard. Said lightly. Perform Captain Locke's orders. In the next battle, these people will only become cannon fodder in vain. Yi Yu, then be careful. Whitebeard knew very well. The defeat of Rock's pirates is a foregone conclusion. Only Locke and Yi Yu stayed behind to break the rear. Only the rest can get a glimmer of hope. But even so, I'm afraid there will not be too many people who can survive. But for the Whitebeard, he sincerely hopes Yi Yu can be safe and sound. The eyes are slightly red. The Whitebeard whispered, "You kid, don't die here, I'm still waiting to fight with you for a drink." The words fell. The Whitebeard twisted his body violently. He shouted at the pirates scattered on the battlefield. As a pirate, you guys should have long been awakened to death. Quote, people who want to leave here alive, just give up your life and follow me to rush out. Buzz. As the words fell, the white halo containing the shock force lingers on the Whitebeard's giant fist again. An extremely violent punch, facing the direction of Emerald City, hammering down from the air. Even if you leave, the Whitebeard also wants to give the Tianlong people and the Navy some color. Chapter 58, Devouring the Valley of God. The game of death begins. Boom. The white-bearded iron fist fell. The atmosphere shattered with a bang. A huge and unparalleled shock wave raged out. The entire island trembled. Rareless. Emerald City is not a place where you can do whatever you want. The Warring States period shouted angrily. A golden light suddenly emerged behind him. The huge golden body directly blocked the Emerald City. The front end of the giant palm. A shock wave lingers out. The shock waves that came towards the tsunami of mountains and seas pressed on them. Rumble. The shocking explosion soared into the sky. The terrifying waves swept across all directions like a hurricane. It's blocked, it's really worthy of being the Warring States of Buddhist. A cheer suddenly rang out from the naval camp. It's not the time to celebrate. Corrosive Bone Hun's eyes were red and his face turned ashen. He raised his hand and pointed to the direction of the Whitebeard's retreat. He gritted his teeth and ordered, closing the port immediately, no matter what the price is paid. You must not let the pirates escape. On the warship berth beside the coastline, tens of thousands of elite naval forces suddenly emerged. Whitebeast, the Navy will never let you escape. Yes, I will never let you pass here. Come on your life. Quote. Under the leadership of several lieutenant generals, nearly 10,000 elite naval forces began to attack the fleeing pirates. Gulalalala. Whitebeard showed his glorious eyes. You are still far from stopping me. Kong Yunchi, wave it down boldly. A white halo lingers out from the head of the knife. Shock fruit, the ability is activated again. Heaven and earth suddenly lost their color. A surging shock wave swept out. Bomb away all the hindrance enemies in front of you. Open up a way for the pirates to escape. Whitebeard, who is at its peak at this time. Once you get serious, the combat power is simply too strong. Except for a few powerful men from the General Emperor level, including the Warring States period. Others. In front of the Whitebeard. I can't even hold on for a single round. Strong strength. Let Whitebeard be invincible on the battlefield. Firepower is fully opened. Even the islands and the sea surface tilted. It's like a terrifying wife. Follow the white-bearded boss. Navy, we have recorded all this account, and one day we will return it in full. Everyone is too close to the Whitebeard boss. His power is really too powerful. Don't be afraid, it's safe to rush onto the boat. The pirates cheered up too. Following Whitebeard. Launch a fierce attack on the ship docked beside the coast. Hee-ha-ha-ha-ha. The golden lion is floating in the air. Unscrupulously laughed. The Navy is really overestimating its abilities. Just those lieutenant generals want to stop Newgate. If he really makes him angry, he will start to be crazy. I'm afraid everyone on this island will suffer. The eyes moved down. The golden lion glanced at the bottom of the eyes and looked tense. Silver Axe, John, and others with restless faces. He laughed and joked. I said, Silver Axe, why haven't you left here yet? Do you still want to stay here for the new year? Ski, you're gloating there. Silver Axe shouted in a furious voice. Don't you dare not leave early. Yes. The rare golden lion has not yet returned. Instead, he smiled. Said with deep meaning. If Captain Rox doesn't die, we will die. All of them looked at each other. From beginning to end, I was staring in the middle of the battlefield. Lox, surrounded by layers of the Navy. The life and death of the Whitebeard and those tens of thousands of pirates. They don't care at all. They just want to watch Lox die before them. Only. The Golden Lion has an ominous premonition. Today's war. It will definitely not end like this simply. Who knows Lox's body? Will there be any amazing secrets hidden? That bastard with white beard. See the Navy responsible for blocking the robbery outside the coast. He was killed alone by Whitebeard and defeated. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket soon was suddenly furious and furious. Gritting his teeth and saying. In the warring states period, take people over and hold the Whitebeard immediately. The pirates must not be allowed to escape, otherwise our Navy will be faceless. Yes. The warring states period immediately led more than 10 lieutenant generals to rush towards the coast. Only. They haven't taken a few steps yet. Then he was stopped by someone. Boy you, if you don't want to be affected by me, just hide there quickly. Lox smiled. The eyes were full of madness. Open black lens bracket black cavity close black lens bracket. Hoo. He opened his arms violently. Endless darkness soared from behind Lox. In an instant. This creates a huge dark curtain between the sky and the sun. Not only did it block the way for the warring states period and others. It also directly divided the entire battlefield into two. The dark curtain wall. It seems to have endless suction. The Navy and pirates nearby who had no time to dodge. Then they were all pulled in by the powerful suction force. In the blink of an eye. It completely disappeared into the endless darkness. Even the light shines on it. They were all swallowed directly. The brightness of the entire area. It dimmed instantly. Creates a sense of visual distortion. Hiss. The huge battlefield suddenly became silent. The atmosphere is even more bizarre. Is that the ability of natural system awakening? Cylinder, a person with many devil fruits abilities, such as Cylinder. They all retreated in horror. They can feel it clearly. The power of the devil fruit in your body. When facing this endless darkness. Quiet. In fear. Repulsive. As if it's approaching. The power of devil fruit will be directly from the bodies of these boarders. Just like being pulled out directly. Regardless of whether this feeling is true or false. No one. Willing to take risks with your precious abilities. That's the trump card that Captain Rox has been hiding. Golden Lion and Silver Axe, etc. Although not a capable person. But he hid far away early. Looking at the dark side of the sky. These 5 boys. Suddenly I felt cold all over my body. Maybe you'll finish it today. Even on the face of the 5 old stars holding the sword. They also showed a look of shock. Only. A hint of suspicion appeared in his old pupils. There was also doubt in my eyes. And you. Although he was a little amazed. Lox actually developed the dark fruit to such a terrifying level. It's like he's throwing the Blackbeard's waste hundreds of streets. But. What you couldn't understand was that. If it is simply to stop the warring states period and others. Lox doesn't have to go so hard at all. Release black mist with such a huge range. You must know. The ability to use the devil fruit. It takes physical energy. The higher the intensity. The greater the consumption. At this moment of life and death. Lox, this old yin bee. It is never possible to act so rashly. Yu knows him. This guy must have some intentions. Frown with sword eyebrows. Yi Yu's vision fell unknowingly on the dark side that covered the sky and the sun. However, when he accidentally noticed the changes at the edge of the shady curtain, the pupils contracted violently. A rare swear word. Fuck, can you still play like this? And on the other side. After a few minutes, the 5 old stars with swords. Finally, he reacted. Not good. The 5 old stars holding the sword can no longer care about the majesty of any power. He pointed at the dark side behind Locks with horror. He exclaimed. Hurry, stop him. That madman Locks wants to use the power of dark fruit to swallow the entire God's Valley together. What? Everyone present was shocked. He looked at the shady curtain with disbelief. See. The black curtain wall was like the shape of a 1. At the edges on both sides. It is along the coast on the outskirts of the island. It is still at the speed visible to the eyes. Slowly expand forward. Now it has become the basic witch. Even the part of the sky. It is expanding too. Wherever the black fog passes. Any buildings and corresponding things on the surface. All of them were swallowed up. Extremely terrifying. Rox is actually ready to swallow the entire island together. Madman, this madman. Everyone was completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Originally they thought. After successfully instigating core members such as Golden Lion and Silver Axe, join forces against Locks. It will become easy. But who would have thought? This crazy man. Not only does it lack the awareness of the loser. Instead, he made such a shocking and crazy move. If it cannot be stopped in time. Nearly 100 Tianlong people in Emerald City. Thousands of slaves. There are also these 60,000 elite naval forces on the battlefield. And the rare treasures that are rare in Emerald City. It will all be swallowed by the endless darkness released by Locks. This moment. Even the 5 old stars holding the sword open tightly. Ski, please help me, ascend the ship that the world ZF gave us to the sky. We can give you half of the treasure on the ship. Yes, that guy Locks is already crazy. He can only wait for death to stay here. Even if I have to face Locks, endless pursuit in the future, at least I can enjoy a few more comfortable days now. Let's get out of this ghost place quickly. Silver Axe, Wang Ji and others were almost scared to pee. I never dare to stay here again. They all came to the Golden Lion and begged. Let's go. The Golden Lion made a quick decision. Locks's dark fruit. It can be said that it is all open black lens bracket, the nemesis of the devil fruit. Stay here. I can only eat the melons with the navy. Jahahahaha was he discovered so soon. Locks burst into laughter. A look of contempt. Scan the 5 old stars holding the sword and the Korers, Kong and other powerful people one by one. He said with a ferocious expression. You are right. When my black cavity is completely closed, everything inside, including me, will be pulled into the black hole. It will never be restored. That is, inside. If you want to survive, you can only kill me before the black cavity is completely closed. Locks is like a devil. The smile on his face became more evil and ferocious. Suddenly he said word by word. Countdown start. Chapter 59. The 5 old stars take action, are you deserving justice? Madman. Yi Yu no longer knows what words to use to describe Rocks. Although it is released by black cavity, it can successfully prevent a group of corrosive, aerial and warring states period from intervening in the battle. Win a lot of time for Rocks, final madness. But such a crazy move. He will inevitably gather all the spearheads on him. And it has always supported the expansion of black cavity. It will also consume a lot of physical strength. No matter how powerful Rocks is. It is absolutely impossible to defeat so many strong people at the same time. Such a simple truth. Yi Yu believed that Locks could not figure it out. But this crazy man did the same. Madman. What a true madman. Now, even Yi Yu was shocked by this man's madness. He can't tell the difference now. Did Rocks deliberately commit suicide? Or are you determined to die? Or, like he himself said before, Can't become the king of the world. Will it become eternal legend? Anyway. This guy is a crazy guy. You, I know if you kid want to leave, no one here can stop you. Locke's eyes were full of madness. Laughing loudly. Swaz here today, and witness my most gorgeous curtain call. Open black lens bracket dark invasion close black lens bracket. Press your hands heavily toward the ground. Endless darkness swept out again. A black carpet, with the breath of death formed on the ground. While extending forward and spreading wildly. Let go wherever you pass. Whether it is people, weapons, corpses, or ruins. And everything that can be covered in darkness. Pull it all into it. In the darkness. Damn it, my body was pulled off 110 without control. Who is here to ask me? I don't want to die. Caught out of control. Hundreds of elite naval forces were trapped in swampy darkness. No matter how they struggle. All to no avail. Finally, without exception. All were swallowed by endless darkness. Only those who use armed color domineering. It only slightly delayed the suction force under the feet. Don't worry about other people for now. Everyone takes action together to stop this crazy man. The 5 old stars holding the sword shouted loudly. The ancient long sword in his hand suddenly unsheathed. The shocking sword intent was stirred up. It's like 100 ghosts walking at night. It immediately made the people around him feel a creepy trembling. Open black lens bracket Sharadao katakana middle dot heavenly condemnation close black lens bracket. The purple ghost sheet sways from the blade. Emitting a strange light. The 5 old stars holding the sword suddenly rose up. Carrying endless power. Swinging his knife at Locke's. It's just right Locke's face was ferocious. Green on his body surged. The dark frenzy of left hand. Right hand 100 times the power increase. High fighting spirit. However, just as we were about to take action. But a figure was already rushing towards the 5 old stars holding the sword. Get out of here, that old guy is my prey, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Yu felt the clearer sword intent in his heart. The momentum on his body burst out. The western knife wrapped around the ordinary color domineering in his hand broke out from the air. Open black lens bracket ship 0 katakana middle dot and destroyed / close black lens bracket. Boom. The blades of 2 black knives collided across the air. In the air. A thunderous explosion suddenly came. Terrifying waves of air. It swept across all directions like a hurricane. There is no need to release it actively. Yu and the 5 old stars holding the sword. That is the ordinary color domineering aura that only top-level strong people have. It poured out instantly. Click. Sizzle. In the shaking air. It formed 2 terrifying ripples that were visible to the eyes, dark red and blue-purple. It's like 2 walls of air that cannot be seen. Between the blades of the 2. The fierce collision magic started to rub it. The violent black thunder raged out. Destroy everything beside the 2. Next second. Rumble. When the 2 blades really collided together. Time seemed to be still. Immediately afterwards. The ground under the 2 of them collapsed. Deep cracks spread out. The entire island trembled violently. A powerful hurricane. Even the nearby navy that had no time to escape were blown up sky. Even the trees were uprooted. All thrown to the distance. Above the sky. The swirling storm that had been stirred by Locke's was directly torn apart from it. A shocking scene like a great rift valley. Now. The navy present with members of CP0. They were all deeply shocked by the amazing scene in front of them. Incredible. That debuted for less than a year. A black-haired boy who is only 18 years old. He actually has the terrifying strength to give a try with the world's highest ruler, the 5 elder stars. Hateful. Cap's fists clenched. Looking at Yu's figure. He said with a reluctance. Is it already so big that he has opened up such a big gap in just 4 months? In the Warring States period, his eyes were softened with horror. Some questions were uncertain. Teacher, that kid just now seems to have used the entanglement of ordinary color domineering. although the Warring States period was the owner of ordinary color and domineering. But I don't know how to use the winding technique. It's not that Cyborg didn't teach him, or the qualifications of the Warring States period were too stupid, but because the technique of entanglement of ordinary color domineering is too difficult to practice. Not only does it take a lot of time and energy, and the success rate is extremely low. Even if you look at the whole world, only a handful of top AEDJ powerhouses can do it. In the Warring States period, after practicing for a few years, I found that there was no big improvement. Then he decided to give up. Now I have seen Yi Yu, who has been in the industry for less than a year, actually used it. It was so shocking that I was very shocked. That's right. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket. The empty face is also full of incredible things. Staring at Yi Yu's figure. Murmur. What kind of terrifying talent does that boy have that skillfully applies skills that only the top-level strong men can master at this age? Roger also spoke with emotion on his face. I'm starting to believe in rocks now. We have indeed underestimated Yi Yu's terrifying talent. Yes. Riley felt the pain from his right cheek. Focus on the head. That's such a frightening monster. But the most dangerous thing right now is rocks. Yes, we can't let him continue to do whatever he wants. Then let's make a break with him. Roger and Cap looked at each other tacitly. Immediately. Then he rushed towards Locks in the distance. And Rayleigh. And several CP0 members who are not fruit-powered. He also ran out after the two of them. Click. Yi Yu's hand with the western knife. A brittle cracked sound came out. Fine cracks. It spreads up from the hilt of the knife like a spider web. Just use a little force. It will be broken into two pieces. You must know. This western knife from Rayleigh. Although it is not like Roger's ace ranks one of the supreme fast knife 12 workers. But it is also a very rare famous sword. Now. In fact, he collided with the ancient long sword in the hands of the 5 old stars holding the sword. It shattered with a bang. It's enough to show the hand in the old guy's hand. Absolutely extraordinary. If I guess correctly, the knife in your hand is the first generation Gui Che, one of the 12 workers of the supreme great quick knife, right? Yi Yu's dark eyes showed a look of greed. Said with a smile. Why don't we make a deal? As long as you give me this knife, I will spare your life. How about it? HMPH, overestimate one's own abilities. The 5 old stars holding the sword were almost angry to death by Yi Yu's words. But I was shocked. Yi Yu had just successfully taken his full-strength attack again. If it weren't for the knife in my hand that broke. It is absolutely difficult for the two to be separated. And the 5 old stars holding the sword are still coming from Yi Yu. I noticed a sharp, sword intent. It turned out to be the same ghost spirit as him. Although it is still in its germination stage. But the power revealed. But it is already extremely amazing. This can be seen from this. The sword achievement of the young man in front of him. He has already entered the realm of great sword master. The 5 old stars holding the sword couldn't help but feel shocked. What a fucking newbie who has debuted for less than a year. Which newcomer can do this? This talent. Isn't it too amazing? For 800 years. There has never been such a terrifying existence on the sea. But you are right, this is indeed first-generation Gito. The 5 old stars holding the sword frowned. In a high position. Stern. All those who have seen this knife unsheathed are dead. You and Locks are no exception. You have such strength at a young age, and your talent is indeed amazing. It's just a pity that you chose the wrong camp and stood opposite to justice. Today, you are destined to be destroyed with Locks. Open black lens bracket justice close black lens bracket. Yi Yu threw the broken knife in his hand to the ground. He sneered disdainfully. It's really ironic to say this word from the perspective of you, a celestial dragon. The world ZF condemns the evil deeds of the dragon people, tramples on civilians, levies violent taxes gold in the heaven, and acquiesces the pirates to wantonly slaughter non-companies. Over the years, it seems that the crimes committed by your world are not less than those of us pirates, right? Quote. Just that's it, you are also worthy of being a high-sounding person who represents justice. Chapter 60 The Secret of the Five Old Stars, the ultimate secret of the 6 styles pre-saving. Being a pirate. Yi Yu never boasts of himself as a gentleman. Although he is indeed not as cold-blooded and cruel as Locks and Golden Lion Tilda. Like to kill innocent people indiscriminately. But if anyone provokes him, he will also kill without mercy. Even the world nobles Tianlong people are no exception. In Yi Yu's opinion, this world is undoubtedly a very deformed and pathological existence. Black and white are reversed. The order of justice and evil is in chaos. Only strength is the most important. Everyone speaks with their fists. Presumptuous. The 5 old stars holding the sword faces were gloomy like water. Anger surged in my heart. For 800 years. No one has ever dared to slander the Tianlong people in the world like this. Even if there is, he's already dead. This arrogant and ignorant little devil in front of him. It's really damn. The momentum in his body began to rise step by step. That surging anger. Even the Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others standing in the distance. All can be felt clearly. The dragon people are descendants of the Creator and are the creators of the world order. They deserve all the privileges in this world. How can you, the inferior and despicable pirates, question it? The first generation Gui Che, in the hands of the 5 old stars holding the sword, was slowly unsheathed. The air around suddenly condensed. The strange patterns on the blade exuded a powerful evil aura. It's like a wailing ghost. Chaotic minds. Combined with the ghost energy on the 5 old stars holding the sword. The feeling of oppression is simply overwhelming. You and Locks are destined to die here today. Looking at Yi Yu with bare hands. The 5 old stars holding the sword said with cold eyes. I want to see this time. Without a sword in my hand, how do you take my slash? As the words fell, first generation Gui Che suddenly fell. A blue-purple sword energy flowed out. Have you never told you that the Navy's watchdogs that I have never been the best at sword technique but physical technique? Yi Yu sneered. Start, instant step. The body suddenly disappeared from the spot. Appeared in front of the 5 old stars holding the sword. So fast. The 5 old stars holding the sword were holding the sword and the old pupils were shrinking violently. His seeing and hearing domineering aura failed to capture Yi Yu's movement trajectory. The speed is so fast. It's like a moment. The 5 old stars holding the sword respond. Yi Yu's left hand turned into a blue water flow. The right hand turned into a sharp blade. No temptation. He directly used the Jiaoya Dragon Killing Fist, which is both offensive and defensive. What's going on? And what's going on with this weird boxing combination? This kid's left and right hands can actually use 2 different boxing techniques at the same time. The 5 old stars holding the sword quickly raised their swords back and forth. First generation Gui Che, countless swords and sword shadows were transformed in front of him. However, Yi Yu's offensive seemed to be overwhelming. Open black lens bracket fight continue close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket adaptive close black lens bracket. The more you fight, the stronger you become, and many other god-level passive characteristics are activated one after another. Not only is the speed getting faster and faster, the strength also rose directly. He doesn't give the 5 old stars holding the sword a chance to breathe. This what the hell is going on? The 5 old stars holding the sword were shocked. Until now. He really realized that Yi Yu's talent is so powerful and terrifying. He could even feel it clearly. Yi Yu actually became stronger in the battle. And, after gradually adapting to his sword skills, the offensive became more and more fierce. The wounds on the 5 old stars holding the sword began to gradually increase. A stinging sensation. It was like slapping loudly in the face. It made the 5 old stars holding the sword feel extremely angry. As the highest ruler in the world, when did he suffer such humiliation? Damn it, don't be proud there. The 5 old stars holding the sword are red in their eyes, burning in anger, roaring like an evil ghost. I have been using it for the past 800 years. I wanted to use it again when dealing with rocks. Now it seems that I will use you first. The words fell. His entire aura suddenly surged by dozens of times. The muscles of the whole body. It expanded several times. It seems like a different person. Whether it is power or speed. All of them were greatly improved in an instant. Is this return of life that Carp once used? A red light flashed in Yi Yu's eyes. The body was so fierce that it retreated, staring at the 5 old stars holding swords that suddenly exploded on the opposite side. A little doubt appeared in the dark eyes. For some reason, Yi Yu always feels that it is different from the return of life that Cap had used before. Although both stimulate physical potential, let users in a very short time. The combat power has been greatly improved. But Yi Yu was able to use Cap. I clearly feel the overdrawn of my physical strength. And the burning of vitality. But he is on the 5 old stars holding the sword. I can't feel these at all. It seems like this power that is extravagant from nothing. Originally belonged to the 5 old stars with swords. Just don't know where it is. It was sealed by him. You can use the 5 old stars who hold their lives at any time. Have you discovered it? The 5 old stars holding the sword were very satisfied with Yi Yu's expression at this moment. He finally surprised the boy. The old face was filled with a proud look. He sneered sinisterly. I have to say that your sense of combat is really keen. Yes, it's really different from the return of life used by Carp. What I use is the ultimate mystery developed at the beginning of its establishment pre-saving. Simply put, it is to accumulate your own strength little by little when you are young and seal it all in your body. When you need to use it, your body's functions and strength will explode exponentially, and you don't have to worry about any side effects afterwards. So don't compare my ability to that guy Cap's flawed version. But these precious powers are disposable consumables, and the more you use them, the less you need. Having said that, the 5 old stars holding the sword seemed to recall some past events. Suddenly sighed. He said with some emotion. Yi Yu, you should actually feel honored. The last person I saw me using pre-save has been dead for countless years. Although your talent is very competitive, it is not worth mentioning in the face of the power I have. Our strength is beyond your imagination. Although Yi Yu looked as normal. Actually, in my heart. But it was shocked. The 5 old stars are indeed not simple characters. Whether it is him. Still rocks. I have despised them too much before. Don't say anything else. Just this pre-save ability. It's so great that it's against the will of heaven. Just live long enough. Use properly. Almost an invincible existence. The 5 old stars are originally the strongest men at the peak of general level. Although it comes out alone. It's much worse than the rocks with full firepower. But if pre-save has enough power, I'm afraid even if Lox has the blessing of the dual fruit ability. Not their opponent. What's ridiculous is, this guy, Lox, simply thought he was invincible in the world. Let's take a look this time. I was blinded by the geese all day long, and finally I was blinded by the geese. More than old Yin Bi. Lox can only be considered a stinky brother in front of the 5 old stars. But, for Yi Yu, such an opponent, isn't it what he has always longed for? A battle between the strong. Point 0. A game between life and death. This is the fastest way to improve strength and gain experience. Even if Zuo Yu ends up not be able to beat the 5 old stars holding the sword, he could also escape calmly with the blood-locking Chen Cicada. So, fuck him. Yi Yu at this moment. The mentality is already quiet. A huge transformation took place. I still remember when I joined the Rocks Pirates. He always will Cap. Treat it as an insurmountable mountain on the road to growth. But soon, he surpassed Cap. Next, Lox, who has the title of the strongest in the world. It became the next target of Yi Yu's pursuit. But now, After learning about the ability of pre-saving, Yi Yu could almost conclude. The 5 old stars are definitely stronger than Locks. Yi Yu this time. A new goal has been set. Locked on the 5 old stars. And the mysterious big boos I am behind them. Hey, old guy, you talked so much. Yi Yu showed a bloodthirsty smile on his face. He deliberately angered the other party. Why do I feel that your power hasn't improved much? You dare to underestimate me. The 5 old stars holding the sword were furious and furious. The veins on the forehead swelled up. The eyes were extremely ferocious. Bang! His figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. The next second. Then he appeared in front of Yi Yu. The blade body wrapped around the blue-purple ghost energy and rolling black thunder came from the sky. Unparalleled momentum. However, Yi Yu's eyes flashed red. Have predicted it in advance. After the 2 hands supported by armed color domineering and armed color domineering. It's like a stream of water and a sharp blade. 2 trajectories of blue and dark red were drawn in the air, facing the attack of the 5 old stars holding the sword. Ola 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 ola. The figures of the 2 turned into phantoms. Crazy collisions on the battlefield. And at the same time the other side. The battle between Rocks and Cap, Roger and others has also entered a white-hot stage. Mouth. Chapter 61, Crushing the 5 Old Stars, is Locks defeated? Hee ha 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 ha. Locks burst into laughter. A look of disdain. They swept through the people around him one by one. Cap, who represents the naval camp. Roger and Rayleigh representing the pirates. And several dog-legged puppets used by the World ZF. Even Rocks himself didn't expect it. One day. You can see these 3 forces unite. It's really ironic. Also interesting. But it is worth mentioning. The CP0 organization of this period. It is very different from later generations. It has strong combat power that can compete with the Navy. And the CP0 members who appeared with the 5 old stars of the sword. He is even more elite among the elite. Not only are they all elite lieutenant general level physical skills powerhouses. There are also 3 veterans with the strength of general emperor level. Although it's slightly inferior to Roger and Cap. But he's steadily over Riley. It can be said. This time, in order to successfully wipe out Locks, he did not hesitate to organize the family foundation of CP0. Bring them all over here. It's ridiculous to think about it. The Navy and the world, which claimed to represent justice, were united with the pirates. Locks smiled maliciously. If the world sees this scene, I wonder how many people will be there, and I am willing to continue to believe that you have fabricated the hypocrisy justice from 110. Rocks, the world doesn't need to know what's going on here today. A CP0 veteran walked out indifferently and snorted disdainfully. For those low-class fools, you only need to know the truth that the world wants them to know. As for you, just go to death with peace of mind. Really. As the lowest level of civilians, we have always only seen the facts that superiors want them to see. And as the words fell, the long knife on the waist of the CP0 veteran suddenly came out of the sheath. Wrapped with a bitter cold light, he took the lead in launching a charge at Locks. The rest of CP0 followed closely behind. Roger, Caper and Rayleigh looked at each other. They also launched their respective offensives. Jaya ha 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 ha, you guys come here together. Seeing this, Locks smiled domineeringly, without any fear in his eyes. Green all over my body. The black fog rolled and boiled. The left hand activates the power of dark fruit. Easily resolve the enemy's offensive. Right hand blessed 100 times the power increase. He fought back with a thunderous posture. 2 completely different devil fruits. It was used to the fullest by Locks. This sea overlord who looks down on everything. Use his iron fist. Crush all the scum that dared to stop his progress. Locks is the king of the world. The great cause of dominating the world. Although it is doomed to be impossible. But he wants to use this unprecedented huge war. And the ultimate killing that shocks the world. For your own life. Give it a wonderful and perfect ending. Boom. The battle was extremely tragic. Lox used the large area of black mist released by dark fruit. Soon, he killed the few CP0s with low strength. Only Roger, Cap, and Rayleigh are left. And the 3 CP0 elders are still surviving. But as the battle continues, Lox wounds. It also gradually increased. Although not fatal. But this made Roger, Cap and others. I saw a little bit of hope to defeat Lox. Open black lens bracket touch of darkness close black lens bracket. After Lox punched Cap. Press his left hand heavily toward the ground. In the endless darkness. A huge arm condensed from black mist suddenly popped out. He held the CP0 veteran who was preparing to sneak attack him in his hand. Let me go. The CP0 veteran has not finished speaking yet. Then he was dragged into the endless darkness by his big hands. There is no sound. When Roger and others saw this, they felt cold. There is no doubt about Rock's strength. Especially under the dual ultimate blessing of Zhuangzhuang fruit and dark fruit. The terrifying power burst out. It's no longer as simple as 1 plus 1. It's a geometric increase. Only. Now they have no way out. This battle. If Lox is not dead. They were the ones who died. So. Even if people are constantly being killed. There was no stagnation at their feet. Continue to launch a fierce attack on Lox. Open black lens bracket gods avoid close black lens bracket. Roger slashed out with a horizontal knife. A dark red flying slash broke through the air. Snort. Lox smirked and waved his iron fist. Bang. The flying slash exploded with a blast. Terror turbulence spread out. It briefly blocked Lox vision. Hee, you've been trapped. A CP0 veteran wearing an evil ghost mask. It appeared quietly behind Lox. 6 style mystery, maximum wheel, 6 king spear. The whole body's strength is concentrated on the fists. It blasted heavily at Lox vest. Hateful. There is no time to dodge. Lox was directly bombarded by huge force. And at this time. Another CP0 senior. I have been waiting for the necessary path for a long time. The long knife in his hand flashed with a cold light. The dark, armed color domineering aura covers the sword body from bottom to top. Open black lens bracket 1 sword flow katakana middle dot dragon break close black lens bracket. The full moon shaped sword energy tear the sky. Break the armed color domineeringness of the defense of the former Lux Moon in Hungary. Blood splattered. Don't underestimate me too much. The pain directly aroused all the fierceness of Lox. A windmill-shaped vortex appeared in his left hand. Huge suction force. He actually directly sucked the CP0 in front of him from the air. Bang. The iron fist of 100 times the increase in strength was violently smashed down. Caught out of control. The CP0 was directly bombarded. Hit hard into the distant mountain wall. But Roger and others offensives. But there was no stop for a moment. Rayleigh's figure flashed. The blade wrapped around the ordinary color domineering directly pierced Lox shooters. Almost at the same time. Cap and Roger come again. The ultimate armed color domineering aura triggered crackling black thunder on both fists. Cap is like a god descending to earth. Smashed heavily at rocks. Roger was wrapped in the blade of rolling black thunder. It also fell into the sky at the same time. Boom. The terrifying shock waves were tyrannical. The ground exploded. Countless deep cracks spread out. The entire island trembled violently during this wave of attacks. Those guys. Standing in the distance, Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others were watching the battle. All were killed by this earth-shaking battle. Deeply shocked. Due to the absolute suppression of the ability by Lox's dark fruit. These people dare not step forward at all. But this also gives them the opportunity to see. How powerful is Lox? This man. It is worthy of the title of Sea Overlord. Even. It can be said that he is the strongest person who has appeared on the sea in 800 years. However. What they care most about now is, have you won? Those people. Can you really defeat rocks? At the same time. Coast perimeter. Whitebeard led thousands of pirates all the way. Finally successfully killed the pirate ship Zero. Everyone, get on the ship right away. The Whitebeard broke the back alone. Kongyan cut in your hand every time it is cut. A large number of naval forces were bombed out. One man should be the pass. No one can spread. But his sight. But it is always inseparable from the huge dark curtain opposite that covers the sky and the sun. I don't know if it is affected by the ability of dark fruit. Whitebeard activated seeing and hearing domineering spirit several times. Not able to penetrate the black fog. I can't sense the situation inside at all. I don't know, how is the situation on Yu? The Whitebeard looked sad. Brother Newgate, let's go. If you don't leave, it will be too late. Yes, the Navy's warships have surrounded from both sides. Under the pirates, urging several times. Whitebeard finally ordered his return. 3 pirate ships carrying remnants of defeated soldiers. Follow the original path. Quickly leave the sea area where God's Valley is located. Disappeared on the vast sea. On the other side. The 5 old stars holding swordsmen who were tangling with Yu also noticed the situation on rocks. See, the battle stops. A look of pride suddenly appeared on his old face. Said sarcastically. I didn't expect that Lox was so useless. Before I could take action, he was solved by those little guys. You seem to be too happy too early. Yu sneered. The body instantly disappeared from the spot. Appeared in front of the 5 old stars holding the sword. Black thunder burst. Ordinary color domineering wrapped on the iron fist. The 5 old stars holding the sword has not yet been touched. It has collapsed and has endless impacts. Boom. A blow from the air. He directly bombarded the 5 old stars with swords far away. However, it has not yet been implemented. Yu's fierce attack came again. Boom. Another punch was smashed from the air. The 5 old stars holding the sword smashed heavily into the ground. A huge pit suddenly collapsed. The smoke rose into the sky. Ah! The 5 old stars holding the sword couldn't help but scream in pain. An unprecedented pain spread throughout the body. I was even more shocked. Struggling to get up from the ground. The 5 old stars holding the sword had no time to wipe away the blood from the horns. Looking at the figure standing proudly. Subconsciously took several steps back. He can't figure it out at 3.9. Even a sea overlord like Lox. In continuous high-intensity combat. There will also be situations where physical strength and combat effectiveness are declining. But this little devil in front of him. He actually became stronger and stronger as he fought. Growing almost at a speed visible to the naked eye. Is this guy really a human? The 5 old stars holding the sword are incredible. Even doubted several times. Is Yu the same as them? He was also granted the ultimate mystery of 6 styles by Lord Im pre-save. But he knew it very well. That is absolutely impossible. That adult. I have never walked out of Pangu City since 800 years ago. Her existence. Only the 5 slaves who have followed him for 800 years know. Yu could not pre-save at all. But the more you know these, the more shocked the 5 old stars holding the sword. How did Yu become stronger and stronger as he fights? This guy. Is it really human? The 5 old stars holding the sword used twice in succession pre-save. But he still couldn't successfully crush Yu. This made him feel deeply suspicious. This battle. It was far more difficult than he thought. In the eyes of the 5 old stars holding the sword. This little devil in front of him. Not only is it not weaker than Lox. On the contrary, to some extent. Be even stronger. P.S. I have to queue up to do HS again, I have done it 6 times before. Chapter 62 The Final Battle, Don't Move the King, and 100% Advance Loan. Open black lens bracket See all orders, please order them yourself. Under the dark side. Another fierce battle seems to have come to an end. On the battlefield. Suddenly it became quiet. Roger, Caper and Riley stood side by side. Stop the attack. He stared at the smoke-filled area with a serious expression. Behind them, 2CP0 the Elder was grinning proudly. After taking such damage, no matter how powerful Rox is, he will never be able to stand up. Yes, although we paid a heavy price, our world ZF is the final winner. The sound floated by. But Roger and the other three in the front row remained silent. Did they win? The answer is obviously no. Because the darkness above everyone's heads had already covered most of the sky. Until now. Not dispersed yet. This means Lox is still not dead. Why? Roger sighed a long sigh. Turn your head away. He was on Cap and Riley's face. They also saw the same helplessness and fatigue as themselves. Although Lox releases Black Cavity successfully prevented a group of Devil Fruit abilities such as Cylinder, Air and Warring States period from intervening in the battle. It won him the last time to death struggle. But at the same time, Lox has always been supporting the expansion of Black Cavity. This is undoubtedly. It consumed a lot of his physical strength and energy. It is precisely because of this. Only then can we bring valuable glimmer of vitality to Roger, Cap and others. But even so, the power of Lox. It is beyond everyone's imagination and cognition. This man. It is worthy of the word strongest. Clatter. Da-da. Da-da-da-da. The thick smoke gradually dissipated. In the terrifying gaze of all the Navy. The standing figure of Rox. It appeared again like a demon. Although, just now, under the continuous attacks of Roger and others 04. Lox was seriously injured. On the right shoulder. A big hole was even penetrated by Rayleigh. The blood flowed non-stop. But on the face of this Sea Overlord. But he still smiled grimly. Stand unrestrained. Look down on all living beings. It's just a little bit short, and you guys succeeded. It seems that this time, I really underestimated you. Lox felt the physical strength and vitality of the rapid flow in his body. Knowing yourself. Leave him time to enjoy the battle. There is not much left. I looked at the battle over you from afar. Lox's eyes. It actually showed a look of relief. No matter what the reason. No matter what the purpose. That unruly boy. I really stayed with him until the end. That kid. It should really surpass me, right? I don't know if life is about to come to an end. Such a strange idea suddenly appeared in Rox's mind. However, this thought flashed away quickly. In Lox's eyes. Restored the previous madness. The momentum of the body. It also began to rise again. Lox's sinister eyes swept over Roger and others one by one. He said with a grin. Next, let you see the power of the strongest world. Open black lens bracket dark liberation katakana middle dot unmoved king of Ming. The wind and clouds are throbbing. The roar shook the sky. The air suddenly fell silent like death. Strange waves of fluctuations. Like ripples, it opens on the black curtain wall covering the sky. Including Roger and Cap. Everyone held their breath nervously at this moment. An unprecedented sense of oppression. Suddenly it crushed like a hurricane. Bang! Two huge palms formed by black mist. Suddenly it came out of the black curtain wall. In the blink of an eye. In the horrified eyes of everyone. One is as high as 100 meters. Holding a huge Vajra. His face was fierce. The huge figure with black flames burning behind it. He slowly walked out of it. It was a glaring king, don't move. The king of moving is all formed by black fog. Not only has the attribute of dark fruit to devour everything. At the same time. With the blessing of a large number of armed color domineering. The whole body is extremely solid. It's like the real demon god Yama coming to the world. A terrifying sense of oppression. And the destructive aura that constantly exudes outwards the desolation of all things. It made the legs of the people present tremble. I couldn't help but kneel down and surrender. Rox, he can actually do this level. Now. Regardless of Roger. Still Cap. or the Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others in the rear. They were all stunned by the sudden scene in front of them. Lox was able to develop the dark fruit to such a terrifying level. Is this really something humans can do? Open black lens bracket, the strongest in the world, close black lens bracket. That man is truly worthy of being called the strongest in the world. Fenny's that god. The elite naval forces hiding in Emerald City were shocked. Her legs kept trembling. Many people collapsed to the ground without being controlled. This scene in front of you. It made them feel extremely suspicious. Does God really exist? Hee ha 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 ha. Lox burst into laughter like crazy. No more nonsense. Then he controlled Don't Move King and launched a final attack on Roger and others. A huge Vajra fell from the sky. Scroll the storm. Tear the earth. Caught out of control. A CP0 member who has not yet come back to his senses from his shock. It's straight, the slap was smashed into meat paste. Boom 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 boom. The terrifying power tore the earth apart. It stirs up turbulence like an earthquake. The king of immortality, although it is huge. But the movements are extremely quick. And every action is completely synchronized with Lox. Under his control. He even directly transformed into a killing machine. Extremely terrifying attack power burst out. Even Roger, Carp and others have experienced many battles. Being in it now. Still extremely dangerous. Soon. A blood light flashed again. The last CP0 senior. Together with the sword in hand. He was directly beaten into a blood mist. And Rayleigh, who was seriously overdrawn. Also in the aftermath of this attack. He was bombarded from afar. Life and death are unknown. On the battlefield. In the end, only Roger and Cap were left. Still struggling to hold on. But under such a fierce offensive. Their physical strength. It also began to lose some support. The two of them tried to attack Lox's body in close proximity several times. But they were all easily forced back by Don't Move King. The Navy in the distance was also under such a terrifying offensive. It was tragically affected. Suddenly there were heavy casualties. Let's finish it. Lox suddenly stopped attacking. In the crazy eyes. A hint of expectation revealed. He seemed to be looking forward to it. Roger and Cap opposite. Can be in the last moment when his life is about to disappear. Give him a last little fun. Bastard, you're so stupid to be there. Cap and Roger were immediately irritated by Lox's contemptuous eyes. He shouted in unison. Immediately. The two rushed up from left to right. At the same time. On another devastated battlefield. The 5 old stars holding the sword are leaning on the hilt of the sword. He knelt on the ground in a mess. In the old pupils. All were incredibly shocked. Just in the battle just now. He used pre-save for the 3rd time. This time. He even directly liberated out 30% of his power. Now. Even if the Emperor-level strong man is blocking him. The 5 old stars holding the sword are also sure to kill with one blow. In his opinion. Such power is enough to crush Yi Yu. But the result? He actually lost again. From the beginning, it was in an absolute state of suppression. He even almost successfully killed Yi Yu several times. Then there was a close match later. Then. The 5 old stars holding the sword were blown away by Yi Yu. As the battle continues. The boy opposite. It seems like a plug-in is being opened. It was actually visible at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once again. It tied the huge gap between the two. Even if the 5 old stars with the sword have lived for nearly 800 years. I have never seen a monster with such a terrifying talent. No. Now in his heart. The monster alone is no longer enough to describe Yi Yu. And the mentality of the 5 old stars holding the sword at this time. Obviously it has collapsed a little. Hey, old man, how long will I have to wait? Although her naked upper body was covered with blood and wounds. But Yi Yu still urged excitedly. I know you haven't used all your strength yet. Come on, continue to use your pre-sale. It can be seen. Yi Yu enjoyed the battle very much. The 5 old stars in front of you. He is an opponent worth more than Locks. Although such a battle is extremely dangerous, there is a slight difference. Then he will die without a place to bury him. There were 2 times. Yi Yu could only survive from death by relying on empty cicada. But the more you are in such a desperate situation, the faster Yi Yu grows. In super learning ability. Open black lens bracket fight continue close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket nearly death breakthrough close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the more you fight, the stronger you become. Open black lens bracket adaptive close black lens bracket. These god-level passive characteristics. 110 under the urge of Yi Yu's crazy fighting spirit. Infinite blessings began. This time, Yi Yu actually didn't open the border breakthrough. Just 3 times in a row. The 5 old stars holding swordsmanship after using the pre-saving ability are tied up. Although this extreme state that was blessed by passive characteristics after the war, it will definitely fall back to normal levels. But for Yi Yu, this is an extremely rare time. A good opportunity to break through yourself. How could he not grasp it well? Regarding this, Yi Yu has already enjoyed it. My body was filled with blood. The fighting spirit surges. The whole person's aura also became sharp and visibly revealed. Stupid little guy, you don't look down on people there. As the highest ruler above the world, the 5 old stars holding the sword for 800 years, never suffered such humiliation. I suddenly felt extremely angry. The expression also began to gradually become ferocious. Bang! The momentum of the 5 old stars holding the sword exploded. Whole person. It's like a demon possessed. In the decaying body. A murderous aura that was so strong that it was almost essentially serious was raging. Even his voice. It's all at this moment. Then a huge change happened. It seems like a sound of compounding from hell. I have to say that you are the only person in the past 800 years who can make me show such an embarrassed attitude. The 5 old stars holding the sword have undergone great changes. The tone began to gradually become extremely peaceful. In the old pupils, it is also full of contempt for the people. It seemed as if everything was in front of him. All are as small as dust and ants micro. Lift your foot forward and step forward. Boom. The momentum of the 5 old stars holding the sword surged upwards. Open black lens bracket pre-saving and liberation 40% close black lens bracket. Another step. Boom. Open black lens bracket pre-saving and liberation 50% close black lens bracket. As we move forward step by step, the momentum of the 5 old stars holding the sword. It is already comparable to the direct king summoned by Locks. And obviously it is about to go beyond the past. Even the space around. All under such a strong pressure. Become twisted. In order to prevent the dignity of the Dragon Man and the 5 old stars from being blasphemed, I will do what you wish next. Open black lens bracket pre-borrow and liberation 100% close black lens bracket. Chapter 63 The Monster of Horns, the legend ends. Boom. The extremely violent pressure hit Yi Yu like a mountain torrent and tsunami. The scene in front of you. It's like opening up a whole new world. It deeply shocked Yi Yu's heart. If rocks with full firepower, words as terrifying as a demon, then the one in front of you. The 5 old stars who have completely freed their power for 800 years. It's God. In every move. They are all full of power to despise the people. Little devil, you awaken God. As the words fell, the 5 old stars holding the sword actually appeared directly in front of Yi Yu. A punch that was so fast that it could not be captured was shot out. Bang! Yi Yu flew backwards in an instant. But in fact, it is just a pair of pants replaced after the Chong cicada is activated. Just when the 5 old stars holding the sword showed a little pride. Open the border breakthrough, Yi Yu. But it suddenly appeared on top of his head. The black thunder burst 4 shots. A powerful blow entangled with ordinary color domineering. Smashed heavily from the air. Bang! Although hit head-on. But the 5 old stars holding the sword were just beaten to tilt slightly to one side. That's right. That's all. Huh, I obviously hit you just now. And this posture is. The 5 old stars holding the sword are on the table of the ancient well without waves. Finally, he showed a little surprised expression. The old pupils looked at Yi Yu. The boy in front of him. My body has undergone earth-shaking changes. The hair and eyes turned into a weird red color. The momentum of the body. It also became as sharp as a ferocious beast. And in his upper body. It is also covered with fishy red spiral markings condensed by murderous aura. It seems that there are many unknown secrets hidden in you. The 5 old stars holding the sword showed a hint of admiration in their eyes. But he still didn't take Yi Yu seriously. It seems to be saying, boy. In your state. For the old man now. Not enough to watch. I can't break the defense. Yi Yu's face showed a look of surprise. You must know. He just was in the extreme state of passive characteristics blessing. Opened border breakthrough. Improvement of strength. I don't know how many times stronger than usual. Even now facing the full firepower of rocks. Yi Yu also has the confidence to defeat the other party completely. However. He just hit. Even the defense of the 5 old stars with sword was unable to break. Because the two of them instantly opened up a huge gap like a natural disaster. This makes those passive characteristics on Yi Yu. There is no time to adapt and burst again. A state that matches the strength of the 5 old stars holding the sword. I was not killed directly by the backhand just now. It's already a blessing. An unprecedented sense of crisis instantly hit the whole body. And at this time, after just launching empty cicada again, Yi Yu's body. Only a pair of beach pants and 2 pieces of clothing in the bottom warehouse are left. That is to say, he now. Only the last 2 opportunities to use empty cicada to lock blood were left. Fortunately, 1 more piece was worn when I came. Although Yi Yu looked a little embarrassed now. But for some reason. The fighting spirit in his heart. But it has reached an unprecedented high state. It seems to be in his heart. Something is about to break out of the cocoon. It's constantly. He was frantically sending him a signal of continuing to fight. Next. Is it a war? Is it an escape? Don't continue that useless dying struggle. It's impossible to beat me with your level alone. My current state has exceeded the boundaries that humans can recognize. The 5 old stars holding the sword saw Yi Yu not ready to give up. Like despising an ant. With a despise of the people. He mocked and joked. Give up struggling, little dear. Let me use this demon sword in my hand to end today's farce and end your sinful life. The body of the 5 old stars holding the sword. Suddenly, a powerful aura that makes people shudder. First generation Gui Che suddenly tore the air. A series of terrifying sonic booms were emitted. Open black lens bracket Shiradao, demon walk, ghost/close black lens bracket. The huge sword energy wrapped around the blue ghost chi. The heart of the 5 old stars holding the sword, the endless anger against Yi Yu. It runs across the world. The violent sword intent tear apart the sea of clouds. With an unrivaled sharp momentum. Running towards Yi Yu. Can't stop it. Yi Yu's eyes flashed red. But there was no time to react. The fatal killing move has already attacked. In amazement. Empty cicada has been activated again. Yi Yu's figure instantly appeared in another direction. However, the figures of the 5 old stars holding the sword appeared there almost at the same time. The speed is so fast. Comparable to instant step. It's useless, you can't escape. The 5 old stars holding the sword still had extremely cold eyes. It was as if Yi Yu was just a dead person. The first generation Gui Che in his hand was cut without hesitation. Empty cicada launched again. Yi Yu, already naked. It appeared in another direction again. But as before. The 5 old stars holding the sword followed again like a shadow. Open black lens bracket Asura katakana middle dot Yiwu silver close black lens bracket. There is no extra nonsense this time. First generation Gui Che burst out from the top of the house ghost chi. Turn into 9 blades in one slash. With endless wailing souls. Slashed heavily at Yi Yu Shang's chamber. Puff. Time seemed to have stopped in an instant. Yi Yu watched the sword blade, slowly, tear open his Moon Hungarian chamber. Flesh. Skeleton. And the internal organs were hit by this extremely sharp blow. Cut off by a sword. But the weird thing is, Yi Yu felt no pain or fear at all. Life and death are in the middle of the line. The characteristics of nearly death breakthrough exploded again. Yi Yu's body was filled with endless fighting spirit. And the decisive murderous intent. All at this moment. Turns into endless sharp edges. Out of the cocoon. That limit, that always shackles Yi Yu like a shackle. Finally. At this moment. In this moment of life and death. It was completely broken. Yi Yu ushered in his second transformation. Border breakthrough katakana middle dot second 2 katakana middle dot open. Feature of the horned monster. Bang 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 bang. At the same time. Open black lens bracket Arcade City close black lens bracket nearby. The battle between Rox and Roger and Cap. It has also entered the final stage. The huge mobile king is getting closer and closer to the old nest of the Tianlong people. Roger and Cap were retreating step by step. I can even clearly hear the Emerald City behind me. The insults and screams of the Tianlong people came out. Roger, Cap, you two useless waste. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Kong shouted with anger. I order you not to retreat anymore. You must not let Lox approach Emerald City one step. If he hurts the world noble, things will be troublesome. However, no matter what that black cavity released by Lox. It's still the current don't move king. All are concerned about the devil fruit in the bodies of Cylinder Kong, Warring States period and others. There is absolute suppression. So much so. They can only be like a useless person now. Stand behind and do something anxious. He didn't dare to take a step forward at all. Oh tilde teacher, this guy is so strong bang. Cap was a little distracted. Open black lens bracket unmoving Mingwang close black lens bracket the huge Vajra in the hand. Then he knocked him out directly. If he hadn't been at a critical moment. Use armed color domineering to cover the whole body. I'm afraid the outcome is no different from those of those CP0 members. But even so. Still trembling with blood. It's time to end. Lox grinned. But at this time his face had already pale as paper. Stirring like a cow. Blood is from the horns and wounds. It kept flowing outward. At the same time, control black cavity and don't move. Almost overdrawn his entire energy. The injury also worsened several times. But Lox had no intention of stopping. This man has always been ready to die. What he wants at this moment. There is only crazy killing. Roger, Cap, if you don't want Emerald City to be destroyed, just fight to the death with me. An unprecedented madness suddenly broke out in Rox's eyes. Controlling, don't move. To Roger and Cap. The last charge before the end of life was launched. Crackling. Black thunder splashed on the huge Vajra. It's like the thunder of the 9 heavens. Carrying endless power and power. Falling from the sky. Roger, my limit is coming. Cap's eyes are firm. It seems that I have made some decision in my mind. If I continue to waste my life with him like this, I can only waste my life in vain. Next it is my last blow. The words fell. The ultimate, armed domineering aura obtained is poured into your arms. Dark red thunder lights bloomed. Okay, let's use this all-out blow to break up with Rox. Life and death juncture. Roger actually burst into laughter. Lox is not afraid of death. Carp is not afraid of death either. Tager D. Roger. How could he be a greedy person who is afraid of death? The armed color domineering aura and ordinary color domineering aura in the body are all superimposed on Ace. An endless sharpness suddenly burst out. Roger and Cap looked at each other tacitly. With the decision to die. Facing Rock's attack. Bang. However. Just as the three attacks were about to collide. A terrifying pressure suddenly broke out in the distance. Even if it is a part of 1,000 meters. The three of them could still feel the tremor from their souls. Is that boy? Lox widened his eyes. His face was filled with incredible expressions. But it was this moment of distraction and stagnation. Let Roger and Cap, who were originally determined to die, seize the last glimmer of hope. Puff. Bang. Inside. The long sword in Roger's hand instantly penetrated the Moon and Hungarian chamber of Lox. Cap's iron fist instantly blew half of Lox's head. But even so. Lox, unruly figure. But he still didn't fall down. Continue to stand on the spot like a demon. Chapter 64 Lox lost to himself, kill the 5 old stars. He actually did it. You kid, but you must help me to fulfill my wish. Even if the heart is pierced. Even if your head is blown halfway through. But on Lox's face. But he still had an arrogant smile. Only. His voice had already been intermittent. Become weak and ethereal. Now. This man. This sea overlord who has dominated the new world for decades. Even the simplest action has been connected. Nothing can be done anymore. And as the words fell. The last breath of Rox. It completely dissipated. This is in a chaotic, old era. Always dominate the entire sea. Overriding all the strong. No one can compete with it. Until life is over. But the man who still stands at the peak of combat power. This is called, sincere, by the world. Treacherous. Cold-blooded. Many men with infamous reputations such as, brutal. This man who is respected by the world as the strongest. That's it fall. The legendary life he wrote. Finally today. In this huge war that shocked the world. The curtain came to an end. But even if it's dead. This unruly man. Still maintaining a erect standing posture. Because. That is the attitude of facing the enemy. Tarax D. Gebek. Never bow your head. This man. Today is in the Valley of Gods. Use a legendary way that people in the world can never surpass. Ended his brilliant life. As Lox himself said, sample. Or dominate the world, become the king of the world. Or be buried in the sea, become the eternal legend. He did it. Ha. Ha. Until I confirmed it several times. Lox really has no chance of life anymore. Roger and Carp. Only then did he dare to sit on the ground powerlessly. The two of them were gasping heavily. Although at the last minute. They successfully killed the crazy Lox. But 110 was on the faces of both of them. Not only can I see a look of joy. Instead. It is also full of strong frustration. That's right. Lox lost. But it was not defeated by both of them. No matter Roger. Still Cap. They all knew very well. The man standing in front of him died. Just lost to myself. Lox uses his madness. I was exhausted to death. In the sky. The black cavity, which had already been closed, began to fall apart. Soon. The dazzling sunlight dispels the darkness. Sprinkle it on the earth again. And the huge body don't move. Also after Lox, death. It quickly dissipated. Rock's dead. Everyone including Cylinder, Sky and the Warring States period. They all looked at the battlefield blankly. He raised his head and looked at the long-lost clear sky. I felt a feeling of surviving the disaster. After a brief silence. In the naval camp. A sudden burst of cheers and screams like thunder. We win. Open black lens bracket justice close black lens bracket must win. Long live the Navy. Cylinder Kong stared at the corpse that still stood firm and breathed a long sigh. The era of Rox can finally come to an end. With Lox, defeat. This grand battle is an epic level. Finally we are heading to the final stage. For Cylinder, empty. This victory. It will surely bring the reputation of the Navy. Push it to an unprecedented height. This can be said to be his lifelong wish. Only. It seems that there is still the last remnant that has not been liquidated. Almost at the same time, AEDJ time. Cylinder, a group of powerful people such as Kong, Warring States period, Roger, and Cap. They all turned their eyes to the distance. There. They felt two auras that were far more powerful and terrifying than the full firepower of rocks. They are colliding fiercely with each other. How could that kid become so powerful? The faces of the Warring States period and others were filled with horror. Although they can't tell which aura belongs to Yi Yu. But even the weaker one. It is definitely not something they can compete with. This. What the hell is going on? Yi Yu actually surpassed rocks directly in this battle. The mood that everyone had just let go. He immediately raised it again. On the other side. When the sword blade in the hands of the 5 old stars holding the sword is about to cut off Yi Yu's Hungarian chamber. But suddenly, he stopped strangely. Immediately afterwards. The sword blade was irresistible with a huge force. Pushed it out directly. And the deep bone-showing wound in front of Yi Yu shone. In the horrified eyes of the 5 old stars holding the sword. It flew quickly with a visible naked eye. It's almost healing. Not only that. Now. Yi Yu's long bloody hair. 2 sharp and narrow horns grew directly. Important parts of the body surface. Layers of bone armor comparable to steel appeared one after another. Even if the first generation Gui Che is among the supreme great quick knife 12 works. Even if the 5 old stars holding the sword use the entanglement of ordinary color domineering. But it still cannot be shaken. Yi Yu's whole body. In just a short moment. There have been earth-shaking changes. Now. This man. It has already exceeded the limit. Go beyond the human level. Become a weird person, above people. The unparalleled pressure condenses as the essence. It exudes an extremely terrifying sense of oppression all the time. What? On the old face of the 5 old stars holding the sword. At this moment, he finally showed a look of fear. The boy opposite. It turned into another posture in an instant. Not only did the fatal wound heal again. It was just a terrifying aura emitted. It made him tremble. Defeat. Surprised. Envy. Shocked. Resentment. The 5 old stars holding the sword have red eyes. Like crazy. He screamed in anger. Impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter how strong you are, it is absolutely impossible to be stronger than my pre-stored for hundreds of years. It is absolutely impossible for humans to achieve this state. Damn little dear, die for me. The first generation Gui Che instantly turned into a cold light in the sky. He enveloped Yi Yu. However. When? A clear sound. First generation Gui Che, the sword force that was slashed suddenly stopped. The 5 old stars holding the sword widened their eyes. He looked forward with horror. There. Yi Yu only used 2 fingers. Then he easily took his slash. If this man wants to. Just use a light force. Then you can break this treasure knife among the 12 works of supreme fast knife. After entering the state of cowhound. Yi Yu's strength. It has been lifted to the extreme. And this scene in front of you. For him now. But it is just a small test of the new power. Thank you, for letting me know what my limit is. Yi Yu spoke lightly. There is no sadness or joy on my face. But it fell into the eyes of the 5 old stars holding the sword. But it was more like ridicule and contempt for him. I'm absolutely impossible to be surpassed by a mere citizen like you. The 5 old stars holding the sword were instantly furious. Swipe another violent blow. Bite. However. This time the attack. It was actually blocked by Yi Yu easily with his fingertips. Provocative. Chaluo's provocation. Yi Yu was using his way. Tell the 5 old stars of sword holding. How big is the difference between the two now? Seeing this scene. The 5 old stars holding the sword were shocked inexplicably. I originally thought it was 100% after liberation and pre-save. You can easily kill Yi Yu. But now. He was already scared by the monster-like boy in front of him. I felt even more shameless in my heart. The power of pre-save has begun to gradually fade. If you continue to fight like this, I will die. Raging, cold-blooded, ugly, such a twisted Tianlong man was actually enshrined as a world noble. It's really the sorrow of this world. Yi Yu seemed to see what the other party was thinking. He sneered disdainfully. If you use all the pre-save power from the beginning, don't as long as it exceeds 70%, you might be able to defeat me. But now, your strength has begun to weaken, huh? It's at this moment. Yi Yu suddenly felt the aura of Locks begin to dissipate. It seems the battle over there. It's over. It seems. This unruly sea overlord. After all, he still couldn't escape the fate of defeat. Ha 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 ha, Locks is finally dead, the world ZF is the final winner. The 5 old stars holding the sword laughed proudly. But the next second, the laughter came to an abrupt end. Because of his whole body, Yi Yu had already lifted up like a dead dog. You're talking too much. Yi Yu looked cold. Obviously, he had murderous intention. Ahem, Yi Yu, I know you are strong, but don't be too proud. The 5 old stars holding the sword know that they will die without a doubt. Instead, he looked relieved. Said without fear. The reason why I can't beat you is not because you are so strong, but because I have always been in charge of the killing for these 800 years. Quote. It's the one who took the most attacks among the 5 old stars and therefore used up a lot of pre-save. And the other 4 people rarely attack even if you can beat one, can you deal with 4 at the same time? Having said that, on the face of the 5 old stars holding the sword, he actually showed a look of fearlessness. And I'm not afraid to tell you that even our 5 old stars is not the biggest support of the world. No matter it is rocks, you, or whatever cats and dogs, you can't shake the world's ZF. The 5 elders holding swords are now looking forward to it. He is going to die before he dies. Shock and fear were seen on Yi Yu's face. But who knows? After Yi Yu heard this. But he just sneered disdainfully. The biggest reliance you mentioned must be I am, right? What? The 5 old stars holding the sword were shocked. Staring at Yi Yu with fear. He asked in a speechless voice. How could you know that adult crack? He hasn't finished speaking yet. Yi Yu had already twisted his neck. On the old and hideous face, there was also a look of shock, suspicion and fear. Obviously die with your eyes open. Idiot, I've read the comics, so of course I know her. Yi Yu threw away the body. I was about to reach out to pick up the first-generation Gui Che on the ground. But at this time, my whole body suddenly started to spasm. The state of the cowhound was also lifted in an instant. The bone horns on the top of the head and the bone armor on the body disappeared one after another. Even the black marks condensed by murderous aura on the body. It also faded like a tide. The power surging in the body. It also seemed as if I had been taken away in an instant. It follows. It is an extreme feeling of weakness. And endless pain. Fortunately, Yi Yu's belief in fighting has not yet disappeared. The effect of some of the passive characteristics blessings on him is still there. Only, I don't know if it's a side effect. Yi Yu's strength at present. It is far weaker than its heyday. Yi Yu's hair. And both eyes gradually returned to normal. The body is as fierce as a beast. He also became calm and restrained again. For a moment, the feeling of weakness surged throughout the body like a tide. Chapter 65 KZ, you can't grasp the fish and fruits. Have you entered that degraded state so quickly? Yi Yu sat cross-legged. Try to maintain your state without further decaying downward. Although the status of cowhound monster was successfully unlocked. But Yi Yu's body is now. But it cannot load the output in full force state at all. So, he could only last a short time. But this is understandable. After all, it's the first time. It's normal to have a short time. Practice more practice. Time will naturally be delayed long. It seems that after the God's Valley battle is officially over, you need to find a quiet place and then go into seclusion and practice breathing well. Yi Yu's face showed a look of expectation. Murmur. Maybe, another extreme state can be unlocked. For Yi Yu, the presence of breathing has never been very strong. He even ignored it for a while. It's not because breathing method is not important, but because if you can no longer unlock cowhound, open black lens bracket respiratory method close black lens bracket can only slightly improve the user's physical fitness. Make the power reasonable. And the upper limit was quickly reached by Yi Yu. Obviously very useless. But now it's different. After turning on the new state of freak, by using respiratory method, it can be in a great way. Make up for the fatal defect that the body cannot carry out full power. This allows Yi Yu to exert his ultimate power. And successfully turned on the strongest martial arts full open mode in the monster state. Advantages of martial arts. Take advantage of the best. Even if the enemy you face is the bald demon king, you can also make some moves with him. But Yi Yu's eyes quickly became solemn, recalling the words before the 5 old stars holding the sword died. This undoubtedly seemed to sound a wake-up call for him. The ability of pre-saving is really a bit too perverted. Even if it is a plug-in, it is not an exaggeration. Especially for monsters like 5 old stars who have lived for 800 years. The strength they have accumulated. It is likely that it is not much worse than Yi Yu's strength after turning on Niuk monster. Even that hidden big boss I am. Maybe it will be stronger. What, General? Open black lens bracket 4 emperors close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket 1 piece close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket the world's most vicious criminal close black lens bracket. In the end, in front of the world that has been standing for 800 years. All are clowns. And for Yi Yu, if you want to stand at the peak of your strength, then he must defeat I Am and 5 old stars. So, now he need to be stronger. Although Nuohound monster was accidentally unlocked. But now it is obviously not the time to be proud of yourself. Yi Yu had already made plans in his heart. His idea is very simple. By exercising, continuously increase your lower limit. That is to say, if he can build his basic strength keep improving. So, when using border breakthrough, the upper limit of strength, it will inevitably improve accordingly. Make up your mind. Yi Yu stood up again. Just as he picked up first generation Gui Kei and was about to play with it, several figures were already rushing towards him. It was a group of powerful people such as Cylinder Kong, Warring States Period, Roger, and Cap. After they sensed the combat power here, only then did these rats pluck up the courage to lean over. What? Yi Yu actually defeated the 5 old stars. Fisho, is this possible? When everyone rushed to the front. When I saw the body of the 5 old stars whose neck was twisted. All of them were immediately shocked. The boy in front of him. It's really scary. He can actually become stronger and stronger in battle. This terrifying talent. Is it really something that humans can have? The aura he showed up became very weak, and he probably entered a state of weakness. The Warring States Period was the first to notice an abnormality on Yi Yu. A golden light suddenly bloomed behind him. While slapped with an impact, he shouted at everyone. You must not give him a chance to breathe. Let's take action together and get rid of him now. Yes, I have to kill him today. This kind of monster with amazing talent can't be kept. Cylinder Kong, Roger, Cap and others took action one after another. While you are sick, you're dead. The Navy played this trick indeed 666. But Yi Yu naturally couldn't give them such a chance. Let me leave a sentence, I won't play with you anymore. Then he turned on instant step and fled to the other side of the coast. At the same time, on the other side, there is no man on the coast. Big Katakana middle. Mom, who returns home with a full load. At this time, she was showing off her spoils to her little brother Kaido. Even with the obstruction of Zephyr and Lieutenant General Zephyr and he, Big Mom still relies on the special attributes of Zeus and Prometheus. And her own, steel skin. Baptized all the treasures in the sanctuary. At this moment, Thundercloud, Zeus's body. It is full of treasures as high as a hill. Momo. Big katakana middle. Mom's face showed a treacherous look. Pointing to the battlefield gradually calmed down in the distance. He said with a smirk. Captain Locke's breath disappeared, and it seemed that he had been killed by the Navy. In this way, the Rock's pirates will inevitably disband. This is a great opportunity for us. Kaido, come with my sister. If we re-establish a pirate group, we will definitely be able to compete with Ski, Newgate and others. As long as we have a few more children together, I believe that in a few years, New World will be our territory. Big katakana middle. Mom said so excitedly. But seeing little brother Kaido, his legs were weak. When I think of the old woman's crazy spirit, I can't bear it. Ling, let's forget it. Kaido shook his head with a dodge in his eyes. I'm going to stay with brother Yu. I think he is the only one who can replace Captain Rock's useless waste. Big katakana middle. Mom cursed with a lack of interest. Then I thought about it. Raise your hand and take out an exquisite jade box from the many treasures. Open. He pointed to the devil fruit with blue patterns inside and said. If I read it correctly, this one should be animal, fish, fruit, and phantom beast species, which is enough to make you stronger. Kaido, if you become prosperous in the future, don't forget my kindness to you. Speak. Big katakana middle. Mom has handed the fish and fish fruit to Kaido. This is the legendary phantom beast sprout. Kaido's excited voice trembled slightly. Just eat this devil fruit. From then on, I stood up. No need to be afraid of Yu, the big devil again. Because Kaido had already colluded with Big Mom. Shortly after the war began, he sneaked over from the battlefield. So, Kaido did not see Yu enter the state of Niuk monster. Otherwise, even if he is beaten to death, he will never dare to have such arrogant thoughts. However, just when Kaido couldn't let go of playing with it, a figure that came in an instant. But he snatched the fish and fish fruit. Take it for you. Yu quickly confirmed. After deciding that this is the fish, fruit, phantom beast, green dragon form drawn on the devil's picture book. Don't even think about it. He opened his mouth and bitten it down. The bitter and indescribable taste keeps impacting the taste buds. But the next second, the system prompt sound suddenly rang. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining animal system, fish fruit, phantom beast species, and green dragon form. Current progress of the Heaven King Awakening mission. Open black lens bracket. Listen to the sound of all things 1/3, close black lens bracket. Point 0. Animal system, fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form 1/2. 1 point is automatically completed after reaching the awakening state. Open black lens bracket. Byte. Congratulations to the host for receiving additional rewards. The system has automatically scaling the fish fruits to eliminate side effects such as seawater and sea tower stones. Please use them with confidence. Close black lens bracket. Feeling the tremendous energy that suddenly filled the body, Yiyu's horns rose upwards with big arcs. He never expected it. The system actually helped him so considerately to clear out all the weaknesses of devil fruit. It's really a surprise beyond surprise. Now, fish and fish fruit. But it has really become the strongest biology in the 3 realms of sea, land and air. Or it is more appropriate to call it Qinglong fruit directly. Brother Yu, that devil fruit was given to me by Lingling. Kaido wants to get angry now. But he was afraid of Yiyu's fist. He could only pretend to be pitiful and looked at Yiyu. Big katakana middle. Mom looked at Chiluo's Yiyu with his eyes shining. Swallowed. He thought to himself, good da. Casey, listen to my elder brother's advice. You don't understand the ability of devil fruit, especially phantom beast. The water here is very deep, you can't grasp it. Yiyu pulled off Kaido's top with one hand. Around myself. Then he said with great thought. Brother asked you, are you happy when you fight? Happy. Kaido answered blankly. I don't know what Yiyu wants to say at all. Then why are you unhappy now? Isn't it because of this devil fruit? But the question is, are you missing the ability of devil fruit now? Kaido subconsciously just nodded. Then Yu was interrupted by a big neck. Casey, please listen to your advice. The power devil fruit can bring to you is not solid. You have no experience and you don't understand. I'm afraid you won't be able to grasp it. My little brother, the water here is very deep. Look at me, let's not eat that devil fruit first. First improve your strength and fight happily every day, okay? Big katakana middle dot mom. Kaido looked confused. Brother, I am a little student, don't lie to me. Mouth. Chapter 66 The Azure Dragon destroys the world and the god battle ends. He is there. Huh, it seems that there is big katakana middle dot mom. Don't let them run. Just as Yu was about to broadcast a few words from Kaido's little brother on demand. The pursuers behind him have arrived. This time in the crowd. There are also Major Generals Zephyr and Lieutenant General He. The Navy's high-end combat power is all on the list. This can be seen from this. How much they attach to Yu. Kaido, you and big katakana middle dot mom go first, I'll deal with them. A hint of fierceness flashed in Yu's eyes. The tiger does not show its power. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? Anyway, this group of people will not let themselves go easily. Just took this opportunity. Test the power of fish and fish fruit. You can also make a favor. Why not do it? Sure enough. After hearing this, big katakana middle dot mom. First, shocked. Then he almost burst into tears. Choo-choo said in a moving way. Yu, I didn't realize until today that you are a good person. Good guy card +1. Kaido also looked grateful. Thank you, brother, I finally realized it. Good guy card +2. Yu was too lazy to talk nonsense to them. Facing the pursuers. The fighting craze had already excited him again. Roaring. I want to catch me, come on, try it. As the words fell. Yu finally awakened the power from the legend. A sharp and powerful aura suddenly burst out from his body. Immediately afterwards. His figure began to surge wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant. Then he was in the horrified eyes of the Warring States period and others. It transforms into a natural disaster blue dragon that stretches for hundreds of meters long. Proudly occupies the world. The wind and clouds are throbbing. Lightning and thunder. The long and narrow dragon dances in the wind. The sharp dragon claws show their sharpness. The green dragon scales are as solid as golden soup. The king of beasts looks down on the world. Roar. The thunderous sound of the dragon roar resounded through the sky. Green dragon night feathers walk on the clouds. Soaring up. Breaking into the sky. A huge body hovered. Looking down at Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others standing on the spot below. The whole body exuded a powerful and sacred aura. Then that's a dragon. Why did that kid suddenly become a capable person? Just when everyone was confused. It must be the crazy woman Big Mom. Zephyr pointed to Big Mom who was taking Kaido to travel far away. He said with anger. This devil fruit must have been stolen from that sanctuary. Damn it, we're still one step late. Everyone at this time. I don't know about this devil fruit. In fact, it is the great treasure that has been passed down from generation to generation by the dragon people. However. No wait for others to speak. Qinglong Yu hovering in the air. But he has taken the initiative. The dragon quickly gathered its magnificent flames. Looking at the ground below with contempt. Like an ant, the Warring States and others. Escape now, escape until exhausted. I want to see how many times you can avoid open black lens bracket hot breath close black lens bracket. The words fell. The terrifying hot blast that destroys the world falls from the sky. The scorching flames impact. The people who were slamming straight towards the ground. It seems that everything in front of me is going to destroy. Boom. The entire coast was instantly shrouded in a sea of fire in Wangyang. Locks, you have failed to fulfill your wish. Today I will help you achieve it. Yu let out a thunderous roar. Ignore the chaos in the Warring States period and others below. Pangju's body flew straight towards the direction of Emerald City. What is he going to do? No, that crazy man wouldn't want to. How dare he? The Warring States period and others saw this. A look of horror appeared on his face. Even Roger, who is a pirate, is no exception. Madman. Another crazy man. It's even more crazy than that guy Locks. He actually wanted massacre the Tianlong people in the entire Emerald City. Didn't he know? How much shock will this cause in the whole world? Damn it, you must not let him succeed. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Can was the first to react. Stepping on the moon step to fly into the sky. He shouted in panic. Stop that lunatic quickly. The Warring States period and others came back to their senses from the shock. They all jumped into the air, racing towards the direction of Emerald City. At the same time, open black lens bracket Arcade City close black lens bracket. After learning the news that the Totem Temple had been looted, the dragons in the city gathered in the square, cursing the incompetence of the Navy headquarters. I don't know at all. A catastrophe is about to come. Hey, Vallacy Saint, look over there, it seems like a dragon is flying over. Dragon, Hoshalu, are you talking about the creature with two big wings? It's not that, it's exactly the same kind as the one carved on the gate of the Totem Temple. Hey, there is really a big green dragon, come on, hurry up and beat the dragon to this saint. I want to keep it as a pet. Bastard, I discovered it first, it should belong to me. The quarrel between the two. It soon attracted the attention of all the dragons. They all looked up at the sky. The green dragon has already swayed at this time. Even if it is a part of 1,000 meters. They still saw the monstrous murderous intent in the giant dragon's eyes that looked down on all living beings. No, right. No. There will be no one in this world is there a dragon who dares to attack the dragon people, right? The panic atmosphere began to spread among the crowd. And at this time the giant dragon above the sky. It began to hover like a spirit snake. Suddenly, countless strong winds rolled up, soaring straight into the sky. The square suddenly became a mess. Even members of the CP organization who were responsible for protecting the Tianlong people. In front of this strong cyclone, I can't stabilize my body either. But this is just the beginning. The dragon's body spiraled. A series of whirlwinds of destruction roared out in an instant. Tear the world. The huge tornado vortex pulls the anime disaster clouds, dragging countless thunders. Just like the thunder tribulation in the end of the world. Defeat the world. This is another killer move Yu has tried for the first time, big tornado. Roger and others who were chasing in the distance saw this. He couldn't help but exclaim. Just kidding. That's not just a simple disaster, right? Yes, it seems more appropriate to describe it as a natural disaster. However, without waiting for everyone to come forward, Qinglong Yiyu's figure has been spiraled up again. The dragon roars. It triggered the thunder in the 9 heavens. Then the wind is activated. It rolled up countless wind blades like scythe slashing, sweeping in all directions. Roger and others struggled to stabilize their bodies. But shocked to discover the buildings and mountains below. It was cut into pieces in the strong wind. The giant dragon in front of you. Obviously, you can control the power of the wind. Turn it into an invisible weapon. Huh, swish, 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 swish. Puff 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 puff. The huge square was torn apart by the howling sickle wind. Instantly turned into purgatory on Earth. Even members of the CP organization used iron blocks to resist. But he still couldn't escape the fate of being dismembered by the wind blade. The dragon people are even more miserable. directly in the gust of sickle wind, turned into a pool of flesh and blood, ending a dirty and sinful life. For a moment, wailing, screaming, abuse, and the cry for help resounded throughout the sky. The whole Emerald City. They were all swept and crushed by the extremely fierce sickle wind. Countless wind blades cut and tear the earth. The buildings on the ground were even more fragmented and turned into ruins. This power in front of you. It has far surpassed the imagination of Roger and others. Even if the Warring States period and others were determined to come forward to stop it. But how could the speed of Moonstep be? It is simply incomparable to the giant dragon walking in the air. Except for exhaust gas. They also have to face the ecstasy wind and flames of the Emberless. However, the giant dragon in the sky. But there was no idea of getting tired or wanting to stop. In this tornado katakana middle. Bad wind. Yu fully released the infinite power of the two killer moves. This is also Yu's first attempt to use two different forces. Used together. Although it's not too skillful yet. But power. But it is unprecedentedly amazing. This is the punishment for the destruction of the world given to the heavenly dragon by the natural disaster Qinglong. Open black lens bracket hot breath close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket thunderstorm close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket tornado close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket bad wind close black lens bracket. This war that should have ended after Locke's death. It was because of Yu's existence. There have been earth-shaking changes. This moment. The entire God's Valley. Completely became a stage for Yu to perform alone. And Cylinder Kong and Warring States period and others. Then I could only look at the Emerald City below that became ruins of the Sea of Fire. Stand on the spot. Boom. Finally, in a loud roar. The God's Valley, which could no longer withstand the attack, collapsed in a bang. Broken into countless pieces. Along with the corpses of countless celestial dragons. And the corpse of Lox who dominated the entire old era. Sinking to the bottom of the sea together. And in the sky. The Qinglong transformed into a natural disaster. Also in a huge dragon roar. Soaring up. It rushed into the clouds of 10,000 meters and disappeared. God of God, it's over. The Dragon Man is finished. This war is finally over. Warring States period, my mission has ended here. I hope you can respect the previous agreement and release the two crew members. After Roger said something briefly. He left without looking back. There is no point in staying here anymore. Not long. Roger returned to the Oro Jackson. But his figure had just fallen to the deck. A pirate trotted over to report, "Captain, we just picked up a little red-haired baby on the sea." Deputy Captain Riley said that he may be the child of the Tianlong people. With Yu and the Roger pirates leaving one after another. This is the most grand epic battle ever. Gao Valley Battle. Finally, the curtain came to an end. 3.9 is compared to the original work. At this moment, God's Valley has completely disappeared. But on the sea where you can see your eyes. But there were corpses everywhere. Death is different. Broken corpse. As the waves swayed back and forth. That scene. It's as terrifying as hell. The originally blue sea. At this time, he had already been stained with blood and turned into a bloody red color. Looking from afar. It's like a sea of blood. This battle. Rock's pirates, there are more than 50,000 people in total. In addition to the dozens of team captains and cadres who defected. And the thousands of people who were taken away by the White Beard. The rest were all killed in battle. The Navy invested more than 60,000 elite troops. Most of the casualties were killed or injured. He died in Yu's last wave of attacks. There are no less than 10,000 people. This time the Navy. It can be said that it is a serious injury to the vitality. Emerald City, hundreds of heavenly dragons living in the city. All were destroyed. And it really suffered a fatal blow. But it is a CP0 organization. Their strength. It was originally enough to compete with the Navy headquarters. But after this battle, The entire organization was directly cut in half. 3 veterans of General Emperor level and the other high-end combat powers are almost completely destroyed. The CP0 organization has been in a slump since then. Completely reduced to second rate. PS1, sorry, I went to queue up to do HS in the morning, there were too many people. PS2, Red Hair was 37 years old when he appeared, and the time was exactly the same as God's Valley battle, so I added a second set by myself, which is not officially certified, so don't criticize. Chapter 67 The World-Shaking Reward, Super Rich Harvest. Battle of Gods is over. But this is a huge storm caused by this battle. But it has just begun. A few days later. Open black lens bracket rocks pirates close black lens bracket defeated open black lens bracket Gao of Gods close black lens bracket. News that Captain Locks was killed on the spot. It swept the whole world like a hurricane. Just as in the original work. The World ZF shamelessly erased the fact that Captain and Roger joined forces. And publicize it to the outside world. Lieutenant General Monkey D. Cap. Standing up alone at the most dangerous time of God's Valley. Lead the troops. The Rocks Pirates with the title of the strongest in the world was stopped. And successfully killed Sea Overlord Locks D. Gebek. But without mentioning a word. The 5 old stars with swords killed by Yi Yu. And the nearly 100 celestial dragons who were slaughtered in God's Valley. There are also elite naval forces with extremely heavy casualties. Monkey D. Cap also became a god because of this battle. He was praised on the altar by the world. Praise as naval hero. Open black lens bracket hero Cap close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket legendary navy close black lens bracket etc. Besides. Although the Rocks Pirates officially announced its disbandment later. But the Navy headquarters still updated the latest rewards from relevant former members. The bounties of Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Big Mom and other captains hit a new high. But among them, the most eye-catching, undoubtedly Yi Yu. But not so striking. It is better to use the word, shocking the world. Because of Yi Yu's bounty. It was actually directly elevated to an unprecedented level of terror. 10 billion berry. Not only did it exceed the bounty of Locks from Sea Overlord 04. Even more than the entire Rocks Pirates cadres the sum of bounty. It set the world's best reward for 800 years. You must know. Now is not the era of the age of the big pirates. That kind of newborn supernova. All can be rewarded 500 million or even more in the era. Even a few years later. The bounty of Bondi Wald from the Roger era. It's only 200 million berry. From this we can see. Yi Yu's 10 billion berries reward. What a shock and impact it will cause in the whole world. There will definitely be countless people who are crazy about it. Ambitiously wanted to get rid of Yi Yu. At the same time, there will also be countless people worshipping it. Because Yi Yu's strength is beyond imagination. Some people even circulate on the sea. Next. The whole new world. It will enter the era that belongs entirely to Yi Yu. This man has been in the industry for less than a year. After the fall of Locks. Another legend has been opened. And the hatred and hostility of Yi Yu against the world. It seems to have reached its peak. Even disregarding his face. Publicly call it the biggest enemy of the world. He also labeled Yi Yu as a big hat, the world's most vicious criminal. Yi Yu's name. It is also among the tribes of Sacred Land Marichoa and the Dragons. It has become a taboo existence. This directly led to the Tianlong people not daring to step into the New World step from now on. Only. Compared with these official titles. But another title gradually spread on the sea. God Slayer. And there are rumors. This title was circulated from the Roger Pirates. And Locks, Death. And the dissolution of Rocks Pirates. It also officially ended the New World for more than 10 years. A situation where one can dominate. A large number of borderless lands emerge. It has also spawned the establishment of countless pirate groups. A new round of maritime battles has begun. And in this, The most famous one. It belongs to the pirate group led by Whitebeard, Roger and Golden Lion. As for the Navy headquarters, facing the chaotic battle situation of New World. But he was unable to intervene at all. The pirates in New World are all busy grabbing people, money and territory. The Navy and the world sprinkled a net of heaven and earth. Crazy search for Yu's whereabouts. But he seemed to have disappeared from the sea. No trace. Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket. On a deserted island without a man. Before officially starting the practice, let's take a look at the gains from this battle. Yu smiled. Then he placed first-generation Gui Chake beside him. Then the system panel opened. Open black lens bracket strongest sign in system close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket host, Yu close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket age, 18 years old close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket ability template, Hungry Wolf 200% close black lens bracket. Special skills of character board template, breakthrough of boundaries and second stage. Add passive characteristics of character templates, breathing method, super learning ability, combat continuation, near-death breakthrough, stronger and stronger in combat, adaptability. Skills, mystery, true self stream, instant step passive cicada, 0 type, death slash, monster killing fist only used in the Niuk monster state. Open black lens bracket armed color domineering, advanced plus. Seeing and hearing domineering spirit, advanced plus awakening and predicting the future. Open black lens bracket overbeal color domineering, advanced plus. Open black lens bracket devil fruit, fish and fish fruit no weakness close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket sword intention, ghost chi katakana middle dot elementary close black lens bracket. Special ability, listen to the voice of all things LV1. Special mission, the King of Heaven awakens, current progress. Open black lens bracket listen to the sound of all things 1/3, close black lens bracket. Animal system, fish fruit, phantom beast species, blue dragon form 1/2 1 point is automatically completed after reaching the awakening state. Compared to before. The current list of Yu's attributes can be described as gorgeous. The biggest gain. Nothing better. The Hungry Wolf template that has reached the full progress. In this battle. Break restrictions. Breakthrough to 200%. And successfully opened border breakthrough, second stage, Niuk Weir form. At the same time. It also added one to Yu. A magical skill that can compete with the bald demon monster demon killing fist. Although in the battle with the 5 old stars holding the sword. Yu had not had time to use it. It's hang up for convenience. But this magical skill emerged. It undoubtedly added Yu's confidence to defeat the other 5 old stars and the big boss I am. When I think of these old monsters who have lived for at least 800 years. Yu felt a sense of crisis in his heart. But at the same time, it is also full of challenges and excitement. Have a strong momentum to move to a higher apex. The second is the fish and fish fruit without weaknesses. Under green dragon form. Yu burst out with a natural disaster-like power when he tried it for the first time. It has a huge range of group injuries. At present, natural attacks that can be triggered include wind, fire, thunder, and cloud. And this. It's just the weakest form of this devil fruit. When developing the human and beast form. I guess Yu's strength will be directly improved by 1. But it really helped him the most. But after eating this devil fruit. His physical strength. Open black lens bracket endurance close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket resistance to strike close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket resilience close black lens bracket. And life force. All have been greatly strengthened. It also equates to the upper and lower limit attributes of Yu. It directly raised a lot. This is what he dreams most now. Besides. It is the awakening of sword intent. Wandering at the edge of life and death several times. Let Yu's success fully realize the strongest sword intent. Ghost Chi awakening. And the stolen demon sword, first generation Gui Che. It was just tailor-made for him. It can be said. Yi Yu is the biggest winner in the Battle of Gods. It's a win between fame and fortune. However, for Yi Yu today, whether it is Cap, Still Roger, or legendary pirates like Whitebeard, Golden Lion and others, he is no longer the opponent he wants to surpass. After opening that neon-horned monster form, these people, he can crush everything. But this does not mean that he is already invincible. Because there are even higher challenges waiting for him. Only. In the past, there were small fights and wars on the sea like playing house. For Yi Yu, it has become boring. What he wants to do now, it is to the true peak of this world. Start and impact. Will be the top. Look down at all the mountains. Develop fish and fish fruit temper, sword intention, and improve your lower limit strength without using border breakthrough. I didn't expect that after I became stronger, there were so many things waiting to be done. Thinking of this, Yi Yu couldn't wait to prepare for a new round of cultivation. And at this moment, Yi Yu is already in his heart. I made another extremely crazy plan for myself. He wants to put the next stage. Put it in the same shocking and great war in the future. He wants to make war on the top completely use it for his own use. He wants to be under the attention of the whole world. Deliberately concealed the world. The truth about the 127 historical period about 100 blanks is made public. He wants to be in full view of everyone. Subvert this corrupt dynasty that has stood for 800 years. He wants to defeat the king of the world, standing at the highest point in this world. Yi Yu at this moment. I can already feel the crazy feeling of locks. But I have to say, this feeling is really great. But before that, in addition to hard practice, he also has to wait for a woman who has a crucial impact on his future plans to appear. That is the ability of Fruit of Time. The Moon Time. Now is the time when this woman appears. Less than 6 years left. Yi Yu must be before this woman appears. Only by completing this practice can you do it. But with his talent and hard work, it must not be difficult. Then let's start with you. Yi Yu's eyes then fell on breathing method. At the same time, on another island in New World, in a dark room in a small town, a young woman with an ordinary appearance. She cried bitterly to the newspaper with the news of Locke's murder. She is the wife of Locke whom the world is searching for. Only, even within the Rock's pirates, no one knew her existence or true identity at all. Mom didn't cry hug. At this time, one looked only about 2 years old. A little boy who looks dark and ugly. He stumbled over and hugged the woman's thigh. Although my eyes were full of ignorance. But the fleshy little hands. But he kept reaching upwards. It seems that I want to wipe the tears from the corners of my eyes for a woman. Tick, my good boy, when you grow up, you must avenge your father. The woman picked up the child. Pointing to the photo of Locks, he said. Remember, your father is the dignified sea overlord Locks D. Gbeck, who was killed by the Navy in the world. For your safety, from today on, let's take your mother's surname Marshall. P.S. Blackbeard was 38 years old when he appeared, which matched the age of this time period. I added a second design and was unofficially certified. Chapter 68 The Black-Bellied Little White Hare, Nicole Orbia. Time flies. 5 years have passed in a blink of an eye. During these 5 years, New World there have been earth-shaking changes. The heroes stand together. The wind and clouds are surging. Among them, Whitebeast pirates, Roger pirates, and Flying pirates with the Golden Lion formed a three-legged force. He is known as the three legendary pirates by the world. Whitebeard even started his family searching for relatives. While fighting in all directions. Start collecting children in their teens. Prepare to tailor a large maritime family for yourself. But among them, the most surprising thing. Nothing is Kaido, the former intern of the Rock's pirates. He actually relies on the tiger's strength to fight and kill. And an unexpectedly obtained Phantom Beast Devil Fruit. successfully established his own power in New World, and began to recruit crew members in a big way. Famous. This day. A certain tavern on Carriera Island. A tall figure. The man, who was covered in a black cloak, pushed the door and walked in. "Boss, have a beer." "Guest, the beer you want." The boss brought the wine glass to the man and reached out to do a hand gesture of asking for help. "Gudong Gudonga, it's so good." As expected, the beer from New World is the best to drink. But the miso ramen over Keihai is also very good. The man in the cloak is Yi Yu. After 5 years cultivate. He left the deserted island where he was in seclusion half a month ago. Start planning for the future. Make an early layout. The first stop. He chose Beihai. For Yi Yu, who can transform into a blue dragon. Want to cross the red clay continent to the 4 seas. It's so easy. Is beer really that delicious? At this moment, a weak female voice suddenly rang beside Yi Yu. "Boss, please give me a beer bar too. I saw one of them at about 18 years old. Fair skin. Good figure. Sweet looks. And she has a beautiful girl with long silver hair that is unforgettable." He was blinking his big eyes full of expectations. Staring at the wine glass in Yi Yu's hand. She seemed to be influenced by Yi Yu. "I would love to try the taste of beer." It can be seen. This was definitely the first time she drank in her life. Yi Yu's horns couldn't help but curl up. Soon. The girl took the beer handed over by her boss. Learning from Yi Yu's attitude just now. "I took a big drink very generously." Result. Then she squirted out all of them. "Ahem, it's so bitter, but he obviously said it's delicious." The girl put her waist on her back and looked at Yi Yu angrily. "That means it seems to be saying. Bastard, you lied to me." Yi Yu held back his smile. He shrugged at the girl. "Reply with actions. It has nothing to do with me. I didn't force you to drink." Although the girl opposite is very pleasing to the eye. And it seems that it is full of intellectual and intelligent temperament. And the bookish spirit that is rare in women in this world. But Yi Yu came here not to pick up girls. So. He no longer continues to pay attention to this, Xiao Bai Mao. It's a girl, on the contrary. After accidentally seeing Yi Yu's handsome face clearly. His pretty face suddenly turned red. The heart was beating wildly. She knows. This is what the book says about heartwarming feeling. The girl has followed the traces of historical text from O'Hara. "I've never seen such a handsome man. I was worried about whether to take the initiative to come forward and chat with me." Yi Yu opposite. But he had already stood up and walked out. "Hey, love goes too fast, like a tornado." The girl looked lost. But at this moment, several members of the CP organization wearing black suits suddenly broke into the door. He surrounded the girl directly. "Archaeologist Nicole Orbia, you are suspected of privately searching for the historical text strictly prohibited by the world. We are ordered to arrest you. If you don't want to be executed directly, give up resisting and follow us obediently." Although New World has become a paradise for pirates. But if not necessary. Pirates usually. Still unwilling to have a head-on conflict with the Navy and the world. Now the CP organization appears. The pirates in the tavern were all waiting to watch the show with a smirk. Only Yi Yu stood at the door, staring blankly. Nicole Orbia, archaeologist, historical text. Yi Yu combined this information together. He looked at the silver hair on the girl's head again. It's almost certain. The other party should be the biological mother of Nicole Robin. There are almost 31 years left before Luffy's plot going out to sea. And at the beginning of the plot, Nicole Robin is already 28 years old. That is to say, if nothing unexpected happens, Nicole Robin will be born in 3 years. This is how it counts. The girl in front of her is no problem at all. In the original work, Nicole Orbia is the same as Nicole Robin. They are all genius archaeologists. For interpretation of history text and history of blank 100. Has almost crazy persistence. But it is precisely because of this This ultimately led to the destruction of Ohara. But Yi Yu had no sympathy for this. Come to his opinion. This group of history. It's simply that I'm reading a book and my mind is broken. Being blind and dying. Want to study the taboos of historical text. Then just do it secretly. We must fight against the world with great fanfare. If you have any combat power that can be shown off, it's fine. He doesn't even have the ability to protect himself. All by one picture. Want to defeat power. Do you really treat yourself as a keyboard warrior who is unbreakable without internet? This history has made them learn it into the dog's belly. But for Yi Yu, the white-haired girl in front of her was an unexpected surprise. Because in the plan he made, there is an indispensable link. That is in front of the whole world and war on the top. Interpret blank 100 history. The regime that subverts the world. Although this plan sounds extremely crazy. But for Yi Yu today. But it is not something that is difficult to achieve. And this is not the craziest part of his plan. The reason why Yi Yu dares to be so confident is simple. The strength is there. Unless the remaining 4-5 old stars are collectively dispatched. Otherwise. Just the bad guys from the Navy headquarters. One counts one. In front of Yi Yu, there were all stinky brothers. However, I want to achieve the plan. You must use Ohara archaeology. The wisdom of family interprets the historical and literary freedom. Original. Yi Yu was still thinking. In the future, I will be ahead of Luffy. Take Nicole Robin for your own use. I'm meeting this little white hair now. Who would have to find that black-hearted woman? Let's talk about it. Isn't she fragrant with little white hair? Thinking of this, a strange light suddenly burst out from Yi Yu's dark eyes. Just when those CP members were about to start, Yi Yu's figure suddenly appeared in front of Nicole Orbia. He said in a rather fascinating tone. Little white hair Orbia, why not make a deal, right? Nicole Orbia seemed to have misunderstood something. The pretty face suddenly turned red. Subconsciously clenched the collar. In a trembling voice. What do you want me to do? Okay. He had already sacrificed himself as soon as he opened his mouth. Not what I want. Yi Yu smiled evilly. He pointed to the CP member who was facing a great enemy around him and said. In the future, you will be responsible for helping me interpret historical text. I will be responsible for protecting your safety. We will each take what we need. How about it? Protect me. Mary hey. Orbia, now is not the time to be a slut. Hurry up and wake me up. The little white hair is extremely cute and stretches her face. Then with the help of the pain. Finally, he successfully escaped from the damn charming vortex of the man in front of him. Beautiful eyes restore sanity. He said in a tone full of doubts and vigilance. If you want me to believe you, unless you help me get these people out. Have to. The black-bellied thing is indeed hereditary. This one in front of you looks not only harmless. There is also a little white hair with a 2D fancy attribute. A black-bellied girl in her bones. Her answer just now. Actually, it's no different from not saying it. Like a scumbag girl. After you gave everything for her. I will say lightly, sorry, I still think we are not suitable, but you are a good person. However, this little trick of Xiaobaimao. In front of Yi Yu. It's like Pond Lord meets Aquaman. It must be easy to control her. General Yi Yu slowly leaned over with his face. He said in a voice that only two people could hear. I know the whereabouts of the 4 road signs and historical texts needed to lead to the final island. The reason why I didn't say Ravdru. Because this name is Roger 8 years later. What you took when you successfully arrive at the final island. What? Nicole Orbia indeed got on the trap. A look of shock and excitement suddenly appeared in his beautiful eyes. Turning his head suddenly. Almost kissed Yi Yu's cheeks. He asked in a trembling voice. Sir, do you really know where they are? Do you say are you an archaeologist too? P.S. Next, we will simply lay out, bury the lines, and make a transition. It will pass soon. Then a new round of super war will begin. I will sort out my ideas as soon as possible. Try to show everyone a brand new, more grand than God's Valley. And a completely different war on the top. Chapter 69 Young Soldier Douglas Barrett. What? He is also an archaeologist. The CP members around have long lost their patience. Hearing Orbia's words, whether it is true or false, immediately prepared to aim my weapon at Yu. Only, they haven't waited for anything to do. Jung. An invisible terrifying pressure burst out from Yu's body instantly. It works accurately on several CP members. Poo 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 poo. Several people fell to the ground immediately, foaming on the mouth. Loss of consciousness. But the other pirates in the tavern. But it was not affected at all. Ordinary color domineering. But why didn't I feel it at all? The pirates were confused. This is even more true for the little white-haired Orbia. He approached Yu with a cute look on his face, staring at the dark and deep eyes under the cloak. Finally, he asked in confusion, "Why do you just glance at them casually and all of these people faint?" Yu was too lazy to explain. I immediately left the sentence, "If you want to know, go with me," and walked out of the tavern without looking back. Little girl movie. You'll be done if I fish or not. Hey hey hey, you wait for me. Sure enough, Orbia followed behind him trotted. Although she still doesn't know Yu's true identity. But I can feel it. This handsome man. Absolutely not a bad person. Even a bad guy. It should be the kind that can be forgiven. After all. In the eyes of women. Pretty is justice. Besides. This time Orbia ventured to the New World with O'Hara expedition, in order to find the whereabouts of the remaining historical text. Of course I don't want to miss this opportunity. Your battle sex 127 chi is very strong, you should have reached the advanced level, right? The two have not walked far yet. Then he was dressed in black military clothes. Tall. The boy with long golden hair stopped him. The boy's face was unruly. There are also large scars spreading from below on the neck. It looks extremely warlike. I didn't expect to meet you in such a place. Yu glanced at the corners of the horns with a deep arc, and directly said the boy's name, Douglas Barrett. That's right. The boys who stopped Yu and the others at this moment. It was a few years later. Douglas Barrett, known by the world as the Devil's Heir and the successor of the Ghost. This wild man. I have been pursuing the ultimate of power almost all my life. He seemed to be a monster born for battle. In addition to fighting. So he is not interested in anything else. And his greatest wish. It means killing all the strong men on the sea. Thus proved. He is the world's strongest One Piece, who surpasses Roger. To this end. Even though Barrett was later locked up in level 6 Infinite Hell, he was still silently in a state of extreme concentration. I have been practicing for 20 years. Exercise your strength to the extreme. It can be said. Barrett is a powerful man who can be admired by anyone. But at the same time, he is also a madman who feels extremely disgusting. According to the original plot. At this time, 14-year-old Barrett destroyed his country and army. As a result, he was hunted by the world. He was looking for a battlefield around the sea. Start to challenge the strong. He did not lose. Until one day next year. He met Roger. After being defeated, he joined the Roger Pirates as a challenger. Fight with me, and if you win, let you go. Barrett showed an excited and hideous smile on his face. He could feel it. The man in front of him. Very strong. It even made him feel trembling. If it were someone else. I'm afraid I don't dare to challenge Yu at all. But for the warlike Barrett. Challenge the strong. It is the only valuable thing in life. No. Yu smiled. Said straightforwardly. I won, you're my little brother. Even if I didn't meet him this time. Yu will also be one day in the future. Take the initiative to find Barrett. Because the other party has already entered one of his list. Such a good subordinate. Why leave it to Roger? Of course I took it myself. Yi Yu also knew very well. To subdue a typical inclined guy like Barrett, you have to talk to him about those illusory nonsense about ideals and dreams. I promise that I won't even look at you directly. You just need to completely obey him. I posted it on my own initiative. I didn't see that old boy Roger. Is it just that he used this to fool Barrett on board? And a reckless man like Barrett who simply pursues power. Actually, it's best to control it. So, why are you talking so much? Just do it. Hee ha 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 ha. Barrett laughed wildly. Chao Yeyu hooked his fingers and said, interesting, I didn't expect to meet someone more arrogant than me. If you want to be my elder brother, you have to win first, I'm talking about it. If it's someone else, Barrett probably had punched him long ago. Want to be my younger brother? Orcs will never be slaves, have you heard of it? But this time is different. Barrett was on Yi Yu's body. I noticed a trace of extremely dangerous aura. Such a powerful opponent. He had never met before. Whole person. He was completely excited. Buzz. Next second, a powerful pressure burst out from Barrett's body, sweeping towards Yi Yu. In the shaking air, it also formed a series of blue and purple ripples visible to the eyes. After Barrett slaughtered countless people on the battlefield, the mutation, domineering spirit produced. It's exactly the same as Rock's back then. Little white hair, stand behind me. Yi Yu directly pulled Orbia behind him without saying anything. An ordinary person like her. He can't resist this level of ordinary color domineering. If your mind is shocked, Yi Yu was in great trouble. Want to be more than demonger color domineering? Well, today I'll convince you if you lose. I want to conquer Barrett. That Yi Yu naturally had to achieve all-round crushing. Jung. A terrifying pressure like a god's punishment coming to the world. It poured out of Yi Yu's body. It is different from the aura contained in the past when releasing the ordinary color domineering aura. After 5 years of practice, Yi Yu's ordinary color domineering. It actually contains the wrath of an emperor. Add a breath of sacredness and majesty. Orbia behind her always couldn't help but want to surrender and bow down. This happens. On the one hand, it is because Yi Yu's overb of the king has reached the perfect realm. On the other hand, I'm afraid it has the most direct connection with Yi Yu's huge ambition. After all, the strength of ordinary color domineering. It is closely linked to a person's ambition and destiny. Rumble. Yi Yu's ordinary color domineering instantly suppressed Barrett's mutation, overlord domineering. The fierce collision releases unparalleled energy. Terrifying shock waves and air waves. Raise all the surrounding buildings to the ground directly. Many pirates didn't even have time to react. Then it was swept into the sky by the spreading waves of air. 4x. The ground trembled even more violently. Cracking and collapse can be seen everywhere. What the hell happened? Why did the two of them just stare at each other and create such a terrifying power? Orbia hid behind Yi Yu's broad back. On the smooth forehead. I've been sweating all over. The face in front of you. It has far exceeded the scope of her cognition as a scholar. Even in her heart, there was a sense of unreality that, is such terrifying power really something that humans can have? But there is one thing Orbia is definitely sure. That's it. If Yi Yu hadn't resisted this terrifying attack for her, she may really die. Enjoy it here. Orbia looked at Yi Yu in his eyes. I unconsciously felt a little more grateful and obsession. Even if she knew it. This handsome man in front of you. It's just that she has a crush on her ability to interpret historical texts. But witnessing the strength of this man one after another. And the fatal temptation brought by his appearance. Don't talk about Orbia. I'm afraid any woman. It is inevitable that he will fall in love with Yi Yu. Not to mention, she is just a little silly white-haired maniac who is a little silly in reading. Under the stimulation of this extreme fear of life and death, The potential Stockholm Syndrome in Orbia seems to be successfully activated. It's like during the robber's hijacking process. It is ridiculous and bizarre for a woman to fall in love with each other suddenly. But for Orbia, who already has a great impression of Yu, on her spiritual level, it does indeed subtly develop a nearly pathological sense of dependence on Yu. Even though this man wanted to help him interpret historical text. Then she, Nicole Orbia, just willing to make the ignorant, love, become the translator in the other party's hands. Yu probably couldn't guess it. The little white hair behind him. In just a few minutes. I have figured out so many pictures by myself. He just disliked the other party for losing time after fainting. A woman. As expected, I like to fantasize about handsome men the most. Chapter 70 Crushing Battle. From the ordinary color and domineering one can see a person's ambition and fate. The unruly look on Barrett's face has long disappeared. Instead, it's solemn and fearful. After a moment of silence, he said, "I'm very curious, what exactly is your ambition, Tilda? Become a strong man like legend overlord Locks." Now, Barrett's attitude towards Yu, already a little recognized. In the collision just now, Battle of the King, Chi. He lost. And he lost completely. The domineering power contained in Yu, ordinary color domineering. It shocked him even more. "Barrett, your vision is too small." Yu slowly took off his hood. Showing a handsome face. Said lightly, "If I tell you that there are people stronger than Locks in this sea, do you believe it?" "Who are you?" Barrett's pupils shrank. The eyes that looked at Yu were filled with admiration and fanaticism. He recognized this man. It was after the end of the God's Valley battle 5 years ago. The legend pirate suddenly disappeared. An unprecedented reward of 10 billion berry was offered at the seat God Slayer Yu. Even the 3 legend pirates Whitebeard, Golden Lion and Roger, who are now famous in the sea. In front of this man. They are all so pale. And for Barrett, who has suffered countless betrayals from his companions. Yu is in the Battle of God's Valley. The only one who has not betrayed Locks. At the same time, he is also the only one who has accompanied Locks to the last moment of his life. It has long become the last faith in his heart. I'm afraid even Yu wouldn't have thought of it. During the 5 years he disappeared. He actually succeeded. Countless teenagers like Barrett who have been betrayed. Absolute idol in my heart. And no one. No wonder he has such a terrifying, ordinary color domineering aura. It turns out to be Senior Yu. Barrett was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. Forcibly suppressed the urge to rush up and ask for an autograph. Asked in confusion. But in this world, is there really anyone who is stronger than legend overlord Rocks? Not only has it, but there are a lot. For Barrett can recognize himself. Yu didn't feel surprised. After all, his reward now. But it's as high as 10 billion berry. I'm afraid no one in the world doesn't know his face. Only. The attitude of this kid. Is it a little quick to turn? Where did the Avenge's spirit go before? Did I meet a fake Barrett? The more Mal looked at him, the more he looked like his original follower, Kaido. If this is said from someone else's opinion, I don't believe it. Barrett suddenly smiled and said with a heavy emphasis, "But what Senior Yu said, I believe. Only. Senior, I want to experience your style with my fists myself." Yu felt relieved when he heard this. Barrett is a rebellious beast. If you can conquer it with that little bit of dominantness alone. I don't deserve to let him waste this so much time. After getting Yu's tacit approval, Barrett's eyes burst into an unprecedented high fighting spirit. Even a little crazy. A strong figure as strong as a hill rushed towards the ground. The body is so blurred. The powerful blow wrapped around, armed color domineering, crashed down. However. Bang. Just the moment Barrett punched. Yu's big hand was already pressed on his head. An unrivaled huge force passed down. Barrett's strong body actually smashed directly into the ground. A huge deep pit collapsed suddenly. The smoke rose into the sky. It's crushing at one move. You wait for me here first. Yi Yu's figure is flashing. He had already come to a farther position with Orbia in his arms. If I really scare this little girl. But it's not worth the loss. Thank you for your concern. A hint of shyness rose on Orbia's pretty face. Not aware of it at all. How terrible is this man in front of me? But what if he doesn't matter? As long as you are handsome, it's enough. This kind of appearance. This girl can eat every day. I am really a senior. Barrett jumped out of the pit in a dirt. Not only did there be no look of anger on his face. Anti-excited reminder. Next, I'll use devil form. Barrett grinned. The blue-purple ghost energy in the body directly merges with the ultimate, armed color domineering spirit. Then it instantly covers the whole body. Form a terrifying posture like a ghost in hell. This is Barrett on the battlefield. The devil form has been realized through hundreds of times of life and death. It is also one of the reasons why he is called the Devil Heir. In the original work, only Roger can beat him in the entire Roger Pirates. Besides, even the deputy captain Rayleigh had to tie him. That year, Barrett is only 15 years old. That's why the members of the Roger Pirates call it Monster. And under devil form, regardless of speed, still power, all have been greatly improved. It can be said that Barrett's strongest posture before using the combination fruit. Next second, his figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Yu. A punch that was enough to break the mountain was blown out. Result. Bang. Barrett was hit into the ground by Yi Yu again with his head pressed on his head. Only 2 legs were left exposed. It's exactly the same as last time. Still crushing. Come again. Barrett looked persevering. His eyes were filled with excitement and madness. Idols are idols. In front of him. I didn't even have any chance at all. But this. Isn't it the goal he has always wanted to pursue and surpass? Senior, please check my last blow. Open black lens bracket. The strongest fist close black lens bracket. Barrett instantly increased his strength and speed to the extreme. He rushed up again towards Yi Yu. Iron fist cut through the air. It actually caused a series of explosions. Obviously. The speed of this punch has already broken through the sound barrier. You should know in the theater version. Barrett used the strongest fist in devil state. Regardless of speed. Still in terms of strength. All of them easily crush Luffy, who turns on the 4th level bouncer mode. This can be seen from this. How terrifying the power of this punch is. However, it was obvious that his attack was not enough in front of Yi Yu. Another one-touch kill. It's the same crush again. Even if Barrett used the strongest attack, it is still hard to escape the situation of being crushed. This is the gap. This time, Barrett got up and did not attack again. Instead, he respectfully bowed to Yi Yu and said, "Senior no, brother Yi Yu, I admit defeat. The knot is over." Orbia looked at the two of them blankly. Being an ordinary person, she couldn't even see the actions of the two of them. Just no. The young soldier who looked a little scary. He was pressed into the ground again and again by the handsome man. Oh. Handsome man, is the nickname that Orbia just named Yi Yu. Just like every girl in love. Everyone likes to give their partner a nickname. It's her own exclusive. Brother Yi Yu, where are we going next? Barrett quickly got into the role. Become a little fan. Surround Yi Yu's saddle and horse behind. The cold and rebellious spirit was completely gone. Orbijana was so confused when she saw it. Could this young soldier be beaten by a handsome man? Of course. Barrett's meekness is only for Yi Yu. As for the others, do you believe me if I punch you to death? Go to the port to wait for a dead person. Yi Yu said lightly, then walked towards the port. Barrett understood in an instant. After a big look, he followed excitedly. This time there is a good show. I don't know which unlucky guy got into trouble with Brother Yu. I will definitely die in a miserable way. A dead person. There was a hint of doubt on Orbia's pretty face. Do you still have to wait for a dead person? Hey, you two wait for me. The three of them arrived at the port soon. Along the way, after a simple exchange, Yu has already learned the current situation of Orbia and Ohara. This white-haired girl who was born in West Sea and Ohara. Like other scholars, he is born with a nearly paranoid persistence towards historical text. They are exploring hard the true face of that period of a blank 100 years erased by the world government. To this end, archaeologists of Ohara, they all ventured to go out to sea to pursue the traces of historical text. Orbia is one of them. Only this group of scholars who focus on reading only the books of sages. I'm not very interested in anything other than historical text. So much so, Orbia saw Yu's face. Still don't know. The man opposite is actually the world's most vicious criminal who was wanted 10 billion berry by the world Zeph's reward. But the white-haired girl at this time, it's the 18-year-old youth. Being braver. The most imagination. Adventurous age. Even if I know. Mostly I won't feel scared. Mouth. Chapter 71 Teach Boxing. The Silver Axe Trio is about to finish. 3 days later. HMPH, what is said in the book is indeed correct. You can't believe the words of a beautiful man. The more handsome he is, the more he will be lying. Orbia sat bored on the beach, looking at Yu who was guiding Barrett in the distance. Punching. He muttered dissatisfiedly. How else do you say you know the whereabouts of the fort road signs and historical texts? But it's been 3 days, and you still don't want to disclose any news to others. HMPH, I will never believe your nonsense again. But how long will it take to wait? That dead man will come. Just when Orbia was looking for jade to wear the teachings of Yu on the opposite side, it also came to an end. These are the cultivation methods of ordinary color domineering, encircling. If you want to step into a higher level and defeat stronger enemies, this ability is essential. Yu said with a stern face and a very stern tone. Barrett, you have a great talent. But there have always been big problems in the direction of your cultivation. Barrett just learned the winding technique of dominant color and domineering. I feel happy. Suddenly I heard Yu's harsh words, 127. The whole person was stunned. Although you have now developed the potential of combination fruit to the extreme, there is only fruit awakening that is not conquered. Yu began to explain to him carefully. But haven't you discovered it yet? Your current battle is a bit too dependent on the ability of devil fruit. Although after using the ability of combination fruit you can give you extremely powerful power and destructive power. But the problem happens to be here. You mean? Barrett seemed to realize something, and his face changed drastically. That's right. Yu nodded and said, although your power has been enhanced to the extreme after the fusion. But the larger the size, the more you will limit your own flexibility and it will easily become a natural target. Maybe it's not obvious in ordinary battles. But once the enemy rises to the level of General Emperor level, all the disadvantages will appear. But by that time, you no longer have a chance. Brother Yu, Barrett's face was horrified. I was already sweating profusely when I heard it. But at the same time, his eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration for Yu. After all, like most abilities, you relied too much on the ability to chase that devil fruit and ignore your own roots. Yu didn't continue talking. For Barrett's talent, just click on some words. There is no need to say too deeply. Sure enough. After a moment, Barrett found the reason from himself. Brother Yu, I understand. You are right. Since I obtained the combination fruit, I have neglected my own strength a little and pursued the powerful destructive power after fusion. I guess this is also the reason why my strength has been stagnant in the past 2 years. Yu's on-demand broadcast. For Barrett, who has always been eager to become stronger. It has extremely important significance. This young soldier who has been regarded as a murder machine since childhood. Feeling a hint of warmth on Yi Yu's body. Even though it is like a fire of stars. But it can start a prairie fire. It seems you realize it too. Yi Yu was very satisfied with Barrett's talent and nodded. If you put aside the ability of the devil fruit, whether it is your speed, power, skill, or body strength, and three-color domineering aura, it can be said that they are all at the top level. These are your biggest advantages. In my eyes, the ability of devil fruit is just an auxiliary buff at best. So don't lose your roots. I see. Barrett respectfully gave Yi Yu a respectful salute. And he kept his teachings in his heart. The man in front of him. From then on, he was the king he swears to follow. And Yi Yu's words. It is definitely not aimless. In the original work, Barrett faces alone when Luffy led the 11th supernova. When the devil form is not opened, he abused everyone by using physical skills, power skills, and three-color domineering spirit alone. A wave of Flatta almost took the Straw Hat Boy away. Even armed color domineering is useless. The body resists all attacks under Luffy, 4th level Snake Man. Extremely powerful. But who would have thought? After Barrett activated the large bullet form of the Fruit Awakening ability, was it actually hacked by Luffy? This is so outrageous. Although the second brother Sabo, Smoker, the Queen, and Traza all made a lot of efforts. But it was still outrageous for parents to open the door, outrageous for being home. Finally, Yi Yu summed up a sentence. Luffy's King of the movie version is definitely not a waste of time. But in this battle, the fatal weakness exposed by Barrett is clear at a glance. Now he has become his younger brother. Yi Yu naturally had to correct him in advance. After all, compared to more than 30 years later, now Barrett is like a piece of rough jade waiting to be carved. I have a set of boxing techniques here that is very suitable for you to practice. Today I will just teach you together. Yi Yu is never stingy with his own people. Plus, the powerful Tornado Iron Crush is really compatible with Barrett. It will definitely burst into extraordinary sparks. Break through the height of fate. At the same time, open black lens bracket Carriera Island, close black lens bracket in the nearby waters. 3 large pirate ships were sailing rapidly in the direction of the island. On the pirate ship with the water ghost flag flying in the front, Captain Wang Zhezheng and John and Silver Axe were drinking on the deck. After the disbandment of Rock's pirates, in order to compete with Whitebeard, Golden Lion, and Roger, get a piece of the pie in the turbulent new world, John, Wang Ji and Silver Axe hit it off. Directly establish an offensive and defensive alliance. Finally, successful in the chaotic turf battle. Win a place. And at this moment 0. Carriera Island, where Yi Yu and the other 2 are located. It belongs to Wang Ji. Wang Ji, this time I suddenly called the 2 of us here. Put down the wine glass with Silver Axe. He asked with his eyes flashing. Is there something big happening? Can you find a new goal to start with and prepare to go to the big ticket together? John's eyes suddenly shone. In his mind, apart from treasure, there is treasure. A few days ago, the 2 teams I sent out to collect protection fees were all taken over by a mysterious person. Wang Ji doesn't talk nonsense. He said directly with a serious expression. The other party also made harsh words and would wait for me to seek revenge on this island. Hiss. The smile on Silver Axe and John's face disappeared instantly after hearing this. His figure was shocked. You must know. Although Wang Ji's Water Ghost Pirates is not top-notch, but it is also famous in New World. Plus, everyone knows the alliance between the 3 of them. Someone dares to be so arrogant. Did you see clearly what that person looks like? The Silver Axe seemed to remember something. He asked in a little uneasy manner. I didn't see the appearance. Wang Ji shook his head helplessly and said. The other party was wearing a cloak, and he cut the hull into 2 halves with one sword. No one could see his appearance clearly. But one thing is certain, it's a man. With a sword. Silver Axe sighed with a long sigh. Then it shouldn't be that guy, Hungry Wolf, right? That's right, that boy Yu is playing physical skills. John also reacted. Some malicious smirks. And if it was him, do you think your subordinates still have the life to inform you? But. John's eyes rolled. He deliberately elongated his voice and said. One sword can cut the big ship into 2 pieces, and at least the level 3.9 grade above sword master. Wang Ji, who did you provoke? No. You have found some amazing treasure with us on your back, right? That's right, that boy Yu has disappeared since the Battle of God's Valley. It has been 5 years since he fought the Battle of Gods. The Silver Axe seemed to recall some past events. The smile on his face became a little resentful. But his tone was very confident. If he wanted to take revenge on us, he would have taken action long ago. Will he wait until now? Facing the malicious eyes of John and Silver Axe, Wang Ji felt a little nervous. But he had to squeeze out a smile on his face and said, how could it be? Didn't we say that we shared the same situation when we formed an alliance? We shared the same situation when we had difficulties. I don't ask for birth on the same day of the same month of the same year, but I ask for death on the same day of the same month of the same year. It would never have been expected to kill Wang Ji. His last words. A prophecy came true. Next. The 3 of them were drinking. While offering a sky-high reward of Yu's 10 billion berry. Expressing extreme indignation. Little do you know. Death's sickle. They were almost hugging their necks. Chapter 72 Cleaning Up the Traitors, Song of the Funeral of the Underworld. Yu, look, the pirate flag you mentioned appears. Boring European on the beach. Urbia finally resurrected with full blood. He cheered at the 3 large pirate ships that were approaching rapidly on the sea in the distance. Did the 3 of them get together? When I saw that Silver Axe and John actually participated. Yu's horns couldn't help but slit upwards in a radius. It's a waste of me finding them again. Hee, I guess brother Yu is going to deal with these traitors. Barrett said with a look of joy. For dealing with such small minions, there is no need for you to take action by yourself, so let the 3 of them be handed over to me, right? It is a rare opportunity to show your skills in front of Yu. Barrett naturally doesn't want to miss it. However, I have to settle this account with them in person. Yu shook his head resolutely and said. Although the relationship between me and Lox was just a mutual utilization relationship between Chirop and Rolls, there was no so-called loyalty or trust at all. But that man, after all, taught me the cultivation method of 3 colors domineering and the survival rules of being a pirate. So. Now I help him get rid of a few traitors, so I will just give him a gift. As the words fell, Yu pulled out the first-generation Gui Che from his waist. The sword body was wrapped in panic. The demon sword trembles. The cold air in the underworld blooms. Orbia and Beretan felt like 100 ghosts walking around at night. There were bursts of songs of death in my ears. I am angry with my neighbors, abandon my faith and forget my righteousness. I should enter the hell road. The magic weapon suddenly fell. In an instant. The huge chopping wave entangled with the blue and purple ghost energy. For it is wrapped in Yu's contempt and contempt for the traitor. It runs across the world. With an unrivaled sharp sword. He rushed towards the 3 pirate ships. The violent sword intent. It directly divides the calm sea surface in an instant. Form a deep canyon visible to the eyes. This is after Yu comprehended that ghost chi. The practiced 2 styles, Hell Road, and Morning Songs of the Yellow Springs. Rumble. The 3 pirate ships fell apart in an instant. Turned into debris. The pirates on the ship had not had time to figure out what was going on. Then the sword energy was directly exploded. Torn into flesh and blood. The originally blue sea area was stained red with blood in an instant. Like a dead land. The sea actually cracked. Orbia looked at the reclosed sea surface. His face was full of disbelief. OMG. That handsome man. He actually tore the sea apart with one sword. Is this too handsome? Barrett was so excited that he couldn't speak. Clenched both fists. Feel the powerful aura of Yi with your heart. This is the peak he yearns for. Swish 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 swish. 3 embarrassing figures jumped out from the bottom of the sea. A few jump rooms. Then he stood on the beach. It was Wang Ji, Silver Axe, and John. At this time, the 3 of them had long since disappeared from the previous chats and laughter. The weakest John. The left arm was cut off halfway. What, how could it be you? When the 3 angry people. I found the man standing with his hands behind his back. It was the time when Yi that had disappeared for a full 5 years. On the faces of the 3. A look of horror appeared at the same time. This time it's over. John even turned around and ran away. However, at this time, often, the person who chooses to escape first dies the fastest. Open black lens bracket super electromagnetic gun close black lens bracket. Yi's magnetic sound suddenly rang. Then, I saw a coin at the initial speed of 3 times the speed of sound. A laser bright orange beam was drawn in the air. He directly blew John's head. The yellow and white brainstorm mixed with blood splattered out. Thump. John's body continued to run forward a few more steps. He fell to the ground with a bang. And the strong wind caused by the coin passing by. While plowing a gully on the ground. He also lifted the Silver Axe's helmet to the ground. A face full of fear was revealed below. Super electromagnetic gun. It is Yi who can freely control the attributes of lightning according to Qinglong fruit, abbreviated as. Imitate the abilities developed by Pao Ji. Simple and practical. The power is even more comparable to the slash of Great Sword Master. And such strange abilities. Yi was in seclusion during the 5 years. Combined with its own various attributes. Many have been developed. It is also considered in boring practice. Just find some fun for yourself. Monster. Silver Axe and Wang Ji looked at Yi with horror. Although I want to run away. But he was afraid of Yi's strength. I can only stand there and dare not act rashly. We're meeting again. Yi said with a smile. But it fell into the eyes of the 2 people opposite. But it is like the summoning of death. Yi, what do you want to do? Silver Axe shouted in a furious voice. It seems that the 2 of us have never offended you, right? And, even if it's a little bit small, it won't be as big as today, right? That's right. Wang Ji nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. Brother Yi, no matter what, we were all partners in the same pirate group. Don't get close to me, I don't have any partners like you who forget your righteousness when you see profit. Yi interrupted with disgust. Rox gave me a dream a few days ago and said hey miss you a few, so let me help you send it over. Quote. Fart. The Silver Axe can no longer bear it. He roared in anger. Stop talking about that devil Lox. Yi, we know you are very awesome but don't think I'm really afraid of you. At worst, we can fight to the death. Can become the captain of the Rox Pirates. The strength of Silver Axe and Wang Ji are both close to the elite lieutenant general. Although I know I am not Yi's opponent. But now faces life and death. The fierceness of being a pirate in their bones. Has been completely inspired. Even if it's dead. They will also give in to the death that they must not let Yi have a good life. Come on. Head-on headed. And Wang Ji, who has the most cunning personality. It's secretly looking at it. Locked on Orbia not far away. He believed. Just hijack this woman. You can win a way out. However, Yi's next words were completely beyond the expectations of both of them. I'm going to fight to the death. Just you deserve it. Yi looked at the 2 people with cold eyes contemptuously. A playful smile suddenly appeared on the corner. Said lightly. It is not impossible to not kill you, but... Yi deliberately elongated his voice. Silver Axe and Wang Ji's heart were also raised. Only one of you 2 can live. What? The 2 shouted angrily in unison. Yi, do you really think I am a 3-year-old child? How could we be fooled by this trick of killing each other? Believe it or not. A cunning look flashed in Yi's dark eyes. He said with a grim smile. But I think you 2 should know very well in your heart. As long as I want, I can kill you two wastes at any time. That's right. Although Silver Axe and Wang Ji were in the Battle of Gods. Because it ran away too early. So I didn't see the 5 old stars of Yi Yu and the sword holding the 5 swords. That shocking battle. And the scene where he finally transformed into a natural disaster, the Azure Dragon, and sunk into the God's Valley. But even so, based on their understanding of Yi Yu's strength, I have to admit it. The other party is right. This man. He does have the strength to crush both of them at the same time. Only. Silver Axe and Wang Ji looked at each other. It seemed that they could see something from the other person's face. Two people. It was a distance between the two sides. Silver Axe, this kid is even more cunning than Locks. He will definitely not let us go. Wang Ji, who had a slightly weaker strength, raised his hands. Impressed that I wouldn't take action. He said with a firm tone of 127. It's better than our brothers killing each other and letting him see a joke. Wang Ji's voice gradually became smaller. The figure slowly leaned over. Just as Silver Axe felt something was right. The moment when I relaxed my guard slightly. Wang Ji rushed forward like lightning. A hinged sword suddenly popped out of his robe. It pierced the Silver Axe's neck directly. Puff. Blood splashed out of the wound. Silver Axe's eyes widened. His face was filled with incredible expressions. The voice trembled. You are fucking playing with me. Jayahaha, I'm sorry for my good brother. Wang Ji shook the blood on the blade. Take a victorious posture. Said proudly. If it's a normal battle, how could I be your opponent? Don't blame me, you often say that you can't stand firm if you are not cruel. Go down with John and go with that dead ghost Rocks. I will keep your territory, treasures, and women for you. Then. He ignored the twitching Silver Axe falling to the ground. He looked at Yi Yu with vigilance and said. Brother Yi Yu, I won. Can you let me go now? Certainly. Yi Yu smiled and immediately made a hand gesture of asking for help. Really, is it really let me go? Wang Ji never expected it. Yi Yu actually let him go so easily. After a brief shock. Run away in a burst of ecstasy. However. A figure as fast as lightning stopped him directly. Barrett grinned and said, Old guy, beat me and let you go. Yi Yu, don't you keep your word. Wang Ji was shocked. I didn't do it. Yi Yu showed a grim smile of fear when he saw it. Said lightly. Oh, by the way, this is what Locks taught me. Chapter 73 The Tinder Plan, the whereabouts of all historical texts. Although Wang Ji fought to the death. But Barrett soon twisted his head off. He cleaned up the 3 of them in one fell swoop. It saved Yi Yu a lot of time. Only. This battle will inevitably attract the attention of other pirates and navy. Yi Yu didn't want to expose his whereabouts too early. This will be disturbed by other trivial matters to the next plan. So he prepared to take the little white hare away from Carriera Island. When Barrett heard that Yi Yu was not going to take him away with him. On the tough face. Finally, the sadness that a 14-year-old boy should have was revealed. He said with a choked voice. Brother Yi Yu, why are you willing to but I won't take this useless woman with me? Quote. Do you don't want me anymore? No matter how powerful Barrett is. After all. He is just a 14-year-old child after all. The coldness, killing, and displaced before. Barrett has no choice. But now. He just wanted to be with Yi Yu. Be a happy little follower. For Barrett. Yi Yu today. It has become his entire belief. In the existence of family members. Hey, little kid, sister, I'm not a useless woman. Orbia with her waist on her back. He stood up angry and said. I am a beautiful archaeological genius from O'Hara. HMPH, genius, do you understand? I don't understand, I can only kill people. Barrett said truthfully. Well. Orbia was speechless for a moment. To be honest. Although the young soldier in front of him looked fierce and frightening. But after learning about his childhood experience. Xiao Baimao felt very sympathetic to the other party's experience in his heart. Thinking about it, he said with a smile. It's the historical text that is very important to Yu. If you want to interpret the historical text above, you must help me personally. Hee, how about a time very important, right? Barrett nodded in a vague way. But his eyes. But he never left Wanyeyu's body. He is waiting for the answer. The reason I don't take you away is that at your current level, I still need to continue to hone my skills on the battlefield. Yiyu's face was full of sincere expressions. Said with deep meaning. Our next journey is not suitable for your growth, and that is actually unfair to you. Barrett, come to your battlefield to understand the true meaning of power. Go and work hard to improve your strength. In the future, I will lead a huge war that will involve the entire world. I believe that there is the stage for you to show your talent, the ladder for you to reach the top. Waiting for my summon. This was not a despair made up by Yu without taking Barrett away. This 14-year-old boy in front of him. Born for battle. Looking at his life. Not fighting. It's on the way to fight. Barrett is as powerful as a devil. That was created through countless hardships in life and death. Follow Yu. He can certainly live comfortably. But it is likely that the original life trajectory of the four photographed Guangxi dimmed. Yu felt. This is for Barrett, who is eager to become stronger. Very unfair. And, as the second member of the Tinder plant formulated by Yu, he also needs Barrett in that future battle. Blooming. I understand. Barrett became extremely excited when he heard this. He said with great fighting spirit. Brother Yu, please rest assured, I will definitely not let you forget you. Yu reminded the other party a few more words. Then he left Carriera Island with Orbia. On the boat. The white-haired girl looked at the young soldier standing foolishly on the harbor and cried. Suddenly he turned his head and said to Yu. I found you just seemed to be the gods mentioned in the book. Is there any? Yu smiled evilly. They are all fire that have been dispersed in advance. Tinder. Orbia bulged her two round cheeks. She is as cute as a little hamster who is just a puzzled person. That's right. Yu said with a burning look, a spark can start a prairie. As I said to Barrett before, in the future, there will be an unprecedented war of great size. In order to win this battle, I need to choose some fire seeds, with great potential before this and sow them in advance. When that day officially arrives, just one call from me, these fires will turn into burning flames, clearing all obstacles for me to move forward. Tinder plant. It was the 5 years that Yu practiced on a deserted island. To deal with war on the top. And what may be caused by this? A comprehensive decisive battle with the world. And carefully planned. Although only a few people can be selected by him. But each one. All have unique and irreplaceable functions. Barrett is just one of them. A spark can start a prairie. Orbia stared at Yu blankly. Whole person. I have long been shocked by the domineering remarks just now. That domineering momentum. Confident eyes. And the powerful charm that exudes invisibly. All of them make this young girl who is not very experienced in the world. I can't help but feel the urge to sink into it. She even thought secretly in her heart. Are you also the spark in this man's heart? That. After Orbia hesitated for a moment. He asked with a tangled expression. You told me in that tavern before, you know the whereabouts of the fort signs and historical texts. Are you lying to me? I do know their whereabouts. Yiyu's face showed a cunning look after the profiteer targeted the big fat sheep. He said in a very intriguing tone. And, I know where to go. Can I find it? The remaining 26 pieces of text recorded on historical text, all connected together, the article that records the complete 100-year history of blank space. Quote. This statement comes out. The little white hair opposite was stunned by shock. I was stunned for several minutes. He screamed at the super high decibels. Yu said the rest of the historical text has been connected by people. Orbia put his pretty face straight in front of Yu. The tip of the nose is almost against each other. Staring at those dark eyes, he said. How is this possible? Clover no. Dr. Kloba searched through all the ancient books and found the whereabouts of a few historical texts. How could someone just collect them all? Bad guy, you lied to me again. Orbia bulged her beautiful cheeks again. Like a little hamster who is fighting. He stared at Yu angrily. Collecting historical text may be extremely difficult for you scholars who read about cerebral palsy. Yu pressed his big hand on Orbia's face. Push her back. Then continue. But for a pirate who is willing to spend time, money, energy, and has strong strength, it is not impossible to accomplish. Someone did do such a feat, and it only took more than 2 years. It's just not now. What the hell are you talking about? Orbia was confused when he heard it. It's not that the remaining 26 pieces historical text have been successfully collected. Are they connected together? Why isn't it now? Seeing that the girl's face was full of doubts. Yu thought about it. Then he said. Although I don't know how many historical text you Ohara scholars have found in total over the years. But I can tell you clearly, except for the 4 road signs and historical texts that record the final island. Of the remaining 26 pieces, 9 are true and historical original stones that record important information. There are 9 pieces that correspond to 1 history and tool stone. There are 3 more weapon stones that record 3 Dalton's ancient weapons. And a piece of apologies recorded by a man named Joy Boy 800 years ago. As for the last 4 pieces, I don't know. Quote. How about it, do you believe me this time? But how did you know so much insider information about the historical text? Orbia really believed this time. Because even the generations of scholars of O'Hara. Exercising effort. Going to sea without fear of life and death. None of them has any thorough research on historical text. The specific classification of historical text has not been fully understood. How could Orbia not be shocked? Well. Yu smiled and said, I can't tell you yet. You just need to follow me honestly now. It won't take long to let you see the article that connects all the historical texts. Get Zhao. Oh well. Orbia bite the primordial. Nodded obediently. Actually. Yu really didn't lie to her. 6 years later. Roger, 52, successfully arrived at the final island. And will there. Officially named Ravdru. Only. I don't know why. However, Roger and his group did not unlock the final big secret treasure. Instead, it left behind the mysterious suspense of the phrase, we came too early. This can be seen from this. Arrive there before the plot officially begins. There is no use for birds at all. But. There is a little Yu that can be confirmed. That is the 26 pieces historical text that Roger successfully connected him. All the words recorded. All stayed in Ravdru. That is to say. Yu didn't need to work hard to collect anything historical text. He only needs to rely on Tianyushi's ability. Travel directly to the future. Then collect 4 red pieces road signs and historical texts. Find Ravdru. Just let Xiaobaimao directly interpret the full text left by Roger. This is so easy, still. And it is precisely for this reason. Yu will only be after the practice is completed. Let Roger rise without reason. After all. Such a useful tool. Looking at the entire, One Piece. There is absolutely no second one. Chapter 74 Key Figure, Tianyushi. Besides. Yu also needs to use Roger's hand to start the Great Pirate Age. Because of his real enemy. He is no longer a pirate like Roger, Golden Lion and others. But it is a greater threat. The 5 old stars and the big boss I Am who survived and ruled the world for 800 years. If you want to compete with it. Not only does it require patience and caution. Someone is also needed to attract the attention of the Navy and the world. Plus. Now it is difficult to find road signs and historical text. It is much bigger than the future. And at the beginning of the plotback. The 4 red road signs and historical texts are owned by the fur tribes of Big Katakana Middle-Mom, Kaido, Whitebeard, and Zou respectively. Note: the piece in Whitebeard's hand was obtained during his reign of Fishman Island. Yiyu wanted to collect them all. It's as easy as taking a baby. Then where are we going next? Orbia tilted her head. Asked curiously. The man in front of him. It's like a dangerous and mysterious maze. The white-haired girl who made her first love come true. Being deeply trapped in it, can't extricate yourself. Wano country, we go to that sea early and wait for someone as important as you. A strange light burst out from Yiyu's dark eyes. Have expectations. Have excitement. There was still a little nervousness. The Superman time fruit, also known as time fruit, owned by Tianyushi. For Yiyu's entire plan. Plays a crucial role. So. No sloppy. In Yiyu's memory. Tianyushi is 1 year later. Appeared on a deserted island near Wano country. Only. This simple and innocent woman. But I met a human trafficker. Finally, he gave Kazuki Oden a chance to save Mi. Thus capturing the heart of this woman. Yiyu 127 naturally cannot let the story happen as in the original work. So. He must snatch the street slip of Kazuki Oden. Encounter, Tianyu. As for the absence of her. Little color of Hiroshiki Momonosuke. And whether it can be born as in the original work. This is not what Yiyu should consider. However. Just Yiyu and Orbia. While rushing to the sea area where Wano country is located. He appeared on Carriera Island. And the news of the execution of Silver Axe, John and Wang Ji. It has spread like wildfire. The entire New World vibrated. Open black lens bracket Honey Island close black lens bracket. Since the official announcement of the dissolution of the Rocks Pirates. This place became the residence of Whitebeard. In the Battle of Gods. Whitebeard brought back about 5,000 people. But in the end, the one that stayed. But there are less than 1,000 people. There is no other reason. The vast majority of people. They were all scared in that tragic war. Then. Whitebeard formed his own pirate group. And follow the blueprint in your heart. Begin to recruit teenage children with purpose. Raised as a crew member and son. Inspiration must be in this sea full of intrigue. Build a warm and loving sea family. Now. In the banquet hall. Gulalalala. The white-bearded laughter resounded like thunder throughout the hall. Huge sound. He directly overturned all the pirates and the table. But anyone can see it. Whitebeard today. Very happy. I have said a long time ago that boy Yiyu would never let those traitors go. Aedj, the Whitebeard originally heard that Yiyu killed the 3 Silver Axe. He ignored everyone's dissuasion. He was yelling to go to Carriera Island to find Yiyu. The two haven't seen each other for 5 years. Whitebeard feels. He had endless things to say in his heart and wanted to confide in Yiyu. Although this stubborn little devil never gave him a good face. But Whitebeard. But he had already regarded Yiyu as his family. Kindness. That's right. It's the one who recognizes relatives unilaterally. Especially. Whenever Whitebeard recalls the scene when Battle of Gods finally parted. Behind the betrayal of Golden Lion and others. On the huge battlefield. In the end, only Locks and Yiyu were left. Facing the Navy, Roger Pirates and the CP0 organization led by the 5 Old Stars alone. How tragic and desolate that was. This makes the Whitebeard who regards emotions as life. Blame yourself countless times. If I could have chosen to stay resolutely at that time. Fight side by side with Yiyu. How great that would be. At least it doesn't have to be like this now. I feel that I owe the other party so much. And. If it weren't for the team of those 1,000 people. He couldn't be so relaxed. It comes from the sight of the Golden Lion, Silver Axe and others. Take Honey Island as your friend. So. From the bottom of his heart, he felt that he owed Yiyu a huge favor. However. Before the Whitebeard can set off. Then there was information that Yiyu disappeared again. This gave up his idea. Then, Whitebeard simply held a banquet in the castle. Dad, this guy named Yu must be very strong, right? A teenager who looks 14 or 5 years old with a pineapple head. His face was full of curiosity. We have seen the strength of the Silver Axe before, and at least the level of elite lieutenant general, but was killed so easily. Yes, and it's still one person, so I've solved all the 3 pirates and their members. It's really incredible. Dad, who is this Yu? Several other teenagers also asked. They joined the Whitebeard pirates for a short time. So, regarding the past between Whitebeard and Yu, don't understand. Only those old crew members who survived the Battle of Gods. Only then did I understand how long Yu's strength and the terror of the Sky Thief were. Looking at the confused teenagers, the old crew members couldn't help but burst out. There was a burst of laughter. Hey, Marco, you guys, you haven't heard of Brother Yu's name even. That's right, don't you guys read newspapers on weekdays? Brother Yu, like Captain Newgate, is a member of the Rocks Pirates and is also the world's most vicious criminal who was offered a reward of 10 billion berry by the World ZF. I would have liked to thank Brother Yu in person. If we don't have him, we may not be able to live until now. Yes. The old crew members showed admiration and gratitude on their faces. And Marco et al. He was directly shocked by Yu's super reward. 10 billion berry. Marco calculated by his fingers. Oh my god, his bounty alone is actually higher than the total of his father, Roger and the Golden Lion. Stop talking nonsense there. The future Witch of Ice Widow. With his waist on his back. He said angrily. No matter how high his bounty is, it is impossible to compare with a legendary pirate like Dad. My sister is right, Dad is the strongest. Although the teenagers have not joined for a long time. But it has established an extremely deep emotional bond with Whitebeard. Gulalalala. The Whitebeard said with a big smile. Don't argue, Yu is the first person I regard as my family, just like you. Dad, that is. Little Pineapple Mako leaned over with excitement and said, he is our partner. Partner. When other teenagers heard this word. Just now, my heart suddenly disappeared from Yu's repulsion. Instead, he cheered with anticipation on his face. Gulalalala. Whitebeard was in a good mood. Yes, that guy is our partner. Grab a jar of wine on the table. He drank it all in a few sips. Continue to send someone to find out Yu's whereabouts. This time, I said I would drink with him for 3 days and 3 nights. I'm afraid Yu would never have thought of it. Whitebeard a few months later. It was precisely because I heard the news that he appeared in the waters near Wano country. Then he rushed there rashly. Finally, he encountered Kazuki Odin because the captain ran aground. Only. Some people are happy and some are sad. The Golden Lion is in another sea area at this moment. After hearing about Yu's appearance. But he is not as happy as Whitebeard. Sure enough, that kid's strength has become stronger than before. The Golden Lion's face became extremely gloomy. Recalling the past in Rocks Pirates. A chill rose on his spine. Although he didn't know the last shocking battle of the Battle of Gods. But with the Golden Lion's understanding of Yu's terrifying talent. During the 5 years it disappeared. The strength is definitely beyond the past. It is already unknown whether I can beat Yu now. Plus Newgate's blicking. Go. No, I have to find a helper. Roger suddenly appeared in the Golden Lion's mind. As one of the 2 who destroyed Locks. And the legendary pirate who is now competing with him and Whitebeard. Roger was a long time ago. Then he was recognized by the Golden Lion. Only. The Golden Lion believes. With Yu's temper. Sooner or later. He will definitely find Roger to settle the old accounts. Strong enemies are ahead. 2 people who were originally in opposition. There is also the possibility of joining forces. Hee ha 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 ha. A look of pride appeared on the Golden Lion's face. The fear just now was swept away. He said boldly. If I can join forces with that guy Roger, I will definitely surpass Locks and achieve his unfinished dream of dominating the world. even though Lox had been dead for 5 years. In the heart of the Golden Lion. But he still regards it as the only goal he wants to surpass. And the Golden Lion was originally the ideal of dominating the New World. It also gradually expands. It became the same, ruling the world, as Lox. It is precisely because of this change in mindset. This guided it for 4 years later. After Roger rejected the request of the Golden Lion to join forces to rule the world. He was so angry that he was embarrassed. The famous 8-wall battle broke out with Roger pirates. Chapter 75. The name of the 5 old stars. Is Carp going to be a general? Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket. A certain sea area. Oro Jackson riding the wind and waves on the sea. On the deck. Roger, Rayleigh and Jabba learned about Yi Yu's appearance. Suddenly he fell into silence. That man finally showed up. Roger took the lead in breaking the deadlock. A bitter smile appeared on his face. Yes. Rayleigh raised his hand and subconsciously pressed it on the scar in his right eye. Murmur. I have lived for 5 years with this shame. Although he was knocked out by Lox's Don't Move, Ming Wong. Rayleigh failed to see what happened later. But Roger, afterwards. He described it completely. This dispelled Riley's plan to seek revenge from Yi Yu. Only. Whenever Rayleigh looks in the mirror. When I saw the narrow scar on my eye socket. I can't help but surge in my heart the emotions of shame and resentment. Captain, we should try not to provoke that guy anymore. He is really scary. Jabba's figure trembled slightly. In the Battle of Gods. His left arm was cut off by Yi Yu. Most of the Moon Hungarian bones were also trampled by the other party. Although he survived successfully. But the strength fell sharply. Now it is not much better than ordinary crew members. If it weren't for Roger, it would be nostalgic. Let him be responsible for the logistics of the Roger pirates. I'm afraid I can only go home and farm. At the moment. I heard Yi Yu's name again. In Jabba's mind. I couldn't help but recall the scene that was dominated by fear at that time. The whole person also became nervous. Now, I'm afraid it's not because we are going to find him or not. Roger sighed helplessly. But when will he come to us to settle the old accounts? As a witness to the Battle of Gods. After seeing the battle between the 5 old stars holding the sword and Yi Yu. As well as Yi Yu finally transformed into the natural disaster Qinglong. Behind the scene that caused the natural disaster to destroy God's Valley. Roger knew it very well. He is no match for Yi Yu at all. If the other party comes to him to settle the old accounts. I'm afraid their fate. It will definitely not be much better than Silver Axe, John and Wang Ji. Roger is really regretting it more and more now. Why didn't he follow Riley's advice? Don't go to the muddy waters of rocks. Aren't they just 2 crew members? If you die, you can completely retake. But now. It's too late to say anything. Roger could only feel nervous. Pray silently in your heart. I hope Yi Yu, the god of killing. Never liquidate it on his head. Open black lens bracket sanctuary katakana middle dot Maricho a close black lens bracket. Golden Hall of Power. After 5 years, the little ghost suddenly appeared and killed 3 big pirates. The 5 old stars with a serious expression said. Is it a liquidation between pirates, or is there something ulterior motive hidden behind it? No matter what purpose he has, we have not had time to avenge him. The bald and mustache 5-star said with a ferocious expression. It just happened to take this opportunity to let him know how powerful the world ZF is. That's right. The other 2 old stars said in unison. They're words of Saint Hammerda. It is the 5 old stars holding the sword who were killed by Yi Yu in the Battle of Gods. Different from the general custom of the dragon people adding, Saint, to their names. The 5 old stars, who controls the highest power. All the words, Saint, were added before the name. Used to demonstrate the transcendence and difference of their identity and status. And the names of the 5 of them. They are 5 old stars holding the sword, Saint Hammerda. 5 old stars of flat hat, Saint Stavros. Open black lens bracket blonde 5 old stars close black lens bracket, St. Williamson. Bald beard 5 old stars, St. Nicholas. Open black lens bracket 5 old stars with long straight hair close black lens bracket, St. Ferdinand. The 5 were all slaves who followed I 800 years ago. Because I'm rewarded. Pure gold that can delay aging to the greatest extent. And survive to this day. The relationship between them is extremely close. Now one is dead. Naturally, I hate you so much. Although we have rarely shown our strength in the past 800 years. St. Williamson said with a ferocious expression. But in order to maintain the face of the world, we must not let you continue to live. Although I'm right, but... Stavros said hesitantly. That kid can escape our 5 years of pursuit, and his whereabouts must be hidden. It may not be that easy to find him. The other 3 suddenly fell into silence. If Yu is so easy to catch. They won't make no achievements for the entire 5 years. Hateful. St. Williamson said a little disheartenedly, now we can only look at the next move of the little devil and then make a conclusion. Agree. X3. But. St. Ferdinand suddenly thought of something. He said with a gloomy face. It's just right to take the opportunity to force Monkey D. Cap to be promoted to general on the grounds that Yu appeared. No matter how much we hate him, that guy is the image established by the world. If he is allowed to continue to be idle without restraint, the world will inevitably become a laughing stock of the whole world. That's right. St. Nicholas took over the conversation and continued. And I heard that his son Mancha D. Dorag had resigned from his post as lieutenant general not long ago, and his whereabouts are still unknown. You are talking about the hurricane fruit ability who has emerged in the past 2 years and has become a lieutenant general at the age of 24. St. Williamson asked in surprise. It's him. St. Nicholas nodded slightly. Dangerous light flashed in the old pupils. He is like Cap. Both the owner of the name of D. Such a person must not let him out of our control. History is really amazingly similar. What makes people feel tricky is always D. Locks is the best example. We cannot let things continue to develop in an unknown direction, and we must never let D. become too eye-catching. Super discussion. Super discussion. Address. Navy Headquarters. Open black lens bracket Marinfando close black lens bracket. Marshal's office. Cylinder Kong was scolding Cap on his face at this time. You bastard, a waste you can't even educate your son well. For more novels 145,418 join. He is the youngest lieutenant general in the history of the Navy, with an amazing talent. Now, I just ran away. Where did you let me put my face? How do you explain it to the person above? However. Cap opposite, however, was unmoved. It seemed as if the person being told was not him. I said teacher although that kid is my son, we are not very together on weekdays. Cap was eating celery with big mouthfuls. While saying vaguely. The child's temper was stubborn since he was a child, and my words were useless to him. You. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket Kong was immediately angry and half to death. Gritting his teeth and saying. That's not learned from you, a casual bastard. Cap, please listen to me. As a punishment for Dorag's escape, you must unconditionally obey the order of the promoted general. It seems like he is afraid of being rejected by Cap. Without waiting for the other party to speak. Open black lens bracket cylinder close black lens bracket the hollow stool is extremely tough and added. There is no negotiation this time because Yu reappears. Boom. The smile on Cap's face disappeared instantly. The momentum on his body changed drastically. The whole person was as sharp and terrifying as a tiger out of the cage. I finally waited for him. Cap clenched his fists. The ultimate dark red, armed color domineering aura swims like thunder. Walking on the arm. During these 5 years. With his resentment towards Yu. Carry hard. The strength is far beyond the past. This man. Become stronger. Open black lens bracket New World close black lens bracket. After more than 10 days of voyage. Yu and Orbia finally successfully arrived in the waters near Wano country. Looking at the turbulent and changing sea surface, Yu began to think about it. In the original work, after leaving Wano country, Whitebeard agree with Kazuki Oden. As long as he can hold on for 3 days, he will not let go of the dragged iron chain. Let him get on the boat. Calculated according to the normal navigation speed. Yu quickly locked in an area. Thinking about it, Yu drove directly to one of the deserted islands. After saying to Orbia, "I'll buy a few oranges, you'll be here, don't walk around." He directly transformed into the natural disaster Qinglong, flying the clouds and fog, breaking directly into the sky. He turned out to be a dragon. The little white hair was immediately fascinated by the eyes of Venus. There seemed to be a piece of music in my ears. Open black lens bracket eye, my right fist opened the sky and turned into a dragon close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket move the mountains and rivers again to fill in the cracks close black lens bracket. Next, Yu directly uses hot breath. Destroy all other islands within the locked range. That is to say, as long as the human trafficker ship on Tianyushi appears, then they will definitely come to the island where they are. And choose here. In fact, Yu carefully calculated it. The island is on the other side of the line between the Wano country and the Whitebeard territory. That is, it reduces the chance of Kazuki Oden entering randomly. You can also avoid Whitebeards. Yu is now not going to meet him yet. Not afraid. But it's very troublesome to dislike this cliché, old guy. Mouth.